Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAL. It's good to have you here on this wonderful, beautiful Sunday. Yesterday, we went through 5 best-of-1 matches that really knocked people's socks off, especially if you were in that last game. But today, we bring you 5 more to close out week 2 of the competition. I'm not alone here, as always. I always bring my best friend along. It is Monsieur Alfama. Leo, look at these games. What do you think?
Very interesting games. I think yesterday was a little bit disappointing in the sense that we expected the games to be a bit closer. I think we were expecting it to be, rivals games, teams that were aiming to get to playoffs, that were aiming to lock themselves as top of the league, and then teams that were aiming to already avoid being in a situation of relegation. And I think that, it was mostly one-sided. We got multiple 7-1s, and from what seemed to be rivals, clearly some hierarchy was defined yesterday. And so today, I think, is a certain amount of testing. I think for certain teams, there is opportunity. I think for Black Dragons that you see all the way late here, the last match, it's an opportunity for them to remain in the playoffs race. And for INTZ, the same thing, because so far, these two organizations have only played some of the best teams in the league. I think some opportunity for confirmation as well. I think the middle of the game here, Fluxo W7M versus an IP. This one is super interesting. It's the two teams that kind of fell short yesterday or throughout the season, I feel like, to become one of these teams that were looking themselves as top 4. And so they're in a dire need of trying to play catch up with FaZe, for example, play catch up with Furia. They're all the way at the top of the league.
Absolutely. And I think to have a clearer view over all of that, it would help to bring up the scoreboard and really show you where all the teams are at, because we're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark, right? Where you blink and you miss it sort of thing. EML is already pretty much at that halfway point. And here we are, 9 points for FaZe and for Furia that remain to be the top teams in the region. NIP, yesterday a bit of disappointment, still also for Team Liquid Eleanor, but 6 points a pop is still pretty good. You want to be in the top 4 to advance and be in the upper bracket, gives you the extra life. Otherwise, 5th and 6th, you'll at least be in the playoffs bracket, but you are in the lower side of it. So you have to play extra hard and you don't get that extra life. And it seems like here, Monsieur Leo, that there's at least 4 teams that are fighting for those last 2 spots. And really, at times, you can find them punching up to the top 4 in the region.
Yeah, I think, looking at the top 4 teams here, I don't think we see any big surprise. We see FaZe, Furia, and IP Liquid. We're basically what should have been maybe the 4 teams that made it to Salt Lake City. Loss had a really good run then. And I think that Loss as well has been built in a way that they can really challenge those top 4 teams. But at the same time, the amount of experience and the caliber of the players on the top 4 teams here just creates the gap, right? The real question is, who is going to land a spot in playoffs in that 5th and 6th spot? And so far, Los, having made Salt Lake City, having displayed some great level in Phase 1, Fluxo W7M, coming in as what used to be a top 4 teams, a stable SAL team throughout last year, are supposed to at least make playoffs. So realistically, when you look at the top 6, you may think, okay, it makes sense, right? But if you look at the points, Loud, Black Dragons, they can still make it, they can still fight. And especially after Black Dragons beat Fluxo W7M all the way at the beginning of the stage, we know that there is that potential, and we know that in a league that is so stacked, you need to take those points in days like this, where you're playing against weaker opponents for these big teams. So
absolutely,
for Fluxo W7M, it's make or break moment already to try and put some points onwards, because they struggled at the beginning of the stage. And for teams like Los, it's salvation's point right now, trying to salvage whatever points they have, because they will be facing a huge opponent today in FaZe.
Absolutely. This is where things get tough, because it's not like you really have easy teams. Yeah, maybe like 2 games in the entire 9 play days where they'll be relatively easy. Maybe you can collect 6 points out of them, but that might not be enough, because one team will have a breakthrough here and there, and suddenly that messes up the entire calculation for you. Though, setting aside the standings, let's bring our focus onto our first team and our first matchup. Team Liquid versus Loud. Team Liquid is up first, and their roster yesterday, if we were to say it, they pushed Furia to the edge, but it was Furia that was running circles around them. They were really setting the pace for the matchup. We're hoping that Liquid Eleanor can reset ahead of this next day.
Yeah, it was almost a comeback moment. I think it was the real big test for this team ever since missing the Salt Lake City Major, as to how would they play against what seems to be the first, if not the second best team in SAL right now in Furia. And it was a great game to watch, honestly. I felt like the level of siege that we saw displayed by both teams was absolutely incredible, and a really good game of Flair overall. They made it close, and I think that's already a statement. On the other side, Loud, I think they're on an upwards trajectory. It's a team that may have struggled a little bit when they came into the first play days, and then eventually started grinding their way back. They made the game versus NIP very close initially, made it even closer against Loss, and arguably should have won it, and then eventually, finally yesterday, landed the first victory over INTZ. Today, it's a huge enemy they're facing. For Resets, it's his former organization, of course, and so to count basically on certain players on that side, I would go to Live and Gabu here. I think Live really brought the fire that Loud needed to win the game against INTZ yesterday. I thought that his calling on Clubhouse was especially interesting. I thought that the fact that he was able to drop double digits at the same time as playing a flex support role and idealing his team was super impressive. And Gabu is always delivering. I am super happily surprised about this player. We've talked in interviews at length about, Pino, for example, saying that the tier 2 in Brazil was maybe not as strong as he used to be, and the development of young players was not the same, and that was the reason why we didn't see that many roster changes. But let's be honest, Gabu is one of those roster changes of the earlier in the season, and I think he's been worth it, Miloš, because he's displayed an incredible level consistently throughout the 3 games for Loud.
Absolutely. I want to remind everybody, we said this at Play Day 1, we're going to keep saying it throughout this regular stage, is that going into SAL Stage 1, only 2 players were changed up, and that's exclusively on Black Dragons. Nobody else of the 9 other teams have had any changes. That just lands because lock-in, we're so close, right? Kickoff and going into Salt Lake City Major. It was so close from SI to the Major, and then after that into Stage 1. That's why you saw the vast majority of the roster changes being after the Invitational, right? That's your yearly reset. It made sense, but the format of kickoff was shorter. Teams did not have a lot of time to prepare, so a lot are trusting that, with these changes, that'll be enough to carry us through into Stage 1, and then we'll see what we do after that. If you want to see real changes, take a look at after Stage 1, what happens with rosters all over the world in preparation for Stage 2 in autumn. Though that aside, Team Liquid yesterday, in your opinion, Leo, they got so close to that comeback, as you mentioned, but what faltered there, looking back at the match?
I think the main thing they struggled with was, the main playstyle that we used to know for that team was this aggressive playstyle on the back of KZ, JV, but mostly Hertz, right, before they changed. And I think by losing Hertz, they lost a little bit of the unpredictable and the chaotic part of what made their identity, basically. Hertz was the one pulling them towards a more maybe aggressive, but also maybe more inconsistent playstyle. And when it worked wonders. When it didn't, though, it punished them hard. And I think this team, they've learned with Maya to have a more consistent fraggers. You see him all the way on the left side of your screen, along with KZ, such capable, reliable, consistent fraggers on their side. However, that chaos, that unpredictability, it's still a little bit missing. And yesterday, Furia, they played loose, they played to have fun, and Herd especially was in full force. And when he comes in and he's super aggressive and he feels confident, he has that layer, he has that advantage on the others. And I think that mental warfare, that's just the extra edge, that one round that they won and that Team Liquid didn't, that made the difference between an overtime and a 5-7 loss for Team Liquid. And I will hate the fact that they have given all 3 points to their rivals, because in the end, it doesn't matter. If they could have gotten 7-0, the result is the same. However, I still think that the level they showed and the comeback that they started as well was a great sign.
If you're going to lose, might as well make it a 7-5. It'll be as close as possible. Maybe that'll help you out later. But really, that's just, we're going like 4 layers into tiebreakers deep at the end of the regular stage. Though, one thing that really stood out, we talked about it in our Loud interview yesterday, Leo, is how Loud played Clubhouse 3 times in a row. I think that was pretty crazy that they were allowed to do it. Right, it was something that at least allowed them to not show any strategies. I'm wondering what map we'll see in this series. So from us, we can go to the veto and see where we're actually going to be going to in this matchup. Thank you, Leo, for sending it. As Chalet Consulate Border, what do we get out of this, you think?
Well, first and foremost, we're not going to a 4th clubhouse. And Loud made sure of that. So I'm wondering, were they scared of taking Team Liquid there? Just before we talk about Night Heaven Labs, I'd like to just quickly touch upon the playstyle of these two teams. I've just mentioned it, right? Liquid, they're getting closer to a phase in the sense that they're getting closer to fundamentally being such a well-processed, methodical team. And I think on the side of Loud, they're trying to aim towards that. They're really, the two of them are really objective oriented. They're leading the charts instead of Plants. And, you know, Loud have lost Bassetto, so they've lost the one guy that made that team very slow. I think Live kinda is inspired from that previous playstyle, but is willing to take risk and willing to make calls like we saw yesterday on Clubhouse at the last moment that are sometimes rushes, sometimes opportunity seeking, a lot more than the previous Loud roster did, which I think is a good thing. I think the two teams are capable of that, but landing on a map like Nighthaven Labs, that is so processed and methodical, it feels like a wink at Clubhouse. Because Nighthaven Labs is just a more modern Clubhouse. It's really what it is. You bridge the walls, you go step by step, and you attack the bomb site directly to preparing your execute. It's the same exact step as Clubhouse. Realistically, it's about getting rid of the wall denial if you just don't ban it. Most people do on Labs. And then just going for the objective. So it's going to suit both teams' playstyle really well. And it's going to be about who plays that playstyle the best. And I think having seen Liquid play at kickoff and now at length here during the SL, I do think that they master that playstyle a bit, you know, better than Loud.
That's the question then. Can Loud, in moments like this where I feel like Nighthaven very much is a fundamentals type of map because it's, like we've talked about it ad nauseum.
Yeah. It's going to be like hard breacher bans. It's going to be wall denial bans. It's going to it's super basic. And then from time to time, you're going to see, instead of the Bandit Gate ban, you're going to see the Azami Mira ban. Like that's the main variations of how to play the map.
Yeah, so things are quite clear and kind of set in stone on Nighthaven Labs. It is more about how do you adapt and what do you bring in the moment. Loud, maybe playing on their defense, can get a bit more aggressive, maybe catch Liquid off guard. We saw it yesterday, as you mentioned again. Furia, they take the lead. They kind of carry the momentum of the entire round. They set the pace. And when you're able to do that, it seems like Liquid have still not resolved it. Again, I'm regurgitating what you're saying just to remind everybody that this applies from team to team if you're able to learn the lessons from it. And I'm wondering if Loud had a keen eye on what had happened yesterday with Team Liquid and have set up maybe to prepare for a map like Nighthaven Labs that is more set up. You always expect it to go a certain way. However,
it's disruption. Yes. That's what they need to master, disruption.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Though, let's bring in our casters before we start off our matchup. Look, Demo, come on in here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, we've entered.
Yes. How are you doing today,
Fluke? This time, what?
How are you doing today, Fluke?
Good. Though hay fever is currently beating me up. It's a wonderful happy summer solstice to everybody. The longest day. It's currently the longest day.
Oh, I just realized.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Leo.
Demo's loving that. Demo loves
also Father's Day as well here in the UK. Don't forget
It's
about
also Father's Day here in the UK.
That's cool.
Oh my god!
Happy Father's Day, Paul. He's downstairs watching the football. He loves it.
Loves it. I don't know
I
what
need
my
to
dad
check
is doing.
mine.
Probably up to no good. Knowing him.
It's Father's Day in France too. Okay,
Leo.
Whoops.
Leo, send that message.
I'm sending that message as soon as the game starts. For anyone that hasn't sent a message, just double check.
He congratulated you on your MVP, but you can't even say Happy Father's Day to him. Disgusting.
No, just don't.
He had somebody translating for him into French because just to make it real
clear.
Leo,
I'll message you, Dad.
It's okay. It's okay. I called my dad today, but it's not Father's Day in the Middle East, so I guess for us in the Levant, it doesn't really matter, but it's just nice to hear your parents. That's just something to go through.
Well, sorry, you were talking about the game, and we're like, make sure you talk to your parents.
It is very important.
Talk to your mom as well. Talk to anyone.
Yeah, every day is just a good moment. It's a good moment to celebrate and tell everybody that you love them. I love you, Emmy. Yeah. I love you, Demo. I love you, Leo. It's a great day for it, right? It's Friends Day today. Anyways, there's no friends once we get into the server, though, between Loud and Liquid Alienware Demo. I'm wondering what's your take now that we know that Nighthaven Labs is the map we're going for.
Yeah, I think the map's really interesting. For the longest time, obviously this Team Liquid Alienware side, whenever they were Furia, this was one of their 2 permabans. They never played this map throughout the entirety of 2025 until we'd actually seen it in kickoff, and that was against NIP, and that was for me, quite a big kind of, oh my word, they've actually brought out one of their permabans, and they look pretty good on it as well. And now that we're seeing them play it again, this is where now they've kind of went from the 7-map team now up into 8 maps, which is terrifying for everyone in the world.
Well, my friends, as you see, our game is set and ready. Don't you worry about it, chat. We got you covered. We keep yapping until the game is set. And that's Team Liquid Alienware versus Loud going to Nighthaven Haven Labs. Temo, Emmy, take it away.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Losh. And here we go. On Father's Day. On the longest day. And of a day that, well, we almost get ourselves halfway through the split. Obviously, this is just on the turn. When they play their game on the next day, technically they would have got themselves over towards the other side of it. It becomes that moment, right, where we've had precious points. We've had 6-point games. Now we need to have do or die games. We need to sort of see this stretch go further.
It's kind of the point where after this play day, we can say, okay, who's going to be going for top 4? Okay, who's going to be trying to fight out of relegation? We'll start to see where teams are situated after that. Certainly, I think for Team Liquid Alienware, yesterday, it was... I don't want to say it was a blow, because obviously they're against Furia, who are, again, another one of those big sides. But obviously the standards that I think this side holds themselves to, they're going to want to win every game. But then at the same time, we also know this is a side where whenever it comes to best of ones, as long as they can get into the best of threes, they're not worried. So it's pretty on brand, I suppose, for Team Liquid Alienware. Loud, on the other hand, I mean, with that win yesterday, it gives them a really good shot. If they're able to walk in here and get 3 points, all of a sudden now we're looking at them to be top 4 contenders, which is very, very impressive, considering that they kind of lost their opening 2 games. So for them to have this turnaround, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Loud to get these points and stay up there with the top 4, which was always an issue that they had throughout last year. They were so close yet so far.
There's always the other side of it as well, of the 2 teams directly above them. You're looking at, obviously, Fluxo W7M, you're looking at Los. They are playing NIP and FaZe respectively today. They are generally all having tough games in that sort of group. If Loud can pull some points away from Liquid of these sort of teams, I'm not going to say it's, you know, any easier or any harder, as pick your poison, but if one of those 3 teams can get themselves some points today, it jumps them back up towards the top 4. It locks them sort of in this situation, and it creates that very precious divide between that mid-table, that 5th, 6th, 4th fight that is going to be as sort of violent and desperate as always is in this region. We start here. Steady approach on towards waylaid traps. They've obviously got themselves a decent shield to watch on with the side of KZ, burning in towards IT, hoping they can try and bait out a swing. Oh, they bait out death. Blastery takes the head off a nade.
Yeah, lost the Maverick. However, I think it's okay, though, because he was still able to make that right side of the wall soft. They can open it up if they want to. However, Maya, a quick response, though, is able to get a kill back, and now it is squared up 4v4. Looks to me that Connect is probably what they're going to go for. Whenever you kind of see the shield eyeing up in towards E-Box, too. But, as we know, getting in towards E-Box is always quite a difficult thing. You need a lot of util. Because of that Loud, I mean, they've got Wamai, they've got a Clash, they've got an Azami, they've got ways of slowing down this Team Liquid Alienware approach.
Trying to get the swing over the back end of the shield. They've given themselves multiple different avenues. As you said, it's tricky to get themselves in towards E-Box, but, you know, forcing the Clash further away, getting rid of the shield, getting themselves a little bit more of a direct route in, and then this. Picking themselves up, rotating background, applying the split pressure, and making sure that when they sort of go for a jab somewhere else, that they're getting the other fist in position, they're hitting them across multiple different fronts. Grenades roll in, as does the Blackbeard. There's going to be a fight on the window. He knows it's coming, so he's got to do something, but he can't quite get the connection. Instead, it's back and forth. They do get rid of the Blackbeard, but they lose out. Fastry tried to sort of go big, but unfortunately, only gets one. Resets, however, resets that balance. Now, 2 apiece. And at this point, they've been able to get themselves a little bit more leveled. The Clash can pick up, move away from Felipox, make sure the shield is still a threat. They have a little bit of a crossfire here, and now there's no more time to go for that additional width, that extra rotate. Will they just try and send themselves in on the back of the final 2 Candelas here? They're waiting so patiently for this. There's 2 impacts, obviously, and they can just read that the Clash is going in and further for it. They've got themselves across either side, but the Clash is that difference maker. They can drive in, swing on towards one, either side for the second, and Stemp locks in Loud's opening round.
Yeah, it was a 2v3, but that Clash, no way of dealing with it on the attacker's behalf. Didn't have the correct lineup to really go against that operator, and that's the issue. I think for Clash, if you don't have either your Nomad or, I suppose, a Kali, ain't a lot you can really do to affect her. So, yeah, that's a bit of an issue. So, yeah, all credit to Loud being able to pull out that operator, catch them by surprise. Good job. And obviously that top floor goes in their favor. I mean, a good start for Loud, of course. Just think for Team Liquid Alienware, just have to be careful of things like the clash. Got somebody dropped that there, but generally 1-0. Hopefully this should be a good game. I mean, I was really impressed with Loud yesterday.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, as we sort of commented on yesterday, they're a team that you highlighted again today, knocking on the door of success, always the bridesmaid. In a lot of other regions, they're probably consistently towards the top 4. It's this region, though, right? It's this damned region of the greats, of the hammer holders, of, you know, the previous sort of dynasty roster. It's just so many elements go in to making SAL competitive. Would they be as good if they didn't have this as their sort of nurturing ground? It's hard to say. Impossible, even. They do, and they've got to get in towards the top of it.
I think if you kind of look at the other regions, I mean, I'll take EML, for example. You know, we kind of look at our league and we think, okay, G2, you got Falcons, and then probably VP. And then there's a bit of a gap, I want to say.
It gets scrappy. Because sometimes teams will show up and sometimes they won't. But
you look at Brazil. You got FaZe. Yeah. Okay. I've seen them plenty of times. Furia. Yeah. NIP. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Team Liquid Alienware. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fluxo W7M. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then now, don't forget as well, in recent times, we've seen Black Dragons.
Yeah.
And we've seen Lost now.
Yeah, it's a good region.
Didn't you throw Loud into the mix as well? It's not fair.
I think but it's also this element of, it's one of the things that got raised as the argument for APAC for a long time, is they weren't able to scrim as consistently against sort of top echelon teams because of the sort of distance of time. Here they have this, but it's also the environment that they get to sort of hyperbolic chamber and train in between majors and international events. So they're always getting stronger and stronger. They're always getting sharper and faster.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's like to throw further things on towards the point. You know, Leo jokingly talking about he remembers playing against Cyber in finals, and however many years ago. How is Cyber still doing it? It's because Cyber is chased and running at the pace of the sort of big cat killers of this region, right? You've got to make sure that you're ahead of that curve and, you know, train in a tough environment, and you will come out tougher for it.
I also think as well in particular for SAL, you cannot get complacent in this league because another team will just take your spot.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's another thing. I feel as though the top teams have to constantly stay at the top. And I think Fluxo W7M, they learned it the hard way last stage. You have one just little blip, someone else is going to take that spot. And again, I don't think you can say the same for the other regions. You know, I look at Kickoff, you think about Falcons. Wouldn't say Falcons were overly great in the Kickoff, but they were still able to get by, weren't they? And that was the main thing with that Falcon side.
Well, we're back in pretty immediately here, and they're pretty immediately trying to put pressure on towards the external walls on the basement hold. Making sure that if things did try and get reinforced, that weren't going to get there in time, and now they've got castles to contend with, which does give them a bit more freedom, a bit more safety to actually get very close towards it. Now, they've not entirely abandoned the site itself. As you can see, they're paying keen attention towards the drone, but this position this early does sort of raise the question of concern. That solo player down below, are they going to sit there and say, okay, I need help, or can they trust the system? You can see the system is being spread out. The first fight might be about to come from the welcoming desk. Instead, actually, replacing a smoke, resets. He's going to buy himself an opportunity to escape in case, you know, more Candelas start to roll his way. Any other pressure, the grenades that might come from the snake, he can just sort of pop that and peel away. Depends if the net that Team Liquid Alienware want to cast is one that can catch them, because, well, Flash is also still aggressively holding in on towards an EMP that's removing utility on the hop-in, but not actually moving on the back of it, Demo.
Oh, quick aggression now from Team Liquid Alienware, fighting in towards 90, and look at KZ. He's going to take the plunge along with his side strength and bomb site. He finds another. Loud. I went very heavy off site, and because of that, if you lose the player in the bomb site, how do you get back into it? Team Liquid Alienware are going to get an easy plant off all 5 players in the site. And this is just going to be a lockout here. Loud. No hope to get themselves back into this one as long as Team Liquid Alienware can just play their crosses and don't give away the picks. And good trade there for Maya. 1v4 Gabu. Exactly where he is. All these guns now pointed towards him. Gonna pick up one of the exits. You just know he's gonna get nailed. Whoa, whoa, okay. Hang on a minute, Nate.
Okay, oh.
Never mind.
Uh-oh. There was this element of, you know, talking about the dedication. And I said it at the time, as soon as they got themselves in and were up against those castles and actively droning, there has to be that warning sign, right? There has to be that element of sort of saying, look, they've opened up Animus. They're inside. They're holding on. Do you pull back? And they opted not to, because there was attention being put on towards, you know, the kitchen window. There was attention being put down on towards 90, down on towards the sort of lobby and cafe side. You have to have that element of what Team Liquid Alien demonstrated there was, we could just send this. And yeah, it's built on the back of KZ getting 2K, fine. But still, that's what this team will do. If you're not ready to be reacted to that, then you have to be a little bit more close to your chest. It's the elements of holds that, to be fair, after the 3 clubhouses we've seen Loud struggle with similar sort of aspects. Team Liquid Alienware, they are going to punish those. Not going back there, though.
Where's the mid floor? Typically, this kind of bomb site, we see a pretty heavy hold in towards that top floor, don't forget. So, I think for Loud, the main focus here is if they are going to go for that roam game, it's don't leave yourself too light in the site, because as we can see, Team Liquid Alien, where the opportunity spotting was on point, we're able to walk in and very easy round out of it. Liquid Alienware will be assaulting this top floor. They've got good information. Of course, bringing in that Solid Snake and also combing that with the Lion. So plenty of info for them. Shouldn't have too many issues. These roamers upstairs. Also have to look at the Glads, though. Just being brought in, not necessarily in combination with an operator. Sometimes you may see that in coordination with shields. Maybe even a Ying as well. But it's just going to be a bit of a dry Glads to see if they can catch somebody out.
Waiting for somebody to try and apply that distinct pressure, but Team Liquid Alienware are more than ready and more than able to sort of, you know, as I said, poke, they probe, they relocate, they rotate. Came down to the 2 versus 2 previously that they couldn't quite get themselves timed round on towards the plant. A single kill goes away from you the other way around, and, you know, that could be a 2-0 at this point. Loud. You can see that being as attentive as they possibly can. As the pulse comes out, they're just, again, doing the read. KZ's utilizing that gadget to get himself the drive right on through. Do they know about Reset's position? Well, they might now, and can't quite get the translation over Maya. Gets the first, and again, that's a player that they've hit inside the site. The first body is somebody locked in. There's great little thread. On towards the back of Cargo. Slows things down. Now they've lost KZ. They've lost that Lion as well of JV92. You could see they started to roll out the smoke, so now look at the gadgetry left in the pockets as well. A single smoke canister. All their approach with this Glaz. Maya tears the head off of one, levels things up, but on the other side, you've got 2 impacts, a C4. Oh no, sorry, no impact, because Temp took a risk, and they're going to see if they can try and double down on it, pre-firing and pulling back. A lot of damage done, and it buys some pressure, but 30 seconds here. And they try and get a position to plant while they don't have verticality. There is that final smoke. They're going to try and send it. Trust the process. As Live just swings around for the double. Well watched, well anticipated, well found. And well, are we going to see anything else in this round? Not even entirely sure where it came from. Going to bait out the fight, but at this point, And you assume there's about to be a bit of pressure from his side. Yes, there is.
Wow, live. Big old 3K for him. I mean, that was just... He's obviously tried to go and eliminate the player going for the plant, and he's been able to find two. That's like the claw machine. You've went in for one, you've came out with two. He's feeling great. Wow, Loud just about hold on to it. 2-1 they lead. I mean, this is really good from Loud so far. I mean, you've won two of the defenses. Obviously, the basement was really the only site that you lost, but I think the biggest issue with that was they were just off-site. Maybe if you had a little bit more of a kind of turtle strategy, a bit more of players on site, you might be able to rectify those mistakes downstairs. So I think this is looking really good from Loud. Let's see if they can kick on here.
I think that's the sort of give and take game, right? I've said it before, you've got to be reactive against a team like Team Liquid Alien where they weren't in the middle round. They were there. They kept on stepping up. Did they have to be as aggressive all the time? No. But sort of, yes. Fine. Gabut and Stemp lost their lives when they went for those swings, but remember the one he just got before, remember the pressure they applied, that they doubled it down and almost took out the thermite above as well, and they just made sure that their presence was felt. They made sure that there was this sort of, oh, we know what you're doing, we're going to be aware of it, and we're not going to be shy, because a shyness, a fear against a team that sort of basks in that is going to be your over anyway. Go back towards the top. And now the limitation, no more thermite, no more Goyo. Might make some of those sort of more smash approaches in towards the site a bit more of an option.
Yeah, again, good from Team Liquid Alienware to go kind of target the kind of rush denial operators, give themselves a little bit of time as well if they want to play it a little bit slower paced. I mean, we know the value that Goyo gets. He's great on every single map. You know, he's the universal operator in that regard. So taking him out, yep, makes a lot of sense. Loud, holding pretty firm in towards that rafters, which was an area that Team Liquid Alienware didn't target at all. They were very much more concerned on going for the connector side in towards E-bots. Wonder maybe if they're going to change things up and go for the rafter side this time. No shield, though, to keep that in mind. They had the Blackbeard here the last time, but it has since then been switched off. A bit more in regards of the util dump, because we're seeing a Capitao now be brought in, so maybe that's what they're going to use, you know, the firebolts for, is that catwalk position.
Oh.
So obviously the Izami needs to be pretty careful.
Live is somehow taking a chunk of damage. Obviously, Flashtree opened us up last time with a swing round, but he's not going to be gifted the same engagement. Moves his way across. They've got a lot of these other early warning systems. They might not have Goyo, but the Tanari laser trips will give them some of the read-through. Obviously, we've talked at length about how good Dawn can be right now, and it just makes you aware of these approaches. You can do it with some active damage. You don't have to do it just sort of with the Banshees. You can see there's a lot of attention. Just saw the cap of an upside-down repeller, but he's sort of doing everything he needs to right now, and that he's holding them at bay. He's still putting pressure out. But as KZ gets the first, he's just going to peel back a little bit. You can see they're digging their way up underneath that player on rafters. Live is doing his best to survive, but he's slowly being burnt and cooked out by the Capitao. Does get out of there. Only just. One more tick of that fire, and he would have been crawling through the rest of it and probably removed from the board in the 5 versus 3. But look at how much time it has taken for them to get themselves in on towards the pressure on IT and rafters.
This is fine. They know they don't have to worry about a Goyo because they went for that ban. There's only one smoke remaining. So in terms of dial, there's nothing really here for Loud, so Team Liquid Alienware can really take their time. Flashtree's thinking, okay, I'm going to try and get a pick back whenever they least expect it, but no, Nate, he's ready for it. Able to take him down. A 5v3 now, and look who they're going to call. They're going to call the smoke. No, they're not. They're going to call Gabu instead. Live's already lost his phone. So that means Live isn't going to be in danger of getting picked off, but everyone else is just dying around him now.
Yeah.
He's just by himself, and yeah, no hope. That HP on a 1v5, not favorable for him.
That explains the bit of damage that was taken by Live very early on. Lose your phone. Uh-oh. 2-2. Traded rounds back and forth. At this point, you know, it becomes that sort of conversation of what are they after on towards this half? What do you sort of want to pull away from it? They talked about on the desk where people are sort of more solid. And from recent playtimes, what people have been able to achieve, whether at international stage or whether against sort of same team matchups. And there is that element of this Team Liquid team, when they played this, you know, a couple months ago against NIP, an 80% defensive win rate. It's a single map perspective, but they are going to be very strong on their alternate half.
Game so far.
10 seconds remaining.
Very back and forth. Wonder if that's going to keep it going the same way.
Seconds left.
I mean, we're going to head straight back in towards that top floor, and I wonder what the change-up is going to be here for Loud. Whenever you look at the lineup changes, I mean, they kind of swap one trap operator for another, and that being the Denari's gone, and instead Fenrir comes into place. Everything else is exactly the same. So maybe they just need a little bit more active information for those backstabs that, you know, Team Liquid Alienware can go for.
Curious, obviously, how much they can sort of have a bit of a learnt lesson. Obviously, when we've had sites go away from them, they haven't always doubled down, but here they have, and here they've been able to get themselves that opening kill. A statistic that actually has sort of escaped them more times than not throughout this game so far. It's only the second time they've had it since the opening round itself, and they'll see if they can try and match that success on that site here. It's a big blow early on. The Capitao gone. Think about how they were utilized to remove the player onto the top of rafters, the pressure that they could apply there, and instead now all these power positions will just last so much more powerfully. At this point, they're also being a bit less active in IT. Get the BP on, get the watch from that back end, and stop just entirely actively hot swinging it. They still want to swing it, as you can see, but they can be a bit more cautious with the approach. Though caution isn't always in their vocabulary.
Successfully deployed.
The catwalk player is going to be pressured up by nades, and also a buck downstairs. With no Capitao, will mean that that catwalk position will be a lot more difficult to deal with from the attacker's perspective. How do you get around that now? See that the buck is just really hoping that he can find a pick either through the verts or somebody trying to visit him downstairs, but you can see Loud are playing very passive. They know they should need to try and keep that man advantage with that opening pick. Sit in your hands and hope you can play that trade game as best as you can, and up the Team Liquid Alienware to try and get things moving. And here comes this backstab in for the buck up through Fish stairs. Bit of barbed wire will give his position away, but the Skeleton Key is quick enough to react. But a great trade there from Live. Oh, a double for Live. He is hitting some incredible shots here in this SMG.
Well, suddenly a 2 versus 1. Nade is all that's left. He's trying to dig his way through the site, but he can't quite find anything. And that is still traded rounds. Loud. You can't say they're not having to work hard for it, but every team would against Team Liquid Alienware, right? They're ensuring that they're keeping things level paced. If they can try and get themselves just one more tacked on, but where do they go? Well, storage control, where they found obviously some success before. They're going to go back down towards tank and assembly. Instead, they're going to see if they can try and replicate, and for the first time in this game, double down rounds. No one has got back-to-back yet.
That's the way sometimes these games go. Very back and forth. And the last time that... I mean, I love the way I say last time, because it literally was the only time in a year that they played the map. Team Liquid Alienware up against NIP. The defensive side was a lot better for Team Liquid Alienware. So that is one thing to keep in mind. Against NIP, it was even on Team Liquid Alienware's attacks. That could still be possible here. It could still be a free split. And then Team Liquid Alienware went on to sweep the second half, and they actually took 4 defenses in a row. So on that standpoint, you do worry a little bit from Loud, knowing that Team Liquid Alienware are going to have their favorite side coming up very, very soon.
They know the importance of this round. They know the importance of being able to just sort of hold on to the curve. As it was pointed out before, obviously, when you have the same map played 3 times, when you sort of have that history as Loud do on club, a lot of the success that they've sort of been able to boil out, obviously it's unfortunate result has been on their defender side. They've been able to do some decent distance against NIP, but it's a bit trickier, I think, to get the approach on the attack here. You know that Team Liquid Alienware, they're great on their defense, and they're very mobile with their defense as well. They'll stretch you out and stress you out. Makes things even more awkward here. The reveal of the close player. Are they going to try and be a bit more direct? Obviously, they struggled to get the verticality last time round, but they went direct from cargo side. Now it seems like a bit more attention elsewhere, down on towards kitchen, down on towards the cafe side. Maybe even right on towards the window. The blinds come out. They're putting some pressure in. There's the catch. On towards the thorn traps underneath the window. They're maybe trying to bait out the utility, get the player killed, sort of expect it. Resets does find JV92, though. So even amongst all the hunting, they're the ones that have lost somebody.
Yeah, good start again for Loud. However, look at the HP on some of these players.
I'm reloading.
Not looking too good. Resets, obviously, in that engagement. Has lost some. He's going to have to answer that phone. Is he going to just let it go? He's going to let it go. So he himself is going to be down to... No, he's just about got it in the nick of time. Well, that was for sure going to blow up in his face, and that would have left him just down to a sliver of HP. Could have even killed him, I don't know. Live, though, on the other hand, he did let his phone blow up, and because of that, look at his HP, not favorable at all. I still think there's potential here for Team Liquid Alienware, but I think the intention for them is trying to get into that site window. A great little pick there from Nate. Jumped up on the sofa, looks directly through that hole onto Live.
Well, now the 3 versus 3 even, as another trade pops out. There's KZ doubling down, and once again, just sort of blindsiding the approach here of Loud, stuck in a corner, and nowhere else to go. A 3 versus 1 now, with the kit steadily making its way towards a potential of plant. They know exactly where Stemp is, and I don't think he's going to be able to get himself in cleanly. He is not. We have a 3-3 even half, and what we also have is our wonderful desk to talk about it.
Thank you very much, my friends. Yes, Team Liquid Alienware and the advantage on the attacking side of Nighthaven. At least we're seeing that those fundamentals are well and truly locked in. Sorry, 3-3 at the half, as we're very much locked in between the two squads. But we talked about this before we started the game, Leo. Disruption is the name of the game on a map that relies on standard play. How's that been going on for Loud?
Yeah, on process, really, right? You try and disrupt the step 1 or the step 2. Step 1, trying to disrupt them into getting in the building. Step 2, trying to disrupt them before they execute. And I think that Loud have really used that game plan really well. If you look at round 1, you know, it starts in the very first minute, by the way. So Maverick is opening the wall. They get aggressive. They're not scared. They win that gunfight. Boom. Opening kill. Really well done. And look, he's going back at it again. And then same round, a little bit later in the 2v2, they know how to isolate the gunfight on the one cover there is, and then they can 2v1 the guy planting. So getting aggressive early in the round, and then playing together and getting aggressive as well later in the round. And that's something that we're going to see, you know, throughout the next few rounds, really bringing them the most important one. We look at Live here. You know, first minute in the round, he's the only anchor on site. He's getting aggressive, right? And then later in the round, he gets aggressive just at the right time as the execute goes on, and he gets a double kill, and that wins them the round. And it's something that is quite consistent. Look on the top left of your screen here, through the walls. You're going to see here, we just saw Felipox trying to get aggressive towards Electrical. He was alone, he was not traded, and so they get aggressive towards him. I think that Loud, they've really mastered the idea of, let's bring a lot of traps, let's try to be aggressive, and then hold our ground. And I think that was the right plan, to try and disrupt the step-by-step plays of Team Liquid. Prop to Team Liquid, because they actually came back into it really well and were able to pull off their own rounds. But Loud is making it closer than what we expected to be by executing their game plan flawlessly. And it's a really good sign. And just a question now, can they keep the same level of disruption when they go to attack? When, in the end, Team Liquid are going to be the ones that are trying to pose the same problem to them.
The attacking side is always the most complicated because it requires so much more communication, timing, and the like. And Team Liquid, they've been successful enough with gathering 3 rounds. Is it going to be enough once Loud are swapped over to the attack? Let's take a look at the bans just between us here, Leo, since it was such a thought-provoking first half that we've had between the two. Ace and Cloud so far, nothing too complicated for Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, we mentioned it before, right? Such a basic, fundamental map that you're going to get rid of the hard breach or get rid of the wall denial. Interesting here that they counter each other kind of, because the halfway through they had to go and ban Mira because of touch of ban. Really well done. Like, it's actually a really well done thing. I think they don't want to be bothered with the K trick. I think they want to be easy with it. Bandit trick can easily be denied anyway, so it's probably going to be you know, they just didn't want to have to fare against a Mira and a Sami, and at least got the better of one of them.
All right, then let's get back into the swing of things as we are all tied up at the half here at Nighthaven Labs. Our first matchup of the day. Can Loud do this? Send it back to our casters.
Oh, thank you very much, Milos. Demo, what do you think?
I just think I fancy Team Liquid Alienware. Just on this map with the history that they've had, where they're really, really good in the defense against NIP, who we know are very, very good side as well. I don't know, I'm just kind of leaning towards that side of things. I look at the bans as well coming in. I think the Thatcher ban and the Ace, it's just going to make things very difficult. You're going to have to force yourself in to the Maverick because you're always going to fear that potential bandit trick. You can look at the Loud lineup. Yeah, have to go with the Maverick. And we know Maverick in this main wall is terrifying because C4s can just hit you out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, you have, like, and it's awkward to sort of watch for the cover of, obviously, as well. Like, you'll be steadying away. You'll probably have someone on the roof watching down. You'll have this position, but the trust that, you know, that they've been doing their sort of ski shooting practice. How often does that land and net? The Maverick is getting himself done. Click. Pretty quick, pretty clean. At this point, though, nobody is immediately trying to contest it. KZ is himself a little bit of bastion of safety here. You can see the work being done on the far side. A little bit of a circle to get the route through, but it's otherwise very cautious. As I said, you're watching, you're making sure that you have the cross, and there's the C4 that actually catches the man. Hey, you know how you said it's something that'll often get you? Yeah, got him.
I've seen it too many times. It's just, yeah, don't even waste your time doing it. Sometimes it's not fun. It just isn't. So yeah, not a great start here for Loud, but you can still pull this back. Only the one man down. However, you have to be careful of the time though, because there's a Goyo on board from the defense, so they do have to move at a decent amount of pace. This is always a dangerous position too. The Deimos below, especially whenever you kind of look at this top floor. Once walls start getting opened up, some players will just be stuck in a position. I think, you know, very, very close on the E-box door, that little corner beside the bomb chassis. If a Deimos catches you, there's nowhere you can go. You're just going to die. So there is certainly elements here that the defense need to be aware of. Minute left. That's all they have to do to hold out. And here comes that Deimos tracking below, forcing these players to move.
And they try and pick something up on the back end of it. The Bees are just going to bounce themselves around into the circle. You can see them sort of shepherding a tighter and tighter angle here and actually swing and cut off. The chance that they rotate through. There's almost another catch there. Nade takes a bit more damage than he gives, but Live has to pull back, re-B up. 40 seconds, and Philippox is now suffering more and more pressure. It's an encircling of it, and just drifted in, took a risk, but couldn't quite get the pop off. They've been able to flip that body balance back in towards their favor. 2 quick blows. But now with 30 seconds, one more. Can they try and get themselves a distance? Well, now there's only one left. JV92 alone, solo inside the site, and we might be able to keep up our trend of trading rounds. Either side of the half does almost get the next, but they can't just get the cement stamp. Gets Loud their first attack.
Loud. Even though they lost the first pick, still able to pull off the 4v5, and it's a little bit strange there from the defense. It felt as though that, yes, there was utility being played. You know, we've seen the Grims go in. Obviously, Deimos was below tracking people. But it just felt as though Team Liquid Alienware just all started swinging whenever it's more on the preface of the attackers to make a move. You know, it's not as though people have walked into the site and picked up kills. The defenders have swung them before the attackers have had to enter into the site.
Point Team Liquid Alienware, they're sort of being pushed, I'm not going to say to the brink, but the pressure is very much one that is working in their favor, right? Remember that they got that opening body, they were able to remove the Maverick, they were able to get that C4, the well sort of prophesized play quite early on in the opening minute. And then since then, we haven't really had anything else, right? We We sort of saw the great encircling, as I said, the building up of pressure. You do wonder, you know, if that early kill, if that had happened a bit later, where they would have had the time to go for the alternate approach or not. Either way, they make sure here loud that pressure sort of blow for blow game. If it stays in their favor for the entirety of it, well, technically they'll win. They got the first step. They can sort of try and take the last. At this point, Team Liquid Alienware need to make sure that they can sort of get a response, because obviously with the results that we had yesterday, with the loss out against Furia quite late on, that distance of what the top 4 teams were all tied on points. It was a round difference that was the make or break. If Liquid don't get any points from today, that's 2 play days in a row. They haven't got anything. They've sort of undone all the great work that they built on from before, and it also potentially widens the gap. If FaZe and Furia can sort of dabble themselves down, or NIP as well, all the teams that are currently above them pull results, it leaves Liquid in such a worrying position.
Good start. See if Loud can keep it going, and I said that we fear for them just based on Team Look at Aliensware and kind of previous experience that they've had. And I look at Loud as well. I was looking at the last time they played it up against Fluxo W7M, and they lost 5 attacks on this map against them. So if they can really pull out some big rounds here and get it going, then it's signs that they have improved massively from the last time they played it, which is always fantastic to see. You know, Loud, and we've mentioned before, a team which was just so close to pushing their way into those top 4 positions, getting themselves into the international events, but just never could cross the finish line. And if they can really turn the corner, and especially knock off, like we said, a big team, like this is Team Liquid Alienware. You know, that's the teams that you want to beat. We'll see if they can do it here on a basement now. So Team Liquid Alienware not wanting to go back upstairs. For room game 2, plenty of players off on the bomb site. Only one player holding it down, that being Nade. He just has to be careful he doesn't get pushed. But looking at the setup here from Loud, they will be looking for this room clear.
Well, how successful can the roaming be? We saw this site once upon a time, a long time ago, and then we haven't actually seen it since, and it was one where a direct strike towards the site sort of drew the success. It was KZ that led that charge, got a couple of bodies, and then Team Liquid Alienware flooded it. At this point, they've got themselves a similar stretch out, but Loud seem to be wanting to clear step by step. They've got themselves obviously live on the Blackbeard. They're taking things a room at a time and focus on towards it. There's the lockdown of the stairs, and there's KZ once again getting that opener. That body falls into their favor. The opening statistic has not been a big drive. They will see if they can try and get another cemented, but now with eyes on towards vending and the cross, maybe they'll just sort of set up, catch them if they try and filter their way through here, Demo.
Is dangerous now for Team Liquid Alienware, because I think there has been a pretty good established map control here from Loud. This is where they can just start eyeing up going for a plant. We need to, though, try and distract the players inside of storage before they think about going for that. Blackbeard, a bit of damage, and oh no. Resets is fallen. If Live can try and push him with a shield and make something happen, but it's going to be difficult. I mean, 2 players down. It's going to find one. Still players up above trying to fight against these attackers holding down lounging games. I mean, 3 players upstairs, 1 player on the site. That's the split right now for Team Liquid Alienware.
It's a bit of a gamble, right? But there's 20 seconds left. At what point do you go, okay, let's eyes down, right? You can see that they're moving their way towards cargo. They got to make that motion happen. Gabby's able to find KZ as well, level things up, and the plan is being secure. Those vertical players, what are they doing? What are they interacting with here right now? It's going to get itself cemented. They've dropped down the hatch, and they can try and cement the player. But is it a little bit too late as Gabu and Live find one apiece? They had time to prepare for the drop and the rotate, and that's 3 for the young Phenom. That's for the first time this game, 2 rounds in a row.
Wow. I mean, from Loud's perspective, obviously it's a 5v3. And they basically just count in their head, okay, where is everyone? And the majority of players are upstairs. They know that they can't plant in the default position because all of the vertical holes have been made inside of storage. So what do? They send the shield deep. They go into the other site, which, as we've seen, had no vertical holes on it at all. So the defenders who were upstairs thinking, oh, we're holding the verts, we can stop them planting, they're now null and void. They don't exist anymore in the eyes of the attackers. And then there's just one guy sat inside a cargo. Not much he can do against the shields. Yeah, it's a great decision there from Loud, but Team Liquid Alienware not quick enough on reacting to that.
Another timeout. Timeout called by Loud there as well. I'm not sure if that truly was. It said it at the top middle of the screen, but well, who knows?
Is there a mind game? Is that a mind game kind of timeout where you thought, oh, we're going to call a timeout to make them argue?
Can you do mind games against this team?
Yeah, you can. You can. Yeah. I think you can.
You do mind games against FaZe?
No. You won't. Not against KDS. That doesn't work.
KDS, the mind game when you take a timeout against KDS is he's frustrated the game has to last a bit longer.
Yeah. He has this extra minute.
I could have done something with this minute. 5-3. Loud, one round away from securing themselves a point against Team Liquid Alienware, and you sort of look towards the mid-table, even if that is how it sort of ends, right, for these two teams. If they then get 1 point, get themselves in towards a loss, gets them up towards 5. Liquid, that will only put them on, what, 8? They're still within 1 game touching distance for the back half of this split. There's still that sort of pace kept between what is current 6th position and then, well, even 7th position, technically. The joint 6th, but I think by the head-to-head or however it gets decided, they are pushed slightly further down.
Yeah. I mean, there is also a bit of a worry, I think, for Team Liquid Alienware because they still have got, like, FaZe they have to play, for example. You know, they've also got NIP that they have to go against. There's still, like, tough games, I think, for Team Liquid Alienware. And I think on paper, and just what my mind tells, and I'm sure many other people would agree, is Liquid should be beating a side like Loud. I think that should be happening, I think, in everyone's mind. But as we know, sometimes Siege isn't always played out on paper. It's played in the server and who plays better in the day. And at the moment, it's Loud. So for Team Liquid Alienware, they need to dig deep because they should know we've got tough games coming up. We cannot afford to fall behind.
Now with the clash, with that little bit of extra wiggle room, Nade can try and be a bit reactive towards the approach. We said before, it came down to quite late in the day. That final sort of plant and play here. And they're going to see if they can try and bait that out. But Nade is actually almost entirely removed by a Capital bolt there. Big bit of damage done towards him. He's still standing, and KZ's still in a position where live, that Capital is, having to take these risks, swing out. You can see JV92, though, underneath, but it's traded out. Just gets out of there. With resets and live both gone. KZ almost caught there as well. Look at the health across pretty much every single player in this lobby. Even less so. Now, slips in towards the site, gets one, gets revealed by the clash, and we'll see his army just pop up, drop, leaving Stemp alone. Going to use the air jabs to try and force the clash away from the shield. Does so. But at this point, they can keep zapping. They can play time. They've got 30 seconds. They're going to have to swing either side of a very narrow precipice. They're fully aware where he is. At this point, you're just sort of waiting for the inevitable.
Yeah, good response from Team Liquid Alienware. KZ, who has been pretty hot in this game. He was pretty good last night as well, so he is just carrying on with that form. Now for Team Liquid Alienware, you have to go and get 2 now. I think that's the thing about Team Liquid Alienware in this game. I mean, they haven't won 2 rounds in a row. If they win one, Loud will come right back at them. And because Loud had taken the extra 2, because they won 2 in a row, Team Liquid can't afford to give Loud another round.
I think it's also the sort of, what was the timeout about? Was it maybe direction for play? Maybe it was the sort of mental break. There's still the chance here. They're able to win out that side. They're able to sort of get themselves rotated back round towards another one that, had been a loss before. But it's something that Loud can work with on their attack. As I said, if they can guarantee at least 1 point from this, it's big. But they're not after 1 point. They're after 3. They're after that big jump above multiple teams. They would find themselves skyrocketing, for now at least, into 3rd place. Which from 7th just shows how narrow it is this early in the season. But also, if you want to be a top 4 team, if you want to be able to get yourself into these positions, well, you got to beat those top 4 teams.
The roam game. Coming in once more. From the defense, the attackers, I think, dealt with it really well in previous iterations of this roam. See if they can do the same thing again. And do keep in mind for Loud, it was a 3v5 that they actually came back from. So imagine if they can just keep people alive, there's some of the damage that they can do in this site. I don't like, though, I'm seeing some players kind of coming in by themselves, so in terms of trade game here for Loud, it won't be the strongest. There we go. KZ swings, Gabu's gone. Nobody's really there to trade, and that's a big issue.
You can see that, they're sort of able to pull out that opener, pull out that player who's had big 3K moments on this site alone. Remember, the attack was one where things weren't going into their favor, right? I think it was a potentially even a 3 versus 5, maybe a 3 versus 4 when it went down towards the side itself, and then Gabby pulls out a triple kill. They left things too late on the defensive rotate back round. So what do they do instead? Do they see if they can try and take the fight above? Do they alter the approach? There has been a bit of a change, but again, look how far out you still have Team Liquid Alienware players, right? They're putting their pressure on towards the hatch. They've gotten control of the verticality here where they didn't have it before. You can see that some of those second story players are slipping their way a bit closer. Holding on towards cargo. The C4 ripped and ready. Can it get the catch here? Can it get one more for the trouble? Yes, it can. Goodbye, Stemp. And now a 3 versus 5 demo.
Oh, can they do it again? For Team Liquid Alienware, it's learn from your mistakes, and oh dear, oh, we're not learning, are we? We've learned absolutely nothing. It's happened again. 2 picks out of nowhere, and it's Team Liquid Alienware. It's all their fault. Like, Loud have done nothing. Loud have just had a look down a hatch, and there you are, stuck in a rotate. Oh dear.
Okay, it does get one, but it's a 3 versus 1 in the meantime.
Should be fine.
All right. Can they level things up? There's one. Gets the drop, doesn't get the kill. 20 seconds. The player can still act like a camera. They've got themselves the verticality. They're watching the kit from above. There's 2. But he doesn't have the kit. He does not have the kit. The other player is above. He's watching this position. Looks for the fight. Pulls back 8 seconds. The player still has to plant. He's gone his way around to a position where he can't quite get caught out here. Flashtree. Can he pull it off? There's the transition, but he can't quite see the player. Oh, Flashtree! Huge, huge play. He's having a huge game today as well. He's multiple times locked things in, and that is a guaranteed point.
Oh my goodness. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's what Team Liquid Alienware will be saying. They've let it happen again. Exact same circumstance. On a basement, you went for the roam. You go 2 players up, sat nice and pretty, 5v3, and then just total mayhem. My word.
6-4. 6-4. And at this point, Loud, you know, that little precious double down, it's still been traded around. It's been a great attacking game. There's been only, what, 3-4 defensive round wins throughout the entirety of this, but 3 clubhouses charged them up for a performance here. Maybe after this, they'll go back to clubhouse. They've also very much, they've only had Loud the opening kill 3 times.
Yeah.
And they only won 2 of those rounds. One of them was a round that they weren't able to take.
It's all the attacks they've been able to win, they didn't get the opening pick. So Loud somehow are just being able to win from behind. And I suppose there's always the other end of the stick. Team like the Alienware can't hold on to having an opening kill lead. Oh dear. Right. Well, looking at this lineup, this just screams we're going to be just flooding in through that storage window. You got double shield, you've got a glass. It's going to be mayhem, no?
Well, you can hear the mayhem is popping its way out, but Live is the first to go down. Traded out, though. The Blackbeard's able to find one of his own. They're going for the plant itself. They're going to see if they can try and get it stuck in. The glass is peppering and popping as many bullets as possible, but as Flashry finds one more, puts us in a post-plant 3 versus 4. They still have a shield up. And any more smokes, a couple of blinds, and, well, the shield is able to do some damage, but it's a great double down. Felipox finds the head. They're watching on the window, and they can watch this from multiple different stories, and now they've taken that verticality. They've taken the fight all the way to the top. Look at that angle. Look at that pause.
Oh,
absolutely blinder. And JV92 put to a side and Loud put this game to bed. 7-4.
Oh, such a classic attack as well. Everyone knows about that. The double shields, the glass, the ram above, just everything in combination. The ram on the rooftop, looking down 2 sets of floors. It's beautiful. Yeah. I mean, Loud, credit to them. There is the argument saying, should they have won some of those rounds? Probably not. I think we should look at Team Liquid Alienware. They've just not converted those opening kills. Again, in that last round, they got the opening kill and they squandered it.
You got to fight like you want it. You got to fight like you're going to take it. And you can't argue that Loud did not do that. Round after round, play after play. And those players had a hell of a game. But we'll throw it over to our desk to really get into the details.
Honestly, this is incredible, Leo. This is exactly why we watch Professional Siege. From moments like this, we did the pre-game analysis of Loud have to control the pace of the game. What do? They control the pace of the game. And then they continue doing it into the second half. Arguably a very, very successful 3-3 first half. They swap over. Flashry, my God, absolutely a linchpin for the team's victory condition today. But overall, teamwork, they understood what they needed to do to continuously disrupt Team Liquid Alienware, and this is one of the upsets that I think I'm going to very much enjoy this stage.
Yeah, and it's one that I'm just looking at, the things that it's going to impact on SAL. I'm just thinking of teams like Dragons, like Fluxo W7M, like Glows that are fighting kind of the middle of the table here to try and get their spot in playoffs, and Loud's upset is a huge one. It's 3 points together. It's one that not that many people expected, but I just want to mention the ingredients of that win are just amazing. Like you said, controlling the pace in defense, able to isolate defenders when they were in a 3v5 and win 2 of those. The 1v3 clutch as well on Flashry's side. This rush strat on the last round, everything that they wanted to do went well, and it was beautiful to see the depth of Loud. And like I said, they're on the up and up right now, ever since making close to an IP. And right now, their progress is super interesting to witness. They're also proving that SAL is super heavy in terms of contenders right now.
Absolutely so. And for that, let's bring up Resets, who we had a chat with yesterday. Resets, welcome back to the show. It's good to have you once again, this time with a victory over yet another, well, this time a big opponent, Team Liquid Alienware. Yesterday, we were having a chat. There was always the questions of, we'll see how this one goes. How do you feel at the end of a big game like this? Revenge.
this weekend was very important for us. We got six points. So I really don't care about the revenge because they are my friends. So it was just a normal game for me.
Well, Leo, in terms of pure strategy in this game, controlling the pace was a big deal for Loud.
Yeah, I looking at you guys play today, I thought I was super surprised about, all the things that you brought to the table. The first question that comes to my mind is, how did you guys manage to pull so many situations away from what should have been a 3v5 that you should have lost, and somehow, in huge man disadvantage situation, you managed to win almost all of them?
We just play slow, I guess, because we know like they're going to kill themselves. So like we got a bad defense, like 3-3 on defense is very bad. So we say like, guys, on Atex just like play slow. Basically it's that. So Flattery got the clutch. So after the clutch, I knew like it's done. The game is over.
Do you think that Liquid was somehow overreacting? Because I don't think it's like only them moving too much. If I go back to the very first round of your attacks, like round 7, I think you guys are in a 4v5, but you use the demos downstairs, you have the green bees on site, like you're forcing them to move, Is that, part of the game plan to try and pressure them to overpeak and then punish them?
Yeah, sure. Like in the first attack, we got demos, we got green and also nomad, so to block their positioning. So we just like stay. I don't know how to say. Like we just put the angle. Like we just the crosshair.
You hold.
Yeah,
you hold the spot and leave it at that.
Yeah.
Well, it looked incredibly clean. This is a very important matchup. Now, you've taken Team Liquid Alienware. Next week, you play against Loud. How are we feeling for that? Sorry, Furia.
I was going to say, Loud playing against Loud.
Yeah, I mean, you're your own worst enemy, right? That's how it usually goes.
I think against Furia is going to be like more difficult because their playstyle I think is like harder to play against. So like we can win, of course, but I think it's gonna be harder.
It's good to just see you playing on a map other than Clubhouse. Thank you very much for that. It seems like Nighthaven was definitely the map. Were you planning on going for Nighthaven? Were you expecting that map in the series?
We was expecting Bank because we had some screen against them, but if they want to play Nighthaven, it's okay for us.
Very good. Resets. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on a huge win and upset here against Team Liquid Alienware. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Leo, it has indeed happened. That is huge for Loud. They're going to be very happy with this result.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that round. We just mentioned it, right? It's a 4v5, less than a minute left in the round, but you see the demos downstairs creating movement, tagging people. You see the green bees also trying to punish players, because if they don't move, they're fully pinged, and so the demos is going to get them killed. And it's exactly like you said, right? We've just went from a 4v5 to a 4v1, and eventually they will win the round like this. So they didn't lose a single player after losing the opening death, and it's just. For Team Liquid, just giving too much control and then struggling to react to the ability. Look at all the schema barriers, all that utility. It just, in the end, they didn't need that. And then in this position, it's back right now to a 3v4. It was initially a 3v5, by the way. We're seeing Liquid struggle to go back to site, having lost completely the site control because it was a huge extension and they did not recognize that they had left such a big gap on site. And so what does Live see and call? Let's just hit site, we grab the kill, we plant, and then again, it was a 3v5, and now it's a 3v1. And it's the ability for Loud to read things like this, to find the right gap, to play slowly, but also to understand that time is not against us, despite them starting an attack. And I think, honestly, it's a level of maturity that I don't think many people expected from Loud. And I just don't want to point out the players on that lineup, right? You've got Live, you've got the experience, the wisdom of a player that has the right vision. You have Resets, who was, in the recent years, after leaving Team Liquid, I think the best player, or the best performing player in most of his rosters. You have Flash3, who was an incredible support player that surprised everyone all the way back at SI in Boston with Raza Company Academy. You have Gabu, who's, in my opinion, the best rookie starting in SAL this season. And then you have Stamp, who had his redemption. I know he's playing, he doesn't look crazy on the scoreboard here, but he was playing the hardest role. He was the one playing, for example, Azami on Garage and trying to hold as long as possible. So I have a lineup that works, that clicks well together, that is on the up and up, and Team Liquid, they're going to fall to them in that BO1. It's not a huge disappointment for these guys, but it is a warning. A warning because I think it's Demo that said it right. They still have to play some of the biggest teams here. They still have to play, NIP, for example. They have to still to play Fluxo W7M. They still have to play FaZe. So it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, this it does not get any easier. And like we said, no matter the team you play here, and we've even heard it from all of our competitors, be it from FaZe, Furia, or whoever it may be, you cannot underestimate a team here in SAL because games like this will happen. And given this, 13-7, this is Flaster with his eyes closed. Imagine if he had them open, Leo. What sort of work he would have put on there. Incredible. Overall, it was definitely a team effort from Loud to get this across the line, but Flaster, of course, leading the spearhead was an important reason why Loud were able to get it across the line. Incredible. I got to say, if this is the way our Playday is starting, I think Playday number 4 here of SAL is going to be a lot of fun. Speaking of which, we got more to go for. 4 more matches, and when we get back, Furia takes on Imperial. Can we get another upset? We'll have to see.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma pressão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Tá foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Ó, mas isso aí... Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor. Já.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance porque a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Você tá funcionando dos piores. Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como.
Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também... Monooperador, hoje em dia é foda monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano. Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê? Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Mano, um cara feio. Feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastry aí, mano. Acho que ele foi mal, o Flastry, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastry já. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Gordiola. Você é meu parceiro. Mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
Um cara da Nico de pequeno filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV?
Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Ah, eu sabia que era pra esse.
Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano.
Caraca, mano. É médico, é receita? Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu ia pôr o cara da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sai.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da...
Pô, mas o KDS ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que mandar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. GV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, é tomar no c...
É de alguém da Fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não é muito fofo.
Não, mano.
Vai,
Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris. É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e fala, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Welcome back, friends. From one upset to a potential second one, we'll tell you about this David versus Goliath matchup that is shaping up as we speak. Imperial going up against Furia. And Leo, I think this is going to be a more difficult one to believe in as a big upset match compared to our first one, just because it's Furia on the other side. I mean, can we list the accolades of Furia so far at the stage and what went through in kickoff?
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that surprised everyone going into kickoff. We knew they had big names, but there was always the question of so many different players from so many different previous rosters. Can they all align and gel together that quickly? And we were proven right at kickoff, with them being the first team of SAL qualifying to the major, which is a feat in itself, by the way, to be the first seed of SAL. Mm-hmm. And then after that, starting their stage in SAL, they are the only other flawless team with FaZe. So they're the only team that have won every single game in regulation, including one against Team Liquid yesterday. So it's a team that is in full force. And if you look all the way at the bottom here, with the worst round differential and with not a single point, that is Imperial. So obviously right now on paper, if you had me try and bet on an upset, I could have said it maybe with Loud and their up and up trajectory. For that one, I think it's one of the miracle runs that you need to ask for here.
And since we're still keeping with kind of the macro of this match, before we talk about specific kind of players or whatever, let's talk about that matchup against Team Liquid yesterday, just because of the way that it ended up happening and finishing up in the way of Furia.
Yeah, it was a really important match for these guys, I think, emotionally. Talking about these guys, I think there was a lot at stake when it came down to this matchup. On one hand, obviously, you have 4 players on the side of Team Liquid that had won everything with Hertz, and Hertz was finally facing these guys. So there was a lot of emotion in that matchup, and so it was one that meant a lot for both teams, I think, to win, because it's the first time they played each other. I think for Diaz also on the side of Furia, who had played for Team Liquid for already quite a long time, a full season, it was also especially important for him to beat them. And so yesterday, when the game was so close and Team Liquid was bringing it back, Furia had multiple match points. That moment of deliverance where everyone just came together in that unique 3v3 where everything was so close, and Furia finally got the upper hand here in this matchup. I think it unlocked a core memory as Zoomers like to say, like me. It unlocks something that is so special for that young team, a morale boost that says that they made it worth it, that even though they were the leftovers of a huge, massive shakeup in the scene of Brazil, their team is working well. They qualified to the major, Liquid did not. And when they face each other, they beat them. That's 2 victories in a row. And so facing Imperial today, I think they're benefiting from a huge confidence boost.
Absolutely. We even heard it in the voice of Diaz, who usually is not much of an emotional person, I would say, in our interview, really let it out that it was very important for them to get that win. Though, speaking of Imperial, let's pull up the rosters of these 2 squads and then get into this one. Let's talk about then Imperial and their chances, because there has to be something to be shown in there. You can't spend so much time still not finding a single win or a point in there. Machina is someone that we talked a lot about, but we're not really seeing the entire team pushed forward yet.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest with these guys. They came from Challenger Series, and although they do have some players with a lot of experience, Sexy Cake, for example, and even Florian Mitrix, who had their own experience in Tier 1 before, it's a team that has struggled already at kickoff and that has started SAL with the worst possible path ever. They had to play FaZe, Team Liquid, they had to play now Furia. I mean, they went through all of the big teams, and it's just unlucky for them. They played Fluxo W7M yesterday, so obviously this is one of the hardest paths ever on the side of Furia. Obviously, we've seen all of these guys play against Team Liquid yesterday, beat them, a massive game for them. So obviously, in terms also of caliber, I think that we have 2 entirely different teams. And actually, if we go into the statistics on both sides, right? It's quite impressive the big gap between these 2 teams, because it's not only a rank thing. It's not only that Furia is the second best team in SAL and Imperial the last one. I mean, it's everything, right? The average GPS is insane on the side of Furia. They're already at plus 25k kills. They're not quite objective oriented, but despite having played 3 play days, they have 4 plants. Imperial still hasn't planted once in the entire stage. And then also quite positive in entries. Obviously, I mean, on paper, Milosh, probably not an upset potential.
Yeah, and the only thing that we can go off of at this moment is just what do we have on paper. And, well, you can say, oh, what is heavier, a kilo of paper or a kilo of steel? In this case, of course, they're a kilo each, but I think the one that Furia is more towards has that extra little push that you put your hand on the scales and really tip the balance to their side. But I'm curious what map we're going to in this series. Again, I feel like we can apply the same exact MO from the Loud Liquid Alienware match into this one, which is you have a team that's very good in terms of fundamentals and individual gunplay. You're going to have to surprise them. We're going to Clubhouse. Okay.
Yeah.
Fundamentals.
So, going on a map that gives you a frame and gives you, I guess, a layer of understanding of what to do is always decent. However, one thing that's a little bit scary on the side of Imperial is that it seems to be one of the permabans. They almost always ban it. They have never showed it at a tier 1 level. So it's a surprise, not only because of that, but also they were the ones that chose to leave layer open, which is, by the way, the map on which Furia beat Team Liquid. And so they had to ban layer at the last moment and end up on the map, which means Furia was also starting in defense. So it's 2 things in one, a permaban and starting on the weak side.
Well. Compounding issues here, but we'll see what translates in the actual match itself. Flug Demo, please. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Leo. And we will hurtle into our second game of the day. And, well, we had one Cinderella story. Would you like a second?
I think the clock's striking midnight for this one, to be honest. I don't think... doesn't fill me with a lot of hope. Look, Imperial... bottom side in the league against Furia, who, well, guess what they are. Right on up there, right at the top, alongside FaZe. It's not filling you with a lot of joy, I think, if you're Imperial. I think for Furia, the main thing is it's go in, get the job done, isn't it? I think that should be on the mind for Furia here, and put probably pressure on the FaZe and saying, look, we've won. Now, FaZe, you have to go and win today. And, I think FaZe have got a tough game. They got lost today.
I think, well, that's the sort of play around of it, right? As I made the comment before, Team Liquid Alienware, them losing isn't just a matter of, they're going to have the distance, but then you have a game like this that follows where Furia are going to put double the hurt in, because they are one of those top teams you should have been neck and neck with that's going to get further and further away. If Furia can take 6 points this weekend, if FaZe can take 6 points this weekend, and Team Liquid Alienware are left with 0, tough thing. And, there's still a lot of season left to play for, but now that you'll always be at least sort of 2 games dry, 2 games in the deficit. Imperial, they have a very tough challenge ahead of them. Obviously, haven't really been able to find any of the success so far. They've, you want to say that they've had their ups and their downs, but you look through the people that they've played, it's really hard to get an idea of their state, because it's, what, a 2-7 against FaZe, a 3-7 against Team Liquid Alienware, a 1-7 against Fluxo W7M, and now they're up against Furia. They just cannot get a break, these guys.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's see how the first round plays out. We're looking at our basement defense here for Furia. They have got an extension in towards that top floor. But typically for the roamers who do linger upstairs, will not hang around for too long. They will just drop off if they feel that there is going to be some form of pressure towards them. And whenever you hear a blitz kind of running towards you, I would say that's cause to get yourself out of there as quickly as possible. And you can see everyone now starting to make their way down from that top floor. However, Herds is going on a bit of a waddle here. He's off he goes in towards Strip, see what he can do.
Let's see if they can sort of, hot drone their way across. We actually talked about this with the Clubhouse yesterday. When you have mute jammers, when you have the stretch, you expect there to be somebody, and we've seen teams struggle to get the clarity across. It does take time, fine, but doubled up with the snake, you're going to make yourself a pretty decent work on it. They obviously had a player ready on the catch, and now they have the reveal of somebody inside the bathroom watching on. Where do you go from here? Do you try and escape? Do you fall right for a trap?
I think you have to play your life here for Strip Club now if you're Herds. Herds is going to come up against Machina. No, the C4 is going to miss. Gonna miss, and shotgun close. No, Herds. Not quick enough. Machina thrown on the floor, able to get the headshot. At least that's the first pick in favor of Imperial, which is a good start. But look at the time, though. I mean, that's 2 minutes wasted, and now they have to start going for the old slog of getting rid of all the util and, well, miss nade. And remember that Solid Snake only has the one nade, so you can't afford to miss. I don't know if there's a Goyo on that double door. You can only assume that there might be. But that's the issue. It's going to be the Goyos. How do you get around that? Now, without the only nade that they had, they have no way of removing that gadget. This can be a big problem.
They're going to see if they can try and get themselves in close towards the fight. In the meantime, Diaz finds Sexy Gate, gets rid of one, and Boxera and Loira suddenly all just locked down every avenue of approach. Imperials tried to get themselves ready to drop, and the only thing dropped was them. Now, with a single player left, on towards the pipes wall, rotates in towards Moto, but swinging a pistol and hoping for the best with 7 seconds. You can probably guess how the rest of this round is going to go. Furia open up with a strong first round. They make sure that, fine, Machina can have the first, but that is it.
Well, this is the issue here for Imperial. You're up against the side. They were just so good in the kill department. And, you've seen there in the basement execute, just flurry of kills come out of nowhere. And that's what Imperial are up against. Obviously, you've seen the approach. It was very slow in the beginning. I think that's what hurt them. Whenever you only leave yourself a minute for that execute, and whenever there are Goyos up on the board, yeah, it's very, very tricky to do. And all you can do is try and drop the hatch and hope that you win the engagements. But, like I mentioned, that's not reliable against a side like Furia. Going to go in towards the cash room and CCTV room. Typically, the third choice bomb site, generically second pick is gym and bedroom. So, Furia not wanting to go there. I wonder if that might come in to bite them the backside, not going for the stronger of the two. But, and I suppose if you're Furia, you're probably thinking, we'll just defend all of them anyway, so we may as well get this out of the way with.
this point, obviously, you're sort of looking at the gauntlet that has been run. We made a comment before that this is not exactly halfway, but when they play their next game, they'll flip to the other side of halfway because of the sort of uneven count of days. So it becomes that idea of, have they got everything out of the way? They still technically have everything to play for on the other side of this, but it's that gauntlet of education. The impact trick will remove... Oh, in fact, won't remove the full Selma. They're able to get the double down breach. Having the angle open is one thing anyway, but will they now try and force out Xera here, holding out on towards the rafters side? It's just a steady bit of work done. Right, they're not really taking anything to chance. They've got more than enough hard breach, more than enough to sort of get all their angles open, and they're not giving Furia full chances to take a player out yet.
Love the way it cut, and you can hear like just the nice jazz music, and then yeah, always love little music additions that the game has. It's always fun. Consulate Basement was another one, and I'm sure there's others like jukebox inside a bar, stuff like that. Look, Furia right now, I think straight away you should be on key thinking, okay, they're probably going to play a lot of shields, and look, that's now the second time that the shield's been brought in. It's no surprise considering it is Sexy Cake on the shields. That is what he's known for, even though he did a recent tweet where he said he doesn't like playing him anymore, and well, I'd have to agree. You know, shields, again, just with the addition of Aloe, addition of Thorn, like I mentioned before, it's a tough old time that we're having. Even though people will spread this false propaganda that shields are OP. No, don't listen to them. False narrative.
Well, we'll see if false narrative comes together as Imperials absolutely lock it down. A great swing round and leaves Joss. Herds alone. Ooh, does get one, but now they know exactly where he is. They can try and recollect the kit. The Blitz is just holding close. Has all the audio. Gets the blind. Isn't going to move on the back of it. Actually just is playing this perfectly. Baits some time. The smoke to put a bit of fear in. Swings the way up. There's the Blitz. Ready and waiting. And that is rounds back and forth.
A good job from Imperial. I mean, just kind of blink and you miss it type of siege where they thought, okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Forcing the shield. Using the util. Really well played as well from Sexy Cake. I think a lot of people would have seen the initial first flash and think, oh, go and kill him. No. Just wait. Get the diffuser down. Wait for your teammate to back you up before you go for the kill, because even though he may be blind, anything can happen. I'm sure Herds is thinking, okay, if he rushes me, I'll just spray. Hope I hit the headshot. You might get lucky. So Sexy Cake just taking no risk whatsoever. Plays it the smart way. And Imperial get the round off of it. One apiece. Hey, Imperial, they've got the first round. Can they get a few more?
We'll see if they can try and sort of, I guess, do what seemed impossible in the previous game. Thread multiple rounds together. Obviously, we had, in some regards, a quicker day yesterday. There was, what, 2 7-1s, and then no overtimes, games that went all the way, and then we open up with what is an absolute brawl, round after round after round, and there's potentially the chance it continues. It is Clubhouse, regardless of the fact that you've got one of these teams towards the bottom of the board and one of these teams on towards the top. There's these elements of this is where those teams can get surprises. Mackin has obviously been able to get that opening kill twice in a row. They've themselves some security on the side of it. Herds is slightly damaged. They'll get themselves the stretch, and you can see that they're sort of trying to extend across Furia. They're setting up. They've got a support network, fine, but again, it's this approach from Imperial where they're not really paying too much attention towards it directly. They're happy to do all the work first. They're being very traditional with it. They're showing the fundamentals, which is everything that we talk about with this map.
I mean, the thing with Imperial, from what I've noticed the last round and even the beginning of this, just doing the basics right in Clubhouse. Getting walls opened up, eyeing up. Okay, where's the weak points? They obviously have spotted out. Okay, main stairs. This is where we get Mackin in, getting primed around in that solid snake, and He's going to be a zammied off, but he just gets the opening kill. Another opening kill for him. Diaz, though, very quick response. Boxera on the Florio, but look at this react. I had no idea. Diaz, the guy behind you. I mean, this is well-tempered aggression from Imperial. They're doing things together. They're doing it with purpose. There's two players in Fury are actually trapped inside of construction. They're cut off from the rest of the team. And look at that from Matrix. Takes the initiative. Goes to the jump in. Finds two. Volts now all by himself. They know where he is. Just have to hold the cross. Hold the angles. Imperial look as though they're ready to take a second round up against Furia. Blackbeard, though, does go down. 40 seconds remaining. Plenty of time now for Volts to work with. But he needs to get a move on. He needs to try and isolate these kills. Force them into 1v1 engagements. But look at the patience. Imperial not looking to peek. But there it is. Yex will have the longer angle. Wins it out against the Og. 2-1 Imperial. They're on a roll.
Is it happening again? Is it happening again? Okay. Too early to call, but 2-1. And I mean, I've loved the approach, right? They make sure that they're sort of covering all their bases. They make sure that they're getting all the crosses set up. They make sure that they're sort of doing things at their own pace. It feels like Furia haven't found a way to stop the Imperial's approach, which isn't really the sentence you expected to say coming into this, right? You didn't expect them to be the ones that could just sort of, I'm not going to say just entirely dry run their strats, but it feels very much like, yep, this is done. Okay, now we expect this to happen. And it feels very clean from the side of Imperials. Obviously, Machina being able to have a great game so far, and just getting in towards those entry engagements, getting in consistently, making sure that they have the first foot forward. Hasn't always netted a result, but it's still a lovely consistency. And now, no mirror, no blitz. We did have 2 blitzes, and you just assume, you know, they can rotate their way around on towards other shields if needed. I guess this sort of shows what they're a bit worried about, really. The bans, it's a, you know, banning one hard breach, banning Capital. Capital's obviously super powerful, and so is Thermite, but it leaves the option of, well, let's just sort of slightly limit Sexy Cake, right? Let's try and pull him out of the game a bit.
5 seconds to go.
Bad idea. Right now as well, a bit of a worry here for Furia is that they have not been winning those opening engagements. Machina has won all 3 of them. He's 3-0 on the entries. Nobody else has gotten close. Maybe that's a department that Furia need to look at. We've seen, obviously, earlier that that doesn't necessarily define how the game's going to go. That seemed like an Alienware game, but still, it is always a stat line that you want to be looking at. Moira, he's looking for something here, looking for a quick jump out. Just has to wait for the timing. See if he can go for it or not. Even if he's going to get an opportunity to go for it. They just have to retreat back and try and play safe. Don't forget what operator he is. He's the Azami. He's got 2 Kibas in the pocket. You would like to have that if possible.
Sexy Cake just going to see if they could try and keep the shields game going. As we said, it's a similar clear to what they did before, right? Get the shield up, get the hot drone ahead, make sure you've got the players to catch the loose players, but nobody is really loose. From the side of Furia, they've pulled themselves back towards the site itself, so at some point there'll be a warning. They are putting some of the pressure in. Just sort of trying to get that cross angle, but, you know, are they leaving it too long up here as the sort of time-wasting game netted them some results? Even with the Snake offering some support and trying to go for it. Ace-checking corners in logistics this late on. Still got a lot of work left to do.
Slow and steady. That's what you expect to see in the basement. It'll just take a bit of time. However, you've got smokes. You've got the Goyos as well. So there are certain obstacles that you have to try and go against. I do like the fact that they've got an extra set of nades now. And make that 2 sets of nades. The recruit is also there alongside the Blackbeard, so the Goyo canister should not be any problem at all. See how they want to try and take it. Machina, again, he's always the man for the side who takes the initiative. Hunting for another opening kill, and he finds that that's 4 opening kills in a row for Machina. Oh, a triple! Phenomenal from Machina! The power of that F2 in the right player's hands is terrifying. And Volp's just sprinting aimlessly into AKs, goes down. Imperial, and they're off their seats. It's only 3-1. They're up and down.
I mean, I would be too. It's obviously, I said it at the start of the round, right? McKinnon has had a great start. Furia timeout. I mean, it's got to be 3-1 down here on their defense on Clubhouse against a team that, by all sort of regards, they should be locking this down against. It's Club. We don't really have a recent track record of what Club is like for this Imperial team. Then you sort of look at the distance between these two teams, what they've been able to make, who they go up against, and how they can get things leveled up. And it just really, you're expecting more here from the side of Furia. You don't want to point individual fingers, but when you sort of look towards big names that you expect to be stepping up, I think since the addition of the roster, and yeah, we've got a little bit of EML bias, Loira is a player who has so consistently and so exceptionally performed, and yet here on the game, bottom of the board, becomes that element of, okay, what's a team like when its star player can't quite get there? Even a team where it's full of star players, the player that's their best rated current player, if they're not activating, who steps up? And on the other side of it, Machina having a life game so far. How does it split together? Anyway, timeout, 3-1. Reset Furia. There's still a lot of game ahead of them.
Furia need to try and respond here with a defensive win. This is where the game can easily slip away from you. Just gonna head in towards that top floor, that CCTV room and cache. And I mean, last time they were here, just got overwhelmed. I mean, that shield, that blitz that was led by Sexy Cake was enough to get them into the bomb site and cut off the players in towards Catwalk. That blitz isn't going to be an issue, though, as it was banned away from Furia, but there is more than one shield in this game, and the Monty gets picked up as the replacement. I mean, with the Monty, naturally, I would say you'd be more attracted to going for the Catwalk take, because Monty's just great, just walking up the stairs and just being a problem. The Chanka, though, does come in, so they do have a really hard counter to that Monty. The Sexy Cake is going to have to be really careful of that. I mean, obviously, for Boxer in the position he's in, he will die. There's no two ways about it. He's just here to waste time, waste utility, try and get kills, but inevitably, he's trapped where he is. Those walls have been reinforced off beside him. Sexy Cake is just really worried about going for this. Whenever he knows that the Tachanka is there, that's the problem solving now for Imperial. How do you stop that Tachanka from denying that staircase to the Monty?
Getting themselves the route through on towards the site, the pressure that they can put in. There's been obviously the play against the hard breach. They've been pretty consistently driven with it before, but the Monty's just sat watching ominously. Now the motion can come in a bit further out. Obviously no capital to force the player, as sort of said, but the three of them here outside main breach, this feels the least like a plan I've seen from them so far. They've obviously still got time to shift their way around, but it's full focus on towards a player that, let's be honest, is very hard to root out of there. Three of them outside the breach. Hertz is watching underneath. You can see Loira is coming in to offer some support, and Sexy Cake has just decided to solo it. Yex has got the long cross angle. Just the Tachanka fires over the top. Volp's position isn't being forced out. They've all stacked in. They've read the approach. Imperials need to try and peel their way a bit further back. They cannot operate on the back of the air jabs. They're not doing enough.
Get a big shift on, and oh, look at that! They've tried to pinch box there. He jumped over the rope, but he was downed. Furia, though, look as though that they're dealing well with this quick play from Imperial. 2 kills. Diaz was able to snag. Down goes Sexy Cake, the important kill. The shield is gone. Now Mitrix and Machina in a very difficult position. They've got the Solus below. Can Loira maybe try and combo that with a teammate to try and stop this plant going down? Machina has all to do. Has to try and fend them off. The diffuser has been planted. Machina exactly where he is, and his HP is not favorable. Furia is going to take their time, going to try and get set up with one another, and then try and go for this retake. Imperial, they're separated from one another, one on each side. All Furia have to do is try and pick their target and pinch them well. They're going to double up onto Machina outside the breach. Mitrix, I think they know about him, do they? Little jiggle peek, and Herd swings it right onto his head. Furia, well, the Fuser went down, but a very solid retake.
Well, their timeout has worked. They get themselves a second round. They can still get this leveled up, right? They can still sort of stem the bleeding. And then I'm not going to say it's the hard work's undone, because they've still been able to pull 3 attacks, but Furia are activating. Furia are reminding themselves who they are. There's always that sort of worry right now, because Imperial had all of that energy. They had all of that momentum.
Defenders, protect your
would have been
bombs from
slipped
being
away from
defused
them.
by attackers.
Now, back down on towards the basement, back down on towards the site that's sort of gone back and forth here between the two teams. But remember, it was a Machina 3K drive up Dirt Tunnel that really just cemented things. And I'm wondering if Furia are going to try and lean out the map a bit. They've been great at wasting time, but it didn't really stop the result from the previous round. They've got the Scopos, they're running the mute up towards the top as well. Once again, some of this sort of stretch and extension, they haven't really left bodies up there. They've peeled them away. They know Sexy Cake is going to run around with a shield, so why give them that opportunity?
5 seconds left before insertion.
When the time comes, don't miss.
Very important round coming up. Determines if Imperial are going to go into their defenses with a very solid lead, or will Furia be able to pull it back, make it that even half. Furia going for something completely different now as well. It's going to be a strip hold. I mean, it's an oldie. Certainly is. We haven't seen this since Geometric is still running about with a TSM beside his name. In a long time since I last seen a pretty solid strip hold. However, with the addition of Scopos in a recent year, does make a very easy TP.
There's a bit of pressure done now. They seem to be trying to leave some bodies out a bit longer, but it also feels like Imperial are going for a more direct clear. They did 2 rounds of a long top clear, and they've sort of realized, well, they're not staying up there. Let's try and cut them in the middle. There's a fight immediately happening, but it's Mitrix that gets the opener, and the second comes round. The grenade is able to slip its way through early, but the player slips himself out, more importantly. Machina. A bit of a slip through, and just for a bit of pressure here. This little C4 over the top doesn't quite net anything, but they're aware now of this player inside Billiards. What do? They try and close down Loira. As I said, hasn't quite been able to have those big moments, but you know he's always got one. Sort of resting on the back seat. This is the game I talked about, and there's that shield. You know they're going to bring it, but it's drawing time away. It's drawing focus away. Close in with the shotgun and runs in to an execution. But has the sacrifice been enough here time-wise, Demo?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3v5, minute 10 remaining. Again, Imperial, another opening kill goes in their favor. They have won every single entry engagement in this game. It is not looking good for Fury. They're going to need to pull off a blinder of a round with the 3 players still remaining. Oops. Has still got a Kiba barrier he can try and use to assist them in any way. Also noticing the 2 bits of pocket barbed wire. Shame on you, Volps, not doing the setup. See if he can make up for it with a few kills. Fire extinguisher will be popped, and look at that. Volps was thinking about maybe just trying to walk through it, but 30 seconds to go. Goyos are going to be popped now. Blackbeard, he's going to be the main pushing force. Where is he going to go from?
I mean, the fact he's been able to get himself so far through, but there's 3. Whoa! That should not have gone that way, and this round has gone away now. It's a 2 versus 2, but he drops right into a dig. He might not have had the pocket barbed wire deployed, but he had the play to make the round his, and that is an even half. And now for our half, let's go find out what those 2 think about it.
Honestly, we were talking about the upset potential of this matchup before we started this, Leo, and I guess the Weatherman segment was saying very much, it's not going to happen. But Imperial have shown up, and I really would like us to dive into the way that they're doing this, because even though we're even at the half, it's already impressive what they're pulling off against Furia.
Yeah, I think ever since round 2, really, if we go back to that round, it's the one round where they finally get their first attack win into play, and I think it's a combination of multiple things. Here, it's in that scenario where it's a 5v5, 1 minute left. One thing that they struggled with was executing probably as one. What do we see here? We see Dokaebi cult. At the same time, with the blitz pushing in, server window, server breach, everyone committing to the same push at the same time with the right utility, and suddenly, boom, we went to a 3v1. Beautiful play. Here it's Machina the round after, finding a gap, getting aggressive. He dies, it gets raided, but that's fine. The damage has been done. Imperial, they all have committed to the same push. And then they just stuck these two guys in construction. They bait them with an office player. And look at Matrix, who's going to come through server window and get a double kill. Really well played once again. And so Machina, once again, the star of the show, is looking for a gap, does the same thing here with his incredible triple kill on basement. And it's a mix of multiple things. It's Imperial that are finally able to execute as one team using the right utility. It is them ready to commit to a fast push on site on the back of Machina finding a gap. And even when that gap seeking, I guess, that moment where Machina finds the gap at the right moment is sometime down the round, at the last moment before they execute, even then, they're ready to still drop everything and follow up. And so I think we're starting to witness the potential that Imperial has. And maybe, you know what, Miloš? Maybe starting the first 3 play days against Fluxo W7M, against FaZe, against Liquid, maybe that is just the right recipe for a struggling team to build their overall level and raise to the occasion against some of these big teams.
Iron sharpening iron. At least here, Imperial are comfortable with the 3-3 at the half. They're even, as you'd expect, with usually evenly matched teams on Clubhouse. But now the question is, can you hold off against the Furia bulldozer on the other side? Can you disrupt it? Can you stand wall to wall against it? Capitao is the first ban for Imperial. Furia taking out Lakaid on the other side. We always expect one of these ops to be out. Would it be a Mira? Would it also be a Bandit? Would it be a Clash? Furia have shown a lot of flexibility on their attacking side, and
likely it's going to be wall denial, I think. I think you don't ban Kaid if you don't ban the other one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just getting rid of range hard breach and of the one utility operator that's just so strong for that cash and garage take. So overall, pretty clear, pretty decent, pretty default. Now Furia, they need to control the pace. It's their turn to get a little bit aggressive, because right now I don't see that playstyle and that identity that we saw yesterday.
Chat, let's keep the dream alive here for Imperial Esports against Furia. For those out there that watch a bit of Bob Ross here on Twitch, it's usually cabin chance. Give me that percentage here. I'll give you Imperial chance. Percentage, Flug Demo, all yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Miloš. They said you're welcome this time before he slipped away. You watch Bob Ross? I feel like you're an artist.
No.
Oh. One day I'll find out what your hobbies are. One day I'll get to the bottom of your demo.
I don't think so.
Okay. What we'll look at here then is the fact that it's now a 3-3 even half, but 2 rounds on a trot. The side of Furia on towards their defense. The pressures of attack are a different beast, fine, but they've just had a long conversation. At halftime, both teams get to talk to their captains. If you haven't seen that change that we brought in over this year, very nice one to have. But I also have to see if it's something that can net some results, because there's that horrifying statistic of an entry that has not a single time gone into the favor of Furia. Will that change? Now they're the ones trying to drive the point into their opponents.
So, first attack. See what Furia want to go for. They've got plenty of hard breach with the Hib and the Thermite, so opening these walls shouldn't be a big issue for them. Anything you could argue is maybe lacking a bit more pushing power. I suppose you have the glass, but other than that, it's not a massive amount of util. It is going to be a little bit more kill-orientated, I expect. A little bit more 3-2-1 push. Also think Lawyer on the Solid Snake, really good pickup. Here we go. They're going to try and play off the information. I mean, Turge just wandered into sight now. Is anyone there going to try and follow up and stop? And doesn't look to be the case. Furia just going to lock it out. Machina all by himself in a matter of seconds. I mean, that is just vintage from Furia.
They're planting. They are planting. And they've won the round.
Very easy.
Vintage from Furia. It's straight in, fish bash boss, job's done. And this is that worry, because now that's, what, 3 rounds in a row for them, either side of the turn?
This can get them going.
Yeah. Nothing slowed them down. I know I said it at the time, right? Early on, it didn't feel like, around round 3, didn't feel like Imperial were having to change their approaches too much. Furia have reminded themselves that, oh yeah, you're playing against Furia. That take, as you said, was just vintage them. Drove themselves in towards the site, drove themselves in towards the plant. Like everything that they wanted without really huge contest.
Imperial. A great showing in the first defense. Hopefully you can tighten things up. But I mean, for Furia, they just all walked in at the same time. The coordination was good. But it's what? How can her just walk in for the main breach and nobody hold him? I mean, that is very strange to see. Just hope that Imperial can tighten things up. Because if you're going to give Furia opportunities like that, they'll take them every single time. And that's what Imperial need to be wary of. Like, Furia, they're no pushovers. They'll punish you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think that's always the thing, right? Is they've seen opportunity. They were missing the opportunity before. They were sort of stuck in a situation of, okay, well, Imperial's running this, and we haven't really found a way to do it, and we're trying to waste time. They've pushed that game to a side. Now they're looking. They're actively on the hunt. They've sort of like a crocodile that's woken up out of the river and has started swimming, looking for its next meal. Imperial have to try and make sure that they swim that bit faster, and it's tricky against the team that's now taking the momentum. The quick breach will get the angle through. You see now that you just want to try and push their way across and keep a keen eye on anyone that might try and rotate in from the back. Yext is about to make a lot of friends with a shield, and it's going to see how much time he can waste.
And walls are the main focus here from Furia. That's, again, they've targeted that construction wall very early on. It just means that these players in construction, another avenue that they need to be a little bit worried of. Other than that, Furia happy enough to take their time, just focusing on getting everything opened up. That mirror window, though, technically still active, but I think playing on that's going to be pretty tricky. All the basics being done right here from Furia. But for Imperial, what is going to be the play? Are they going to try and go aggressive? Are they going to try and put their lives on the line here in towards construction? They have forfeited cash already, so there wasn't really much of an intent here from them to hold that side of the map. This makes it very easy for Furia to walk in, and the only, I think, benefit is that there isn't any hard breach remaining, so opening up that single construction wall isn't going to be an option now. That is a good news for the player inside of construction. However, they have had a down Machina on the floor. Going to be recovered, though.
They've obviously, got themselves that potential chance, but how much do you give it? As I said before, they're snapping up opportunities, and the aggression on the fight outside as they've lost Sexy Cake. It's now a 3 versus 4 in a way, but with the shield here putting the pressure on another body going down as they get Machina back up. It's just trading names and trading bodies. Now Machina is all that is left. Not for long. Furia, 4 rounds in a row now over their 5.
Yes. Bit of a cruise control now for Furia. Imperial have let the game slip. Timeout, I think, rightly called whenever things aren't looking good for them. Need to get in there and sort it out. And even if you look at the spread as well, Furia, everyone kind of stepping up, doing their parts. Imperial, on the other hand, there's a few stragglers down there at the bottom.
It's time to talk. Time to try and reset the momentum, obviously. That you can't argue with how successful timeouts have been this game, because since they've had it, Furia got 4 in a row. Now there's the other split side of it, where think about how this energy started. Think about the energy we had from Imperial the first time around. Every site is a possibility. Seems like they possibly want to keep the rotation round, go down to the basement, give themselves maybe a little bit more to work with here. There is that awkward sort of trade-off, right? They've played 2 top floor sites, they've lost both of them on their defense. They, if any 2 sites handle in the same way, is those 2, right? Get up to the top, clear your way across. We've just seen a demonstration both times, and it's been pretty expertly done, including a running on towards the main breach. Fine. Church and Arsenal, it gives you almost a reset in how it's played from approach as well.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have a different approach that comes in from Furia. They can play it in a different approach in defense, and it gives them almost a little bit of a reset.
We'll see how things will go for Imperial. Like you've mentioned, they've had the opportunity to take that breather. Yeah, I think one thing for Imperial is this is probably the first time where they're in with a really good chance of getting some points on the board. You know, compared to the other games that they've played, I think they've been feeling really confident. Obviously, Machina's had a great game, especially in those opening picks. It's there for them, and if that timeout can help them just try and steady the ship and get another round on board, you can really then make Furia sweat. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, for Furia, we've kind of talked about it. This is a game that they should be winning. And for Furia to drop points here, that can really catch them out towards the back end of the stage.
And this, we're going to see if they can try and catch out any of those loose players. I mean, it is this sort of element, right, where you've got, once again, the solid snake clear with a shield. Lawyer's going to take a little bit of damage, but it's actually Mistrix that gets the first and gets his way across. They haven't entirely given up the territory. They've moved in to where they dropped out Herds. It's a bit of a bold play on towards it, and you know, he's had the hatch opened up, the C4 that goes out to cover anyone trying to close out, and they've saved the man. But he's not the only one that was sort of playing a bit of a runaround game, right? There is still pressure and attention to that player tucked in towards the kitchen. Do they know? Well, he doesn't want to find out. He's able to slip away. One body, everyone back to site. The catch game did not work.
Half the round gone. Furia will begin their conquest now of clearing away all of the util. That sledge making some great vertical angles, denies anyone playing inside of Armory. I mean, that is a kitchen renovation if I've ever seen one.
Is that what your kitchen's like?
No, that, well, I've seen it in worse shapes, I'll put it that way. The thing right now, though, for Imperial, you look at the actual position of where all 5 players are. They're all together. Like, they've got 3 of them inside of Armory, you've got 2 of them inside of Church. They've got opportunities to trade each other whenever this push eventually comes in. And because Furia don't have an extra man to maybe send down toward Oil Pit, drop blue, go dirt, for example, it will bottleneck, I think, the Furia players into this kind of hatch position a lot more. And that's what I'm kind of seeing. It's just going to be a complete bottleneck down the hatch. And as long as Imperial can trade their kills, they should be fine.
Yeah, there's the drop down the hatch. Almost a little bit of incidental damage. There's the first trade outs that come through. There's one more for the side of Furia. And now remaining 2 of Furia are sort of remaining 1 of Furia. Looks they're sort of scrambling, but as I said, different approach. It's paid off in terms of a result here, probably. 10 seconds, they've still got to hit Moto. Imperial just need to peel this one further back. That means that they can at least get themselves that one bit of success. It buys them the momentum of energy, right? It means that they can now go back up to one of those top 2 that they sort of played and lost before, because I doubt they're going to bar. With a win under their belt, with a bit of a break of the momentum.
Gets them back into it. And I said they needed to try and get that round back, slow down Furia, make it an equal game if they can. They're only 1 round away from getting it back all square. Bans come in a Thermite, which, yeah, I think the ban is good from Imperial. We've seen, especially for those top floors, Thermite has been used both times. was able to open up the walls really quickly, so I like that ban. It will just mean that Furia have to result with bringing in hard breach gadgets. And they've certainly brought in some operators who can carry that, alongside the Habana, of course. Imperial. See the Chanka being brought in. And it's just the fear in case a shield wants to go in towards Catwalk, which didn't really happen last time, though, that they were up here. No shield was brought whatsoever on the side of Furia. The Chanka didn't really have the impact. However, with a Blackbeard being locked in here from Vaults, you would expect to see that the Chanka get some value.
10 seconds left.
I guess it's always the play around with the Tachanka, and that we saw good Tachanka play used against them, right? When they were trying to get the sort of Montaigne up, they had the watch down, they had that cross. You can be very mobile with the defense, and when you've got the limitations, especially of the Capital, you can hold on towards the Rafters position so much longer. There's so much more work you have to do in a weird way to clear someone out, whether you play with the Thatcher, remove, and go for the throw over the top. We've seen the attempt with the air jabs. And then Tachanka can just make that literal nightmare fuel. In the meantime, though, Furia going to try and push themselves on towards map point. Sort of keep their pace just a little bit pacier. As they thread some of the damage on towards the main breach. Eyes in, and I'm not going to say nobody's currently home, because as I said, they've built that powerhouse in the top of Rafters. You can't really get clean entrance anyway, and you assume they're not going to just get the walk in. But the walk might come, actually, from underneath. There's the Flores of Boxera. Decent position. However, nobody's currently being forced anywhere. They've got a clean eye and got a bit of a flank watch now.
All Vaults trying his best with that DMR. DMR is very, very strong against the Azamian Rafters, because of course it can just shred through the Kiba barriers with ease. Again, if that shield wants to go in towards Catwalk, he's going to be under a lot of pressure with that Tachanka, but Mitrix is suffering quite a bit of bother, not only from, of course, that Blackbeard breathing down his neck on the door, but even getting shots and getting tagged up through the main breach. That's got the Clash there to support. This is the issue with no Capital on board. Clearing the player instead of Rafters is very difficult. I dare argue that I think the Rafters guys are going to be pretty fine, and they've just kind of strolled into sight. Vault's just walked across. However, Imperial are ready for it this time. They didn't let the same thing happen. That's what happened to them in the first time they were up here. Now Diaz in the 1v3. I mean, he knows where they are, but there's not much he can really do as long as Imperial just sit in their hands and don't give him any freebies. Should be fine. He's got 2 Grim canisters remaining, but then pulling out the launcher, it's a big risk. Could get pushed while you do so. Diaz just hoping that somebody's going to give him a pick, but the patience is strong here from Imperial. You know they don't have to peek. No diffuser in hand, and there it is, Machina through the hole. Imperial 5-5. The timeout's actually good for 2.
Okay, not quite done yet. And obviously, you know, both timeouts used. We just got to try and push this one over towards the edge. But it's been big blocks of rounds right there. It was great responses towards the problems that happened before. They made sure that when, you know, that walk-in ability, that sort of crazed gambit that played off isn't going to be something that nets them 2 results. Great. But it's always been this sort of idea of, well, now, what, that's timeout, 2 rounds in a row. The response to their Furia, I'm not going to say they're entirely being shut out, but they are being shut down a lot quicker, a lot cleaner. Even though they lost that entry body, they're able to sort of delay the timer quite late on towards the fight itself. Everything all tied right back up. We said it yesterday. It was a day of expected results, right? It was a sort of, there wasn't really a surprise factor. Everything kind of went the way that we wanted. Here, today, maybe that's the other flip of the coin. Maybe it's the other side of it all, Demo.
Did not expect this to go 5-5. I mean, it is the case where Imperial have kind of said themselves, guys, with a good opportunity to do something really funny. And, yeah, You know, they pulled a prank on Furia. You know, Furia thinking, oh, it's Imperial. These guys had, what, 6 rounds won within 3 games? This should be a quick smash and grab.
Yeah.
But no. Imperial played the long con and they fell for it.
It's, you know, it's really hard to sort of put into the idea of it where, as we said, we talked about how it's been so rough, how they've had the 4 hardest teams, and apparently they've learned the lessons from it. They've charged up with the first 3 and set themselves up for success potentially on the 4th. 1 round separates them from guaranteeing themselves the first point. They've definitely sort of fought hard for it. They definitely feel like they've earned it. But this, Furia, they want to try and make sure that they can get the full 3. We talked about that jump towards the top of the board, right? We talked about how those teams are sort of drifting away upwards, and Sexy Cake gets the opener. There goes Box. There goes that Twitch. So any of those traps that haven't otherwise already been gotten are going to be much sturdier. The crossfire comes out. You can see that they're still trying to circle on towards the windows and pick up the replaced gear, but Sexy Cake, it says, no, that's where I kill people. Yeah, that position. See, that's where I kill people. 3 in a row. Diaz at least gets 1 more. The heat map's going to look peculiar because he's not really left behind the gym kit, but he doesn't have to have left here. They still have the clash. Please don't tell me he's about to get another one on the same window. No, instead he's focusing elsewhere either side. They drop off. They don't want the smoke demo.
No, just think it's going to be another stall out here for Furia. In Imperial, all they have to do is just sit, use the clash to their advantage. All in really good positions. Furia, once again, just like last round, Diaz in particular, same position. Where he's just hoping that somebody will overswing, someone will go for a peek, but walks in and Sexy Cake with an ace! Just sat working out in the gym.
Bench pressed. Leg pressed. Never skip Sexy Cake Day. That's what they say.
They've just asked him, well, what are you benching? He's just said Furia.
Whole team.
My word.
Most of them didn't even enter the building. You know, there's sort of just the hold there, but Imperial, they guarantee themselves a point. They guarantee themselves a bit of a distance. Furia, desperate for it, desperate for all 3, now cannot get that. So instead, we'll have to looking towards at best OT, right? Looking towards pushing their way across here and reframing, reforming. Finding who they are. And at this point, no timeout to be able to get themselves there. Timeout's having a 100% success rate until the opponents take one. 6-5. Imperial just needs to try and get 1 more hold down, and they're going back down towards the basement. Back down towards where their resurgence started. So what can Furia change?
Here we go. Eventually, the final round of the game. Furia dropping points here would not be great for them for the stage. But they need to try and get this attack over the line. Now look, we go back downstairs into the basement. Was successful last time Imperial were here. The Furia have not won this attack as of yet. They've won the other 2, but not this one. They need to try and crack the code. Get this round on the board. Looks to be generic kitchen dirt take. Very minimalistic take. You don't need to take all of the map, just parts of it. Boxera still droning out, just in case there's a roamer to be aware of. Not as though they're going to go and try and hunt him, but just to be on the safer side. This all orientates getting a shield down in through dirt. The great thing about the shield can completely nullify a person inside of AKs, which, as we know, that is the go-to position to deny that kitchen drop. So if you remove AKs, that kitchen hatch is pretty free for the attackers. There's a much better setup here from Furia. Just have to go through the kind of long, drawn-out process of clearing away the utility. The Goyo was popped. again, it's this clash, and whenever lawyers just waste an air jab like that, you're only going to get 2 opportunities to remove this clash.
Now with the 2 shields, the play against it. There's the blind. The clash goes deep. That air jab, oh, has them cornered. There's the catch, and there's the drop. Well executed. A big risk, sexy cake. And it might not have been worth it. The grenade will force the player. They can't quite get out. More just great utility usage. That is now 2 bodies caught out in dirt. They've got themselves all the way up, and with a minute left, and with everything they still have in pocket, look at all the flashes, the smokes, the coverage, 2 shields as well. Feels like we're hurtling towards an OT. More pocket barbed wire from Mitrix. Last time we saw pocket barbed wire, the player popped off. Not the utility itself, so who knows? I'm not gonna gamble on it though.
Not appeasing that. You gonna pick up a penguin next? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna
Fox arrow. Down he goes, but it doesn't matter. Furia just
pop over. Pop over towards overtime.
Oh, overtime? There's no T in overtime. So that's an easy one for you.
Yay! We have our first overtime you and I have had over this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, Furia, let's talk about the take. Really clean, really simple. I think the main thing to look at, how easy was that? It's kitchen dirt. It's not rocket science. And they did it well. You had the air jabs ready for the clash. Cleared the way the util early on. And as we know, on that basement, if you lose 2 players and it's a 5v3 against the attackers, there's just too many things to hold. And they're just going to collapse on you. And it's, so easy for Furia. So, OT, keep in mind that now means that both sides have won all of the, Imperial have won all of the defensive once, and Furia have won all of their attacks once. And also the same can be said, no, actually the same can't be said for the first half, because Gym and Bedroom was never successfully defended by Furia, so there's a little bit of a change. But it is going to be even halves, 3 apiece. So who do you think this favors in terms of overtime side start? I actually think the attacks are going to favor Furia here just because they've won that last one and they can carry on now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the sort of drive of it, right? Is because they've almost had the correction on the previous mistake. It's when I talked about it, when they had the timeout and they first came Imperial to defend Church and Arsenal, and it went into their favor because, well, it changed the momentum of the game. It changed the landscape of the game. And then since then, Furia have changed it back. They've been able to win out the site that they lost before. Risking it as a repeat, as a double down, I think works well into Furia's favor because they are a team that works well when they have the momentum. They played a very particular approach. Probably not going to be able to get the same thing done again, but also they're a team now that's gone, oh yeah, we just absolutely took this site. More than capable of doing it again. You've obviously got the chance at the loose roam players, the chance at the pressure that can come elsewhere. Nothing is immediately stopping them. They're still going to send a shield down, Volps with the kit in towards dirt, but it's not a clash to meet them this time.
It's just copy and paste, isn't it? This is, hey, let me copy your homework, and it's just the exact same thing. They haven't even changed anything. It's just a very simple kitchen dirt once more. I think for Imperial, with no clash this time, even though the clash didn't really have an impact and was dealt with immediately by the Nomad, it actually feels it was going to make things even easier for Furia, and that's saying something considering how easy it was to deal with the clash, but now you don't even have to deal with that. You can just stroll up straight into dirt with no pressure at all from Imperial, and you can just get ready for an execute very, very sharply now. There we go.
Well, that's it. The first body might have fallen. They're going to see if they can try and tuck in on the back of that and get the site. You can hear the air jabs buying them some space. They're not quite able to take their way back over the top. A post-plant situation. One more body for the trouble. The 5 versus 3. And with dirt control, with hatch control, with all these situations, they can't even find their way down to start the fight, let alone finish it. And now it's nobody left. A flawless sort of shows the energy and how happy they were to bounce back here. Furia once again in the lead. It's been a while. Now only a single round separates them from a precious 2 points.
Now it does. Yes, again, it's another really good game that we're having. 7-6 Imperial. Can they fight back? Can they take us to maximum OT? And they now shift over towards the attack. Furia get the defense. Also on their overtime defense, it's going to be a basement. Look at the last time Furia were down here. They were successful twice and they lost it once. This is the 4th time Furia are taking up the mantle off the basement. What are they going to change, though, from the last time they were here? And I think the change is they're not going to be having that Scopos that they had. More trap-orientated. You got the Thorn and the Ella, so certainly the counter to the shields are there in abundance. I mean, for Imperial, they've kind of had, like, the same idea. It's used that Solid Snake really well, isn't it? That Snake has been brought in a lot. Mackinit obviously leading the charge with that Operator.
Yep.
That's going to change off onto the Deimos. Still, they have actually both. They've got a lot of good potential here to hunt roamers. You've got the Solid Snake and the Deimos. And as long as you can find out who it is you're targeting, that roamer is just going to be as good as dead unless he can get himself back to the site.
This point, obviously, with the sort of recent resurgence of attack as well, it's hard to gauge if this has been a more attacker-ended side of things. Obviously, an even opening half and then an even second half. It's more just a team that has themselves a couple of rounds in a row is going to do well. Boxera lucky to be alive. Sexy Cake just not quite able to get the angle with that shield round on towards the fight down red stairs. It's an awkward one to put together, even when you don't have a plank of metal in front of you, but what can he do with a life gifted there? This. Herds and Loira still lurking on the top. Box waiting for a sneaky player to snake his way across. There it is. Pockets. Box finally gets the end of him. And now is more aware of the approach of the rest of them, but that's the gambit. If going above works, maybe not as a trade out happens. Loira got Makina just as much as Makina got Loira. That leaves a 4 versus almost 2. Just being red on all their positions here, Demo.
Yeah, Volp's very low HP. Has to go back to the bomb site, and it's not great here for Furia. And look how much time still on the board for Imperial. Can easily take their time, do their second wave of drones, spot out where everyone is in the bomb site, then just execute wherever they see fit. You've still got that shield, and we know that Sexy Cake has that influence with that Operator. And what approach they want to go for. Are they going to go kitchen drop? Are they going to maybe try and go in free church? I haven't seen actually too much pressure in towards church this game, considering how many times we've actually seen this basement be defended. I wonder if Imperial are going to break the mold and try and maybe get the triple wall open. You've still got the Habana with all of the pallets available, so you could go for that if you want to. Here's obviously down the main stairs helping.
Yeah. I think that's sort of it, right, at this point. With the fact they've been able to pull out 2 players and almost get 3, sure, they've wasted a bit of time, but they still have the shields. As you said, they've got the ability to put pressure on towards Moto. Herds almost gets caught out there, just going for the swing itself. They're trying to just take this as flat gunfights, but the kit is found its way above. There's at least 2 more kills for the favor, and we are going all of the way.
Yeah, nice from Imperial. Just needed to take their time. You know, they did not rush it at all during that kind of latter stage, that kind of minute-and-a-half mark. They just said, okay, we know where they all are. They're all back on site. We've got a lot of options here. We've got the hatch opening kitchen. We can go Moto if we want to. And, it was obviously on Furia to have to make a move. They had to make a play. And as soon as they kind of discovered, okay, players are going aggressive here, they're going for the swing, they just sit, they wait, they collapse together in towards blue. They make it really easy for themselves. So yeah, Imperial, impressive. Now it's back over. Furia on the attack. Again, I think Furia will be happy to see the attack in half. But it is going to be over towards the gym and bedroom. And last time we were here, Imperial were successful at defending it. But Furia were successful in attacking it in round number 8. So it is a 50-50 right now.
mean, at this point, the whole game is a 50-50. At this point, all of it seems to be just that flip of the coin.
10 seconds left before insertion.
We'll see if they can sort of be anything a bit further on towards it. They've got themselves this stretch on towards the top of the floor. They've got themselves this attention towards a game that's wrapped itself more in the momentum of both teams. Who can finally break it? Can we finally get properly traded rounds? We opened up with a single Furia round, and then it became blocks. It became chunks of game momentum. And since then, it has been back and forth. Will it end in a similar way, or will it end in another singular Furia round?
I mean, don't forget, too, that you don't have the Thermite. And that was the ban that Imperial went for after their opening 3 defenses. And, I mean, Thermite is obviously great for this bomb site. You could open up that single wall in construction, open up the main breach, of course, towards Jacuzzi. So, certainly limiting the options for Furia, but Furia, happy enough to bring 2 sets of hard breach gadgets and also the Habana. So, still tons of ways to open up these reinforced walls. Now, this clash, I mean, Volps has, I think, been okay with handling that clash. Let's see if he can do it for the final time. And neutralize that operator who we know is just so powerful. Go. Clash going to be spotted out. Boxera can see it clear as day, and will get that fed through over to Volps. He needs to come over and deal with that. He's currently inside of cash with the rest of his team, who are now entering in towards that construction side. 30, no kills as of yet in a very slow played round, but I doubt it'll finish like that.
That's sort of the play out, right? Is the little time left, somebody has to do it. You gotta send it. You're not going to end in a whimper, especially with how these two teams have gone against each other throughout this. These start to bounce their way through, and Clash is just going to step in, try and face-to-face with Diaz, but it's Sexy Cake that gets caught out first as Mitrix finds Herds in the meantime. Goodbye, Bees. Goodbye, Warden. Goodbye. The swing either side, but it's traded out. They can't quite net the result. Mitrix is doing all he can to keep Imperial swinging fists back and forth, but there's Volps with a knife onto the Clash. He said it was going to start to pop off, and everything has popped, but we have a break, a bit of silence, a second for them to reform. They still have the kit in pocket, but there's the player just slipping away out of gym, where we've had such heroics before from Sexy Cake, and this time not to be the same. They've prepared for the course, the possibility. Machina gets one, but there's traded out. A 1 versus 1 is Volps. Oh, it could not have been closer. Sort of everything you wanted from a final round. So that is Furia just getting a win.
Oh, just about. And look, it's a drop point at the end of the day for Furia, but still 2 points. It's important to maintain wins no matter which shape or form they come. I mean, for Volps, MVP of the game, 100% for me. He was here, there, and everywhere. 1v2 to finish off as well. Yeah, great stuff coming in there from Furia. Just about get it over the line. But Imperial, we have to give credit to them. That is the best performance they put up so far at this stage.
It is, and, well, that's the end of their big gauntlet of the top 4. So they'll probably have a better time next time. But for now, our time will be filled up with our wonderful analysts.
Thank you very much, my friends, and what a way to continue on with game number 2, despite the loss. I have to say, despite the fact that Imperial lost this match, Leo, that was beautiful. Going to overtime and grabbing a point off of Furia in a situation where there's pretty much like a 0.01% chance of that ever happening. Kudos that Furia closed it at the end and got their 2 points, but still, Imperial have to be happy that this is the way that they get their first point of stage 1.
Yeah. Can they really be happy about that? I mean, realistically, like, they were in the lead.
You could have just beat them, right?
Yeah, they were in the lead the whole time. And, like, honestly, at that moment, I think it's a show of inexperience on the side of Machina. I mean, he's perfectly in a good position. Volps is still on the windows. Machina doesn't have to swing this. He's still in the bathroom. He just got the kill. He can play off time. He just overpicks. He overpicks the first time. That's fine. If you feel confident, you just killed someone, that's fine. But then the repick makes no sense. Volps knows he's there. He can just pre-fire, like it's a free kill. The nerves, like it. I think it's just like no one can really be happy about this. Imperials wanted more points, and Furia, it went down to a 1v1 on the very last round to get those 2 points. So I think, no one really will be happy about this result.
I am, because we had a hell of a match to watch, Leo, no matter how you cut it. Speaking of our matchup, Diaz is ready. Let's bring him up yet again. Hello, Diaz. Thank you very much for joining us. I feel like at some point we're going to have you and JP as permanent staples here on the show in SAL. But congrats on the win. A very tight one going to overtime. I don't think anybody was expecting it. Were you expecting it? Were you kind of foreseeing that Imperial would push you to the edge like this? And what happened in this entire matchup in your mind?
Not at all, to be honest. We were not prepared. We knew that they were going to counter us because we played club only once and we didn't change much, so we knew that they were going to counter, but they just started playing very fast, very well, and we just, in the beginning, it was very hard to read what they were going to do, and it was hard, yeah.
Do you think that was because you guys played club? Like, did you anticipate to play the map? Because it seemed on paper to be one of their permabans.
I didn't get that far, to be honest. That's my coach's job.
All right.
I'll be honest.
But I guess I could see one specific playstyle where you had Machina trying to find a gap and he abused Solid Snake to know if there was someone near to you, and that's how he did it, like on basement, on long. He did it earlier in the round, I think, on Gym where he went up main stairs. And then the rest of the team really abused shields and crowd control pairs, like loads of Grim, the Blackbird paired with them as well. Do you think that is a playstyle that a lot of teams are going to try to bring against you to try and control the aggression? Because it seemed to work early on in the attacks.
100%. I mean, usually we do pretty well with it, but today we were a bit sleepy in the beginning. And I guess we probably underestimated them. And they just caught us lacking with their pants down, and it costed us a couple rounds. Almost a game to us. To be honest, we didn't really deserve to win that game. Machina through in the last round. But yeah, it's hard to play against all those.
I was analyzing that last 1v1. I was like, he's got such a strong position, and he just overpicks two times. And I like the first time, okay, I get it. The second time is just the worst one. But I mean, that's the low of inexperience, and that's the fruit of you guys having some of the best players in SAL, to be honest, and the experience showing there. Do you think that, speaking of experience, do you think that Volps is somewhat unleashed on this roster? Like, I felt like he had a ceiling at W7M. He was struggling to pull the same numbers that he used to before. And with that roster of yours, he seems to really flourish a lot. Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like here he's more... Like, he's our IGL, and we fully believe in his playstyle and his way of seeing the game. So we all trust him fully. And I also believe all due respect, I believe our team is better than the team he was before. So it's just easier to play the game when everything surrounding you is just an improvement.
Well, were you expecting that Loud would take down Liquid Alienware, by the way?
Yes, their labs is not the best. Yeah, I was actually surprised when I saw that they left that map open, and yeah, costed them a couple points.
That just means that your matchup against Loud next week is going to be played all the way from the map ends into the server itself. Diaz, thank you very much for joining us. Hope to see you next weekend. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
You too. See ya.
And here we are, Leo, once again, a tight match. We're only on game 2. It's crazy that we're only so far into our day. Imperial almost being able to take down Furia in regulation time. Didn't work out. They go into OT, and that's where, in a 1v1 for the ages here on this stage, Furia are able to take the win off the back of Volps. Beautifully done. What a day. I mean, it's not specifically an upset because Imperial didn't win, but in terms of that scoreboard, my God.
I would say it was still an upset. It was an upset because it was a 1v1 on the 50th round to decide who's going to win it. It was an upset because, Imperial won the first 6 opening kills in a row. They arguably should have won more of these rounds in attack. There was a huge clutch and a huge DS 3K and Volps 3K also on the last few rounds of defense. The round 6 especially where Volps gets aggressive with Azami and gets a triple kill when he's surrounded by the Blackbird in long and someone else. Like, honestly, there are so many instances where Furia have just saved rounds on the back of the inexperience on the side of Imperial, the fact that some of their executes late round were not as coordinated as the others, and the fact that in the most pivotal key moments, they just lost their nerves. And the very last round is such a good example of that, with Volps winning that 1v2. So, yeah, it's a tough one because Imperial, I think, deserved the win, and I think that props to DS, he was very fair in his assessment. He said we did not deserve to win that one. And I think it's a very, very clear warning for Furia. Do not underestimate anyone, not even the 10th worst team in the league, because they can also prep the game against you from one day to the other. They can also come with counter strats, and they can also be a lot of trouble.
And that's really why people love SAL so much, is that yes, in some days it can seem that there's domination, but in a lot of others, nothing is taken for granted. You never know when the script is completely flipped on its head against you. And today we've had 2 games that many ways break that mold. And now it's to see, can we continue that mold breaking throughout our playdate today? There's more to come. You can just bring up the MVP of this matchup. There's no 2 ways around it. Nobody else gets close to it. Volps saving the day for Furia, being able to capitalize on the mistakes, something that you mentioned in the interview, Leo, is that experience paying off for Furia in the heated moments where there's only 20 seconds left on the clock and you got to act, you got to make it happen. That experience keeps you calm under fire, and it wins you matches like this where it saves you from devastation.
Yeah, I think it was a fair assessment also from DS. Another one that Volps is thriving on that roster, despite having to play the roles of the shields, despite having to IGL at the same time. I think he's one of these IGLs that like to be in the action, and he's at the forefront of it with the shields, and he's really able to leverage the vision he has for the game and the pawns he's using to advance when he's attacking, to give him some free kills as well. And whenever he's in defense, he's still the very same incredible frag-heavy players that we know. So I think we're really going to see him flourish in an environment where he has players that will all buy into his vision, which maybe wasn't necessarily the case with Fluxo W7M, at least not as aggressive and as dedicated as the lineup he has now.
Well, you mentioned Fluxo W7M because they are up against NIP in just a few. Let's take a break. Let's reset from the first 2 games and see which way the wind will blow on game number 3. See you in a moment.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mas eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar, fica mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de snake. Fora de snake. Stop. Isso que eu faço. Stop. Não tem como não.
Saints.
Oh. Hey. Flores.
Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Thunderbird.
Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Fala pessoal, eu tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1, por quê? Pô, uma mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Ah, que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... Ah, o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano, acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi a Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma. Tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda. Faz 3. Fui no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Ah, foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes eu não tive sorte principiante. É isso.
Eu tenho 3.000 pi e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Welcome back, my friends, to SAL. 2 matches that really put the fear of God into everybody here in the region. It's 8:30 p.m., which means we started, well, what, 2.5 hours ago, and we're only just now getting to Game 3. That's because this first 2 matches really went the distance. And I won't spoil you who went where. I just promise you should go and rewatch them because, by God, they were incredible in their own right. Leo, I think, though, we should move on to our next set. Fluxo W7M versus NIP, the halfway mark, the highlight game of today. And Fluxo W7M, we want them to play better. And, well, yesterday, they really showed up. They took down Imperial, and they have that motivation and that morale to take into the next play day today.
And I think especially after the 2 results from the 2 first matches, this game is especially more important because on one hand, you've got Liquid who've lost 3 points in that one, and you've got Furia who've dropped 1 point. So for Fluxo W7M, for NIP, for 2 teams that are trying to aim for the top 4 to secure the upper bracket into playoffs, this is massive. This game today could make the difference. Both of their rivals have kind of fallen in some way, or at least have dropped points. This is an opportunity for these guys. Fluxo W7M, they had a hard start into the season, having lost in an upset to Black Dragons initially, having lost to FaZe quite convincingly. They had their first victory yesterday against Imperial. It was a 7-1 victory, and it looked very promising. And actually, you know, if we look closer at certain of their players, I think it was mostly on the back of the core of the team. Dodes, who was very quiet initially in the stage, who used to be their top performer ever since Palou joined, and Lobin, who's a player that I think always had this personality of being jovial, of being quite aggressive, of being a great entry player, and I think we were starting to see him a little bit eclipsed by the rest of the teammates. And yesterday he showed his full potential, dropping 4 KD, 12 kills, 100% cost, 171 EPS, absolutely impressive. So the core of the team, Milosh, is still very much there and still ready to kick off the stage right now for this team.
Absolutely. That is Fluxo W7M, but NIP on the other side, well, the Ninjas are looking for more. They, of course, demolished Black Dragons. They played incredibly well against Loud. But yesterday, falling short to the much more experienced FaZe. I think a lot were expecting it. The scoreline was relatively close, but if you dig into the rounds themselves, Leo, it seems like FaZe just had a hold of that game on Lair.
Yeah, FaZe did not shy away from aggression in that game yesterday. I felt like they knew, under the leadership and vision of NIP and of Bassetto in NIP, they knew they would face a team that maybe was a bit slower than the previous NIP team, and so their idea was like, let's disrupt them as much as possible, and started with FaZe on Lair, playing super aggressive in defense, really disrupting NIP. And that man on your screen, Hates, he was the main stakeholder of NIP's success in general last year, I feel like, and especially at the beginning of the stage here, the game that they won against Loud, the 7-0 against Black Dragons, Hates was the main guy. But if we compare the stats from the last match, if we look at who was the best performer in the game against FaZe, we went from Hades being the best player on the team to him dropping 2 and 10, going -8, and Fantasy was the only real player on the side of NIP, bringing things closer. And so if they needed one last bit, one last thing to make it a little bit closer to FaZe, at least make it to overtime, I think they were just missing Hades. Goes to show though, the talent on that team is still very much there, because when your best performer drops a performance like this one, you still make it kind of close to against FaZe. That team doesn't like resources. They're still very much a top team.
Absolutely so here for NIP. Then, with both Hates and Fantasy, as you see on the board, trying to bring their best for today, and we'll see if that can continue in. What happens with our map Veto? NIP yesterday against FaZe went to Lair, like we just mentioned. The other side, Fluxo went to Cafe. They played incredibly well. Their starting side on defense was just exactly what they needed. And here we're going to be spared Cafe, and we're going to go to Fortress. Okay, still quite a map where you can turtle up and play. That was NIP's choice. They could have gone to either Consulate or Fortress, slowing things down. But Fluxo, rightfully so, I guess, picking defense to start on Fortress, Leo.
I'm quite curious, because I don't think we've seen Fortress so far in SAL. We've seen a lot of Clubhouse, we've seen a lot of Lair and Border, a couple of cafes, but I'm pretty sure that we've still not seen Chalet, we've still not seen Fortress, we've still not seen Consulate, and right. I don't even remember seeing a bank either.
We had a bank on day one. That was actually day one, game one, Liquid.
Day one,
INTZ.
game one. Yeah.
But the rest, it's been obviously a lot of Clubhouse. We saw a lot of it. We've seen some Lair, Border, Clubhouse, Cafe. These were kind of the big ones that we've been seeing. Today we got Nighthaven Club. But yeah, like you see, we're going to Fortress, which is, it slows things down.
Yeah, I would say in general, it seems that Fortress was initially adopted quickly by NA and then by EML. And then I think SAL is still, maybe not liking it as much as the others. Looking at these two teams, they actually played it internationally. It's one of the two longest standing rosters in Brazil right now. So it's kind of good for us to go. We can go and fetch some international results from these guys. And looking at Fluxo W7M, they had played it upon release at SI, lost it very, very narrowly to FaZe Clan. They still brought it and played it quite a lot during kickoff, barely losing it to Furia, beating Loss, beating Team Liquid as well on it. So very comfortable on the map. For NIP, we saw it at kickoff, close 5-7 loss to Furia. And then they also had lost it initially at SI, and that was a huge loss because it was against Firex, the Koreans, so it obviously was not a good sign on their part. However, that was 2 months ago for the kickoff defeat, 4 months ago for SI. There's quite a lot that can change in that time. Just a a question mark here is the starting side, because as much as we're more in an attacker-sided meta, Fortress is one of those maps where defenders tends to prevail, and so it will be it will be a tough one for NIP, who had basically the choice, right, between three maps that were quite defender-sided. Fluxo W7M having banned Cafe, NIP banning Consulate, and they end up on Fortress. So many different sided maps.
Definitely one of the maps where you can play an onion defense all day, every day. But yesterday, Leo, if you remember, we talked about Dokebi and how she can be used to kind of peel off a clash that's being played around those front main stairs. There's a lot that can be done also to counter it. You'll see Monty and Clyde, the first two operators. Unfortunately, Clyde cannot play on his own map so far in this series. I'd be surprised. Heartbreacher on one side, Glaz. Okay, well, we'll see quite a bit of play of Glaz on here. Double on the wall denial. Makes a lot of sense. Final comments, if you got any?
No, mainly that it will be a game of traps and of shields. With the way that Fortress has been played, it's a lot of long extensions, creating crossfires, and then falling back to side while peeling off a skyscraper, but in a modern version.
Very much so. Thank you very much. Onions are one thing. Another one is the beautiful smell of scented roses. That's Demo and Fluke. Enjoy.
Okay, are you onions or am I onions? One of us is onions, one of us is roses.
That's horrific that he said that. And now he's making us bicker amongst ourselves.
I'm happy to be onions because they're a sustainable vegetable. Good in a stew.
And you've got many layers, don't you?
And I have many layers. All of them traumatized. Hi, we're here on Fortress. You and I get to Fortress. We haven't done one this split, but they haven't done one in SAL, and that's all we've done so far. So, heck yeah, let's get into some Fortress. Are you a fan of this map? Obviously, we've cast it a couple times in the opening.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's nice. It's obviously still pretty new. It's still the newest map we've had in. Still would like to see some more additions. Maybe remove some maps. I'm still on the verge of that, where I think, we could maybe do a bit more of a shake-up. I don't know. We'll see how Fortress goes for both of these teams. So, NIP have the attacks to deal with. Look, I've always said I've been very, very impressed with NIP's attacks over the past year. I think they're a team who can play really good fundamentals, where they will be a little bit of a slower off a team, where they will just kind of go through the motions, but they very rarely skip a step. It's very rarely that they'll miss something. And I always think that that is important in a game of Siege. You keep yourself as clean and tidy as you can, and from the attacks that they can pull off, I just sit there and think, wow, that is a good side. And I'm expecting no different here today. It's going to be a difficult game, of course, for NIP, as we know Fluxo W7M. No slouches. They had a good morale boost yesterday in their game. It was quite an easy one for them, and they're hoping to carry on that energy into this matchup.
Obviously, we've had some fun results over the opening two games as well, which means that these points on the top are even more precious, and this is a game where if any of them were going to be sort of neck and neck, it's probably the giveaway, got away, swung around on the cover of the shield. There's the catch at the end of Pino. The exploding phone was actually what did the final bit there.
It's another thing. The fact that you can call somebody whenever they're down just to secure a kill is, it's a bit nuts.
Bit much.
It's
a bit much.
Not much, and there's nothing you can do. You can't answer your phone if you're down, so you're just dead. Well, yeah, I mean, just look at this from NIP. It's a slow and steady approach, and they just running through it, aren't they? Just going for the motions. So easy for them. Using the util well, the information operators, Deimos and Dokkaebi, being a hindrance to Fluxo W7M. And again, just look at this, slowing down the pace, waiting now, doing the last bit of drone work, spot out where both of them, or three of them are. You can see two of them in one bomb site, one in the other. And then just execute.
Yeah, pulled themselves up towards the hold. I mean, there is one bit back the other way, but Wizard just makes sure that they keep that body balance towards their favor. Lobin, all that's left, hopped up on the bed, being surrounded. They're going for the plant itself. He can get a rotate, but ooh, that was a very lovely double. He's going to sprint on towards the player a split second too late, but he gets him whilst blind.
Look at the HPs.
He's going to go for the call. Answers the phone, pulls it off. He knows he's on a very narrow fight here. He's going to see if he can sort of rotate round, get the catch. How aware is he? 30 seconds to play with. But it's Pino. That would have been a fantastic way to open this game.
Oh my. That 1v1 was a game of one in the chamber. One bullet is all you need to do to land to get a kill. Both of them in such low HP. My, oh my. I mean, for NIP, that was a really good attack. And then it got a little bit messy during that post plant. I mean, Lobin, I thought he played phenomenal yesterday. He was really, really good yesterday. And he's just carrying on that energy, carrying on that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously throwing the impact, getting the player whilst blind.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And just being able to sort of keep the pressure going. It's down to a 1 versus 1 from that situation. We're going to have a long banging day today, I think. I feel like we've only just begun to peak. Obviously, early doors, NIP, they get the first. But there'll definitely be a conversation about, okay, fun if that happened again. Let's see if we can try and maybe get a little bit more of a calm collection around that. Again, you know, you sort of look towards the board. You look towards how the teams have found success and sort of who's filtered their way. FaZe, if they watch this game, if they see NIP and Fluxo W7M also get partial points, they will be rubbing their hands together for their showdown later.
Here we go. Into our second round, and I can only assume that NIP are just going to keep up that same slow and steady approach, even though they are very close in losing that round. The actual structure of that round was very, very good from NIP, and I expect the same again. I mean, it is kind of the same formula. You've got a shield, you've got the two information operators in Dokkaebi and the Deimos, and you basically just play around that. So, yeah, I think for NIP, just gaining that information, trying to pinch where you can. So it's going to be an old tower take. And the Blackbeard is great at just dropping down and getting the information onto the corridor. And really, there ain't much, I think, if you're a Blackbeard, you have to be worried about. I mean, there's not really any traps that scare you. There's no Thorn, there's no Ella. This is actually quite a good matchup here for Basao.
Get themselves round. A little bit more of a, you know, safe game as the Flashes start to try and echo their way in, but they haven't been able to find that direct route in. Think about how it was a steady approach here. It's actually the first that goes in towards Palu's favor. They're going to get themselves the width and want an aggressive step in. They caught the cover and then went, right, whilst we have him, let's finish him off for Hates. Just delivers some mail from far out the window. Maybe Dots went a little bit too far that time around, but still, love the response. I was going to say, they're sort of not giving them the fight, but then they got fantasy and they went, right, Blackbeard, we can surround him, we can lock him out, and that is the drive of the push. Think about how important the shield and Bassetto was in the previous round. What can they do now without that, let alone the man deficit?
Oh. 8. That's 2 kills for him with that F2. Look, you've lost the shield. We've lost the Deimos now. This is going to be very difficult now for NIP to pull this off, unless Hates has anything to do about it. He's just flooded straight in towards that default position. Going to try and look for that plant. It's up to Pino to cover. Gets one, doesn't get the second. No, Paulu's there, but Hates comes off and just swings. That's a quad for Hates. NIP, again, gets it down to a 1v1. And they're able just to tip the seesaw in their way. 2-0 they sit, but hey, the scoreline, it could honestly fill you with how these 2 rounds have went.
Oh, yeah. You know, this being a 2-0, 2-1 versus 1 rounds, multiple multi-kills. I mean, what a way for the pace of this game to start. And, you know, as I said before, you're looking at, obviously, with the twists and turns that we've had so far, Fluxo W7M, they see an opportunity. right? They've obviously had Loud jump up a bit. There's been the sort of pressure, the points pulled from Imperial, so they're off the ground. I'm not saying that they're within catching range, but now they're within a game's range. If NIP jump ahead, Fluxo W7M falling in towards that bottom 4 look gettable, catchable, beatable. Whereas in the same time, NIP jump further away from Team Liquid, sort of jump back on over the side of Loud as well. I mean, but still, flip of the coin. You run that round one more time and a different result, right? It's just that sort of round.
But still, for NIP, they don't care as long as it says that they win the round. That's the important thing. And, oh, Lobbin had a very cheeky spawn peek, but it hasn't worked. But, I mean, he hasn't really lost anything from it either. That's all good. See how NIP want to go around this attack. Again, it is once more a different bomb site, something different for NIP to try and go for in towards that bottom floor site. Thing to note, no shield, which has been a consistent thing with the first two. We've seen a blitz in the first round, a Blackbeard in the second, but no shield to be seen. Instead, I'm seeing a Zero, for example. I mean, this is an operator that you would very rarely see.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of the Zero is... It's not even, I think, really for information. Good little entry there from Fantasy, but it's not for information. I think you see the Zero cams be used more for flank watch than anything. That's where we really see Zero shine.
I mean, it's always the element of SAM cams and just having a lot to have to watch, right? You give yourself that sort of route through. You've got other operators that can do it at the point, and you've got a lot of active operators, especially with Snake, especially with the sort of Docby change, to just drive in anyway. Having passive watch, having passive angles, maybe just tricky cameras is always, I'm not going to say a dead role within a team, but it's a role that's seen a lot less. There's a trade out. One each. They'll take each other to the afterlife, but that sort of still plays into the favor of NIP, obviously. That's another defender gone. That's Parley gone. Fantasy's job is to get in those kind of engagements and at least gets one for his trouble. Wizard, though, almost gets caught outside, but in the meantime, Pino comes around the back of Lobin, gets the finish on towards him. Now they're going for the plant.
Wow. I mean, this is a very early plant, too, from NIP. Minute was left, and the diffuser's now gone. 2v4. And you can see that Fluxo W7M, the two remaining players, just have no information. They have no idea what they're expecting here. Everyone is just watching each other. No cameras available, no information for them, and just rise swinging. I mean, they're making a heck of a play for it. That's 2 kills back, 20 seconds remaining, but there's still 2 more to find. Eight's in a great position with F2 to cover that diffuser, and gets the kill onto Dots, and Dodez now has it all to do with that TCSG. 8. Is he going to find another? He should do with the F2 at this range, and he will. I mean, that F2, he's making it sing.
8-1. 8-1 over these opening 3 rounds, NIP, and if the first 2 were flips of the coins, that one was one sort of taken, put into the little jukebox and say, I want to sing an NIP song. 3 rounds in a row here. We get on towards the next bands, the sort of follow through, and, you know, in terms of the removal, pretty standard. Mute, obviously, there's a lot of uses. And this was also imminent as well. Timeout, time to talk.
In there and try and stop the bleeding. I mean, obviously, the first 2 rounds were really close. I think that one was close, but it was a little bit more decisive, I think, for NIP's favor. I mean, again, for NIP, if you actually look at the structure of these rounds, they're dominating that early to mid round. Like, a lot of the moments here, I feel that Fluxo W7M, a lot of the kills that they're getting are to try and get themselves back into the round, because fundamentally, they've already lost that. So it's a weird one. Fluxo W7M are playing their better Siege in the late stage, whenever they're already under a lot of pressure, because NIP have been in the driving seat for the majority of that round.
Can they monitor and match some of the success that we've had from timeouts earlier on, or are we about to get an even more surprising opening half? Obviously, I mean, this map itself, where do you think it falls in terms of attacker versus defender preference?
Bomb located by attackers.
I think it's pretty straight down the middle for me. I think in terms of defense, yeah, there's some really good choke points that you can have. There's great opportunities for extensions that we see. At the same time, you think about attackers, I mean, shields, I think, run pretty riot on this. Not a whole lot of flank opportunity. Like, typically, if you're attacking kind of one side of the map, just one staircase you have to worry about. Not too many windows to deal with compared to maps like Cafe and Consulate, where spawn peaks are going to be prevalent. I don't know, I think it's pretty straight down the middle for me. I just think there should have been at least a round win somewhere here for Fluxo W7M, but NIP, who currently set 3-0 up.
There is the other statistic. Over the other 2 recent times NIP have played this map, they have only won 3 of their 11 attacks. Not counting the ones today. They have doubled their success rate. They are very much a team that has struggled with the attack on towards this. The defense, sort of even split, 50%. They've sort of gone leaps and bounds above what they were able to make land before here, and now calling out that, or forcing out that timeout more than anything. See if they can get themselves a little bit further. There's the track. The Deimos will force the Goyo further and further back. There's the sort of angle, the anticipation, but it's actually a Boss G that gets rid of the ace. Ooh, a bit less utility to work with there. They're playing a bit more of an aggressive back-end game. It's not the first time that they've been able to have the opening kill, but it would be the first time that they turn it into a round win. As they get one more off towards the slip of it. Their angles have them sort of a little bit of life in towards their play. They're not entirely ready to give up the ground. They're waiting for courtyard. They're waiting for the approach on towards meeting. They have Goyo canisters. They have protection in case they need to pop and buy some time.
Yeah, using that ace. Not ideal. Let's see, again, on this Deimos downstairs. See if you can find the picks. I think the big thing is, though, for NIP, you still have that shield alive, and Pasetto is always going to be looking to get that plant down. He's done so twice already with the diffuser. See if he can try and do it again. He is going to get smoked out, though. Pushed in towards Horse. Takes a lot of damage. Wizard, though, is able to find Dots, who was tucked in towards that corner right beside Horse. Pasetto, with a smoke, will try and block off the bathroom door and try and go deep in towards the site. He's going to smoked out again. Look at his HP. Anything can kill him. He was thinking about an ADS. But there's 2 players. But that's good information. No, he walks back into the smoke. Pasetto, what are you doing?
Struggling. H is able to once again get another first tally. It's a 3 versus 2. The balance is something into the favor of NIP once again. They'll lose that first foot, but then they'll find a stronger footing. Swing round outside on towards Horse. Just buy themselves some time. 20 seconds. No kit. If the plan is being cemented, it's something they're going to have to try and reclaim in the 3 versus 1. All down Dodes, and they know exactly where he is. Force him out in towards the B site. Itself does get one. Great take, but look at the timer demo. Still no kit. Hates, he's finally gone and recollected it. He's going to see if he can try and get the plant down. Fantasy is obviously on the watch of the cover. They know where the Deimos is. He's just going to be close. Post-plant situation. Hates can peel himself back. Get nice deep position. Great take from Dodes. And again, another 1 versus 1. And again, another Hates round. How much can he do in a game, Demo?
Oh, I'm starting to feel really bad now. Over Fluxo W7M. That is our 3rd 1v1. And it just has not went in the way of Fluxo W7M, NIP. I mean, right now, Hates can do no wrong as well. Like, this guy has just been on it. My, oh my. Did not expect this game to go this way.
No.
Would have thought, oh, should be a close game. We got our prediction wrong about the Furia game earlier, so we may as well get another one wrong. And this is what I mean. Whenever I see big teams go against each other, I never see it go, like, into an OT. It always happens to be a sweep. I don't know, it's just something that happens. You think a game's going to be great, that'll be 15 rounds? No, it's not. It's just a stomp. Happens all the time. It's the games that you least expect to be good end up being the really good ones.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, NIP, they've already done better than the previous 2 times they've attacked on towards this map, in this map alone. But at this point, that being on the other side of the timeout as well, it's just this performance that, well, we know that they're a stronger defender team, right? We know that there's sort of a systematic thing about NIP. You get onto their other half, and they're even more locked in here. You do look across the team, you look at the fact that obviously, you know, Veto hasn't needed to get kills because he plays that support role. He plants, gets him with the shield, fine. The rest of the team, it's how exceptional Hates is being more than anything. He's 10-1. It's everything that you'd sort of want him to be in this position.
It's just F2 City for him, isn't it?
Yeah. 3 of 4 of these rounds have ended in a 1 versus 1.
That's for Fluxo W7M. But that's sometimes how it is. Where are we now? We go again. Still attacking here for NIP. Still keeping up the pace. Hi, oh my. It's going to be a full clear. So they will go for the... in from the construction over towards the Eagle Stairs and then their way through, looking to try and pinch these roamers where they can. You can see a player outside a horse.
Breaching here.
And this is just very on point for NIP. Taking their time, not looking to rush things, taking it slow, using the shields. They're going to be angling up a plant, I'm sure, as always. That's always going to be what Veto wants to try and go for, is those plants. Again, good information. Got Solid Snake ready, got Deimos ready. It's looking very, very strong, and fancy actually going to go for a little bit of a jump in here, right beside the site. Eno, able to pick up the opening kill. Dots goes down, and Fantasy thought, okay, I'll just try and slip into sight, but no, he's been shut down. There's going to be a 4v4 minute left. And for NIP, they have got control of horse, so this is what they wanted. They wanted this side of the map.
Veto gets one, but Cons gets one right back. Nobody's able to get a clean foot forward, but Pino finally finds a break in the momentum, and Fluxo W7M have not been able to trade it at this point. One more smoke canister in pocket, 30 seconds to play on the back of it. And Loban, obviously almost clutched out one of those early 1 versus 1s here. Veto going for another plant. And that will not stop the plant itself, but they will catch the shield in the sort of make of the end of it, but he can't get any deeper in towards that smoke itself. A 2 versus 2 post plant, and they peel back. NIP, Pino and Hates, the 2 players who've been able to pop off and get clutches previously, find themselves either side of a bit of a shooting gallery here. Cons goes down. Loban, who almost won out in a clutch before, but it's a trade out. Now, we have another sort of roll of the dice round, right? We have another flip of the coin round, and we have 5 of them. 5 of them going in an IP's favor.
Just, they can do no wrong. Again, that IP. Plant goes down, comes down right to the wire. My word, 5-0. And don't forget, Fluxo W7M used their timeout. It feels like an eternity ago. It feels like I've lived 10 different lives in 10 different centuries. That's how long ago it was. And they're still in the defense. They're still here.
Right.
They have to go again. It's a 5-0, but it feels like the longest 5-0 I've ever experienced.
One must imagine Sisyphus happy. They're just continually pushing the ball up the hill.
My word. It's like Atlas. You ever heard the story of Atlas?
Carrying the
carrying the weight of the world. That's it. And they can't get away from that. That's how I feel right now. I can't get away from this game.
I mean, Hates 12-2. Got the trade out on that last one, but what a time to have a life game, really, when we talk about how there has been these upset results. At this point, 5 attacks for their trouble on this map. They're going to have so much to play with on the second half. They just need to land one site twice at this point.
Nothing to report.
And the game is theirs. They don't want it to be that far. I mean, how many 5-1 halves did we have yesterday?
No enemies detected.
We'll see if we can get a 6-0, break that mold.
Site choice here for NIP. Or sorry, for Fluxo W7M. And they go back over towards bathroom, and I mean, at this point, like, where do you go? Like, you've lost every site you've went. I mean, this is your third time now going bathroom. Maybe you feel as though this is the bomb site you're comfortable on, I guess, but
pick your
poison. Try and do something and try and adapt. And Fantasy's already in the site, by the way.
Yeah,
he's dead, but how he slipped in again is...
It's the power of that up, right? It's the power of being able to see what's being watched.
I mean, on the bright side, though, he has slipped in the site, but he's dead now. And Fluxo W7M are actually in quite a healthy lead. And considering that this is the kind of halfway point, NIP actually in a bit of hot water. It's usually the other way around, where NIP looked very good during that midpoint, but now they have to get a little bit creative.
It's also one of the only times that we haven't had NIP immediately trading all the kills. They've been really, really on top of the trade game. They've made sure that there's somebody else. They've made sure that everything is sort of with a cost. Everything has to be paid. At least the sort of mid-round ones. And there, a few bodies gone. Obviously, they got Dodaz first, but since then, everything else has fallen away. Their eyes on towards meeting. It's a tough divide to cross here. They're still trying to put a bit of a presence out, as I said before. It's 50 seconds, though. What can get open? What can get breached? You can see Loban is raring to go. Wants to swing on towards the fight itself, as NIP are just doing structural work. At this point, I'm going to say it. How can they try and formulate this one into a round win?
Seems to be just very dull here from NIP. They don't have that kind of same bite. However, just been a down onto Loban, and I'd be surprised if he gets picked up and Pino able to finish him off. 15 seconds, and I think the information isn't going to be on the side here for NIP. Do they know the positions? Do they know where Cons is beside Bathroom? No, they don't, as he peeks up behind the half wall and finds 2 for his triples. Almost the third, but Paulu's there to give that little bit of a safety net. Finally, they're on the board.
They get 1. The coin lands their way, but, well, they've still got a long way to go, and we have a quick way towards the desk.
Yes, my friends, you do. It's a direct line to us here over on the desk side, and NIP up 5-1 to Fluxo. Sure, finally a round is going Fluxo's way, but this entire match has come down to the wire every single time at the end of the round, and there's a player or two that have really been showing up throughout it, saving the day. Maybe some that we mentioned here, Leo. Would you like to take the lead on it?
Yeah, I just love when I spend the first, few minutes before the game starts to speak about a certain player, saying that, he was a staple, the main player for that roster, the most valuable player. And it starts, round 1, Headsgate gets a double kill, and it's a 4v1, and NIP plays this perfectly. And then we have this incredible, almost 1v4 clutch from Lobin. And I felt like it was the perfect way to put us in the moment of what would this match be. It was just always going to be, every round was going to be close. Everyone was going to come up to a 1v1. In this one, it's Pino that wins it. But, in other rounds, there's one clear victor, and that's going to be Hates. And we've seen it throughout every single round here, dropping more than, I think 13 kill for the entirety of the first side. He gets a triple kill here. He's baiting the plant. He actually baits the plant to get the kills that he wanted. And then look at the trade game from NIP, which is absolutely incredible. It would be one thing to just only praise Hate, and in effect, he's the one that wins all of the important gunfights. And not only the one at the end of the rounds, by the way, the ones that are key in the middle of the round to get trades and to get them into a position where they can plant. Because it may seem very close, but in the end, there is only one team that's consistently playing the objective, and that's NIP. 4 plants in 6 rounds. There is only one team that is managing most of the time in the middle of the round to get a huge mana advantage, and that is NIP as well. And then obviously there is that moment of the retakes again and again for Fluxo W7M that always, they bring it back so close to 1v1, but it's just not enough. I think the better team is winning, but it is so close between the two of them.
Absolutely is. Again, you flip a coin on each one of these maps, and this game, each one of these rounds, and this game could be on its head completely, though. NIP, they don't want this advantage to slip away from them now that they swapped over to the defensive side. Can they learn from the Fluxo mistakes, and can they hold down the fort in their own way? Operator bans are through, of course. Clyde Bandit, nothing too surprising. Solid Snake, Glass, again, fits very well with what we have in the map. So we're going to send it right back to a caster's demo. Fluke, all yours.
Thank you very much. We find ourselves with a 5-1-1/2. I'm not going to say a mountain to climb, but a pretty big hill. Though this opening round could be the one that shakes it. Now, yesterday, you and I had a lot of 5-1s. We had a lot of games that sort of had a half that, you know, had a bit of weight towards it. And then it would become a 5-3, I think, pretty consistently every time. It then turned from a 5-1 to a 5-3. Can an IP do seemingly the tough thing and just get it to a 6? Can they make sure that that big round buffer is something that doesn't turn a little bit worrying, at least for a period of time?
Yeah, I think this is a very important round, isn't it? The first round of the side switch. You know, for NIP, if they win this, they'll be 6-1 up. So it puts a massive amount of pressure on the Fluxo W7M, where they know, okay, we now have to have 5 perfect rounds in a row on the attack. That's going to be fun. Whereas, if NIP lose this, they're then going to give Fluxo W7M a way back into the game. They're going to be feeling confident, thinking, okay, now we can do this. We only need 3 rounds. We can do that. We've still got one that we can sacrifice if needed. We still got a backup round. But yeah, it's certainly one of these kind of situations where I think for NIP, they now get on the defense. And as much as what they're good in the attack, I mean, have you seen like some of their stat distribution last year for their defensive win rate? It's extremely impressive. I mean, this side, I mentioned it, they were really mighty last year in SAL in terms of how much they've improved. You know, and as much as what I've praised their attacks, their defensive win rate is also very, very impressive. I mean, just in Fortress throughout the past year, they have a 50% win rate on this map. So you would expect they're going to get at least some defenses, and that's really all they need.
So we have still NIP as locked in as ever, but it's down to Fluxo W7M, 1 round at a time, brick by brick. Another such sportadages that can give you a little bit of balm for a soul that desperately needs it. Concerned about the swing chance for somebody on the other side, but it's Besetto is inside, gets the first on towards Cons. They lose that blitz demo. They lose that front of the push, and they lose any utility. They just dumped in towards that engagement. That's at least 3 smokes gone. I mean, what did they try and make the drive there? Because it's also all the Candelas. There hasn't been a netted result out of any of that demo.
No. Not a great start for Fluxo W7M. All the util from that Ying is gone. Shield's gone. Really, now you're just looking at somebody from Fluxo W7M, I guess, to try and make a play. And obviously, this man, somebody wants to make a play. It will be Paulu. Just going to wait the meantime. Starts able to get 1. Paulu, he's got 1 canister left, and that is it. Smoke goes off, allows Dots to get himself in towards meeting. The wall is opened up, so they can try and work with it. However, that deployable shield, they have nothing to get rid of it, so that will be a big issue. Someone can just sit behind it inside a bathroom and just deny Fluxo W7M getting themselves in towards the site. Dots will find another. Here comes Paulu. Turn around, seeing if he can and find some picks. Odezo finds another. There's Withered Earth Fantasy, though, with 2. This is now where we're sat looking at NIP, where they have stabilized.
You know, not much time left. Besetto has the stairs on a lockdown, and we have a 6-1. Fluxo W7M. I mean, there was a moment there, right? Where NIP, they sort of, you know, got that first kill and then had Fluxo W7M biting in towards the site itself. But they just couldn't find those engagements, couldn't find the kill. The drift in towards the site netted nothing. You know, they traded a life for a Razor Bloom. Got the kill, but then got caught out by it. It's just the risks are not paying off for them this game.
I mean, even you think about where the diffuser was. I mean, that was also a big issue. There was never going to be a situation where Fluxo W7M could go and get a plant. That was just not going to happen based on what happened earlier in the round. And as much as what they've tried, and they've tried to work their way in, I think obviously Dots has done well to get some kills back for his side. But it still just was not enough because time was against them, information wasn't there, didn't have the kit, could never focused on getting the plant down, which you look at NIP's attacks. They were so focused on getting that diffuser down. They planted 4 times out of the 6.
Yep.
So that maybe shows the difference in the two sides. It's just kind of, okay, what's the mentality? What's the aim? What's the goal? What kind of siege are we going to play? And it just did not scream plant-orientated.
Now, Fluxo W7M. They still have to try and take those risks. They still have to try and put the pressure in and put the pressure in, but that was, in some way, I'm not going to say a pocket play, but the shield driving immediately, getting caught out whilst they pop smokes and candelas, it didn't work. And that's a play. That's a very sort of driven one. They couldn't swing that round back in, so what do they do now? Do they have the confidence to try and do those again? Do they just sort of make sure they do their game, 1 brick at a time, 1 round at a time, 1 kill at a time? Parlo gets the entry. Removes Basetto. Oh, and there's Dots getting a second inside the site. Pressure on. They've seen an opportunity. They're going to try and take it as best as possible. Sees the Thorn caught outside as well. And this one. Though they don't have the kit right now, they've got pretty much all the rest of the control. Should be able to just sort of hold inside the site and get that cemented. Hates, that's fine. 1 on the far side. So we can't really count the game done or the round done until Hates is done. The performance he's had so far, 15 and 4, but I have to try and make that even better and bigger. The plant is being secured. There's the breach. There's the attempt. There's the spray back. There's Palu getting a multi.
Yep, 3k for Palu. See, for Hates, he's been the star boy for NIP. But even that is a little bit too much whenever you're up against Palu on a mirror window. Which, yeah, that happened, he's probably thinking. But still, plenty of breathing room. I think that's what we have to preface here for NIP. It's still a long way to go for Fluxo W7M. They need to do that another 4 times. And that is very, very difficult. So for NIP, they just have to wait until Fluxo W7M make the mistake.
Yeah, they just need to win one. They just need to win the same site they've already won again. Right? It's that sort of element of it where as soon as they get things locked in on there, they've learned some lessons, they won it. They just need to do that one more time. Here. They'll stretch themselves on towards, obviously, performance games that gonna keep things moving, keep things changing. But at this point, again, it's still the pressure of Fluxo W7M having to be perfect, having to be flawless as the read through. 2 shields is how they want to try and make it land this time round.
Not a bad idea.
No, not a horrible idea. They've tried 1 shield, worked. 1 shield didn't work. 2 shields. Let's see. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, not a lot as well to be worried about. No Thorn, no Ella. So you certainly can use those shields to great effect. Just have to be careful, though, if you're going to go for the old tower take. Obviously, that little drop down, it's total smoke bait. Like, the smoke with a canister is always going to go for that. It's going to do a lot of damage to you as a shield. So that's one thing you do have to be careful of. Make sure that the smoke isn't there. And if they are there, well, try and problem solve that and try and get the smoke away from that position. Push somebody up the staircase beside him, stop him from denying those shields. However, based on where they are, it's going to be a full clear. They're going to be coming in from the construction side in towards bedroom. The roamers need to be careful. They're inside a bathroom in our fantasy. And a player inside, of course, that being Hates. And obviously, this is the danger man. This is who Fluxo W7M need to be scared of. But hey, if you can pick him off early, don't let him get into this round. That could be really positive for NIP. Or, sorry, for Fluxo W7M. It'd be bad for NIP.
Yeah, I don't think NIP won that, but
oh, no.
To be honest, what they want is what they get. Here's a drive all the way across the bathroom. They've found any direct fight right now. You can see they're just kind of loosing impacts and hoping to get an impact on the back of it. The engagement hasn't happened. There hasn't been a catch on a body. There hasn't been a trade out. I mean, we've had late, early picks before, but well, pretty soon it's going to be the latest we've had so far. Who's going to be the first to get a bite? The shields are up, and it's actually a C4 over the top. Gets rid of that ace. Gets rid of the hard breach outside of the pockets, and At this point, where do you try and reframe yourself? You still have the 2 shields. Still have the chance at getting tucked in, but this wall being solid, well, look, they're going to have to pick up and entirely go for the rotate demo.
Might need to get Polly over to open up. He's still got 2 hard breach gadgets, but he's so far away. He's on the exterior breach right now. So yeah, they're going to have to try and force their way in towards bunks and look for that plant, but again, it's going to be difficult because you can get bottlenecked in that door very easily, and there are still smokes from Wizards, so we can make it a nightmare to play against that.
Well, here's the charge, here's the run, here's the smokes, and here's Dots taking a lot of damage, but he's inside the fight and trying to sort of get a bit of a beat down. It's a trade out. 20 seconds. Oh, Dots gets himself a double down, and 3 versus 3. The plant is being secured, and they can't quite stop it. 2 shields still standing, but Lobin is not. Caught out on the door, and there's the cross, and there's everybody else. NIP with Hates demonstrating a masterclass. At this point, fist bump. You do have to take the kid out, and you can hear it being done. One of the cameras in the top left got smashed off in celebration. An excellent, excellent showing from NIP.
Yeah, and it's all about Hates. I mean, what a performance. 18-5 is... You don't see that. Fantastic work from Hates. NIP, they've made that match look way too easy than what it should have been. That should have been a better match. We fought Fluxo W7M after a win yesterday. Would have got them back on track for the season. But it almost feels like 1 step forward, 2 steps back for Fluxo W7M.
At this point, it's sort of been this beautiful, sort of strange demonstration of a day, right? We've had all of these different elements. We've had all of these different teams so far giving us surprise results. And even though you could, at the start of the game be like, yeah, NIP probably could win this, you don't expect it to be like that. You don't expect that team in that manner to wrest control in that sort of way. And I mean, what an absolute sort of, I guess, statement game demo.
I think it applies the pressure now to everyone around NIP. Again, I think FaZe are under quite a lot of pressure today with how some of the results have went. And obviously, FaZe are always going to be the team that everyone wants to beat in this region. They've won back-to-back hammers. They're always going to have the target in the back of their heads.
Wow. Who do we have in front of our heads and our eyes to look at? A wonderful desk.
Thank you very much, my friends. And yes, for a map in a game that went back and forth in every single round, it had to end with an NIP victory at the very end of it. Leo, despite how tight things were, they're going to be happy with that victory. So let's bring in the celebrations. I'll put you off on the what do you call it? The cotillon, everything that we're going to throw around here to celebrate. Let's bring in Pino. Pino, good to see you again. Congratulations on the win. A big one for you and the team today. Talk to me about this game and how back and forth it was the whole time, because we're watching here kind of on the edge of our seats every single round.
It was a very good one. Winning 5 attacks on Fortress is really hard, so we're very proud of our performance today. And how we improved that map was a map that we struggled a lot on since it came out on the map pool. And we lost to Furia on the grand finals last stage and lost to FearX on SI. Since then, we didn't play much, and now we are confident enough to pick in the best of 3. So very proud of the attacks, and yeah, we played very good today. Hates was unstoppable, and he was not losing any gunfights, so that made it a lot easier for us.
Yeah, that was actually one of my questions, Pino. I remember when you told us that Cafe used to be your best map, and then you hit a slump, and then you decided to rework it, and then you just pulled off a 7-0. And then I thought of the same thing when I saw you guys pick Fortress. I was like, they didn't have the best record. Maybe they have a lot of time that they spent in reworking it, and I think that today you proved. Is that part of the small things that you were hiding going into the stage? That map being much better in your map pool?
Yeah, I think the teams that screamed us, they knew, but Fluxo, we didn't play them on screens pretty much because they were one of our first matches, so they didn't know. And so yeah, we did a lot of work on this off season, and paid off.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that. I know a lot of people will talk about Hates and incredible performance from him, to be honest. he was the worst player yesterday against FaZe, and before that he had been, so consistent. Can you let me know how he felt a little bit, from the FaZe game where he struggled to this game today where he absolutely carried?
Yeah, I think that the FaZe match, it was not his fault or anybody specifically fault. It was the team fault. Like, we did a lot of silly mistakes. We are difficulting the game for everyone. We are not playing together. We're not getting info of their defenses on the prep phase. So we played very bad as a team, and the result was it was hard for everyone. So it didn't matter who got the kills or not. So he's a really dedicated player, and he went full god mode on this match.
He looked incredible today. So did you, actually, playing really well in this matchup. Not to talk about the future, I actually want to look back at the first two matches. We had great upsets today here in SAL. Were you expecting any of them to go the way that they have, with how close Imperial got, with how loud we're able to take down Liquid?
Sorry, it stopped working myself. Can you repeat, please?
Well, I want to look at the previous matches, take your opinion on this. I don't know if you saw the Furia Imperial match and Loud Liquid. Were you expecting this sort of upsets today in the way that they went down?
Yeah, I think that Loud, with the recent changes, they changed their play style as well. Yeah, they use it to play so slow and passive on defense. Now they're playing more aggressive and doing more fast-paced stuff on attack. And I think that, yeah, I kind of expected it, but it was mostly because of the map. I don't know why Liquid play labs against them. It's maybe their best map, and Liquid was trying to add labs to their map pool. It was clearly the weakest map since forever of that lineup. So I don't know what happened to the veto to get labs replayed. So yeah, when I see labs, I already knew Loud would win.
There you go. Something to look at for your next matchup. We'll be playing against Imperial. Of course, they took Furia to overtime today, though. Pino, thank you very much. Hope to see you next week. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. And a back and forth as we had here. Leo, what a game. The highlight reel at every single end of round is just, what is Hates up to? And you can just replay that, which is, you're going to see it right in front of you here. This round, almost incredible. If only he was ADS'd all the way through the Vector on the way back. But, hindsight and all of that, beautiful regardless.
Both with 1 HP too, by the way. Like I feel like every end of round was like an action movie. It felt like watching a frag movie the entire time. So the highlights of these games will be incredible. I think it's a sad end for Fluxo W7M. I think if you look at their record throughout the stage, we're almost halfway through, and realistically, they lost to Black Dragons, they lost to FaZe, they lost to NIP, and as much as it was a convincing victory over Imperial yesterday, it's just not enough, and they will have a lot at stake. Starting next week, we'll start playing against more of these lower tier teams with a lost game. They will have to play Loud at some point. They will have to play INTZ, and they better make sure that they get those points, because if they don't, that's it. That's the end of the playoff run, and it would be two major STR events that they miss in a row. And for a team that is supposed to be so consistent, who have not made roster changes in a long time, except for that cons move, it's just not good enough. And so I'm happy about NIP. I think that was a great bounce back from the FaZe game. I think overall they can really be proud of the way they've been playing so far in this stage, because Loud have improved a lot and they beat them quite convincingly. There is that huge victory on Cafe, and then another one here. And then the last thing that we can really learn here from this match is that whenever something goes wrong with the team, they can always have someone that is going to step up and win those late rounds. And even though I think that there are a few weaknesses that we spotted, I think sometime in the middle of the round they get a really good advantage, and they let Fluxo W7M make it closer, especially post-plant. But that's things that are easy to fix, right? The hard part of the job, they're doing it really well.
Very much so. Here at 7-2, this is always within the context of the top four, right? This is how we're always talking about it here Fluxo W7M want to be in the top 4, but they're nowhere near it right now. So as of week 2, we're maybe starting to discount them from that conversation after this hates today, like we've said really for the past hour. Both our casters and ourselves, he's made up for yesterday and in spades. 216 APS, 89 on the cost, putting in numbers, saving rounds, whatever was needed. It's exactly what you need from NIP to win this matchup convincingly, getting a 5-round advantage over Fluxo W7M, and on top of it, securing all 3 rounds. And be very happy with today's results. A very zen, as you see it from Hates here and the rest of the squad. Leo, that is our middle of the day game. We still have 2 more to go. And guess who come up right after the break? FaZe versus Los in a few.
It's the World Cup, baby. Okay, take it easy. We are trying not to get the video copyright struck here. Anyway, we are here to talk about a World Cup. Just not that one. We're talking about the Nations Cup, or in its full name, the Esports World Cup of Nations. First things first, let's go over the basics. For Rainbow Six Siege, the tournament will take place from November 18th to November 22nd. 24 national teams will compete, including both invited squads and qualified teams. With one spot, the so-called Solidarity slot still up for grabs. The teams will be divided into 4 groups of 6. They will face off in a single round robin of the best-of-1 matches, with the top 4 teams from each group advancing to a single elimination playoff bracket. From round 16 onward, matches will be best of 3, except for the grand finals, which will be played as a best of 5. Pretty easy to follow so far, right? Well, here's where things get interesting. Because if you got national teams, you've gotta have a call-up, a roster announcement. So let's take a look at Team Brazil. We have Vita King from FaZe Clan Support, Palo from Fluxo W7M, Handy, FaZe Clan, JV92, Team Liquid, Cyber, FaZe Clan, Loira, Furia, and last but not least, KZ from Team Liquid. And the masterminds responsible for selecting these 7 absolute demons were our coaching staff, Igor CTG, Rafael, and Eudinho. Now, instead of us doing all the talking, let's hear directly from the people involved and find out how this roster came together. Professor Igor, take it away.
De uma forma resumida, basicamente o processo da seleção foi, eles selecionaram um manager, que foi o Eudinho. Depois de algumas conversas e tudo mais entre eles, eles acabaram me entrevistando e eu fui o selecionado para ser o treinador principal da seleção brasileira. Eu já tinha bem claro para mim, caso eu fosse selecionado, que a pessoa que eu queria estar ali comigo era o Rafael, porque, sendo sincero, pelo histórico recente, acho que é o que mais merecia.
Basicamente, a gente tinha uma lista bem grande de jogadores bons, que a gente tinha que conseguir enxugar a lista para 7 nomes, né? Foi bem difícil de conseguir reduzir essa lista, para ser sincero. Tinha pessoas que estavam em uma fase muito boa, tinha pessoas que tinham uma história muito boa no R6, tem pessoas que estavam com um momento muito bom, então reduzir a lista foi um trabalho bem complicado, então a gente acabou fazendo entrevista com alguns jogadores. O sistema, né, que eles apresentaram para mim, eu tinha que montar uma line com 5 jogadores e 2 reservas. Eu acho que eles fizeram um formato ali de 15 jogadores e cada um montou sua line.
Eu dei a entrevista deitado na cama e a galera tudo no PC com a webcam. Fizeram umas perguntas lá, aparentemente respondi o que eles queriam.
Well, there you have it. But of course, no call-up is complete without a little controversy. And in this case, it seems like the fans weren't exactly thrilled about the absence of Siege's resident Giga Chad.
Sobre a seleção, acho que eu fiquei chateado, mas mais comigo mesmo. Seleção é momento e realmente eu não tô no meu melhor momento da minha carreira. Mas fiquei muito feliz pelo Loira, que é do meu time aí, foi chamado. Eu vou torcer pelo Brasil, sem dúvida alguma. Tenho certeza que ele tá muito bem representado. Seguir trabalhando aí para quem sabe no futuro poder representar essa camisa aí.
A gente vai avaliar como eles vão estar jogando nos respectivos times, como vai funcionar o encaixe dentro da seleção e tudo mais, para aí sim a gente montar a lineup titular.
Fair enough. Now, before we wrap things up, let's talk about the favorite teams. France looks scary. The United States looks scary also. But what about Brazil? Aren't we the team to beat?
Olha, estamos trabalhando para que seja, mas obviamente vai ser um campeonato bem difícil, existem outras boas seleções, mas a gente sabe que a gente está levando todo um peso de uma nação e um favoritismo. Existem bons times e é a nossa preparação que tem que fazer a diferença, né?
Eu acho que o Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, sim, e tem boas seleções também para competir, mas eu acho que a gente vai estar bem sólido, a gente tem bastante tempo para se preparar e já estamos nos preparando, então a torcida pode esperar aí que nada mais, nada menos que um baita show aí do Brasil.
O Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, né? Eu diria que hoje em dia a gente comparado, assim, o roster, fala, né? Que é a line-up do Brasil, é comparado ao roster da França do futebol. E eu sou o Olise.
Fair point, my man JV. And honestly, if there's one guy you remind me of, it's Olise. Because man, that French dude is an absolute pain in the bottom. Start getting your watch parties ready, figure out where you're watching the games, and while we're waiting for the INTZ to kick off, I guess we'll have to settle for that one little tournament called the FIFA World Cup. And of course, keep hanging out with us here on SAL. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, my friends, to SAL, and we're getting deeper and deeper into our schedule for today. Game number 4 is up upon us, Leo, and I think we've had a little moment here to recharge our energies, really shake it off and get back into the swing of things. And our next one is FaZe versus Lost. Let's talk about FaZe Clan. Yesterday, we glazed them. We said JP might just be our co-host that we'll bring on in the future permanently here on SAL. Let's glaze them one more time before we set them in their game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with Furia dropping 1 point today, realistically, FaZe is the last remaining team that has had a flawless run so far. They still have one game to play today to match the amount of games that Furia played, but still, should they win today with a regulation, then that would be 3 points, and that would put them with 4 play days already at 12 points, way ahead of everyone, the most consistent team in Brazil, on the back of a huge shakeup that happened in SAL, leading to multiple massive roster changes on the big teams and the lower teams, and the creation of brand new teams like the one on your screen, Lost, the team that I think surprised the most of people going into kickoff, entirely made from scratch, some big names on it, and living up to expectations so far with the qualification to Salt Lake City. And honestly, with playing quite well throughout the beginning of this stage, they had a very narrow, close victory over Loud, which we've seen today. Is a strong team. A very dominating 7-1 victory over Black Dragons yesterday. These guys, they fully ramped up on the back of the 2 players on your screen. Experience on that screen already. And Dafo, a resurgence after a, I would say, tumultuous year of 2025. Perez, just a standout player for this roster. He said it himself in the interview yesterday. They put him on the best roles, Milosh, and he absolutely delivers. And yesterday, an 11 KD and 100% cost. That was crazy.
Playing meta operators sometimes puts a lot of pressure on different players, right? When you're expected to perform in a certain way. Perez yesterday delivered that, and in spades, it seems like he loves to play operators that can be abused with the right setup, with the right spacing that he is given. You cannot have one player just dominating on their own. There's always something happening in the backline to allow that. And Perez is just the Reaper, the Grim Reaper on the team that just comes in and makes sure everybody's out of the picture before they actually commit to a round victory, be it on defense, attack, planting, or pushing back those dastardly attackers. However, our veto is ready. Let's bring it up and see what we've got in store for us in this series. Lair's out, Cafe's out. Leo, what do we got in?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised because we're going to see another Fortress today. We had to wait play day 4 to get them, and now 2 back-to-back. Interesting one in the sense that Lost, we've seen them try to implement that map into their map veto, in that map rule, and it's been a struggle for Lost. They tried it and showed it at kickoff, got destroyed 7-2 by Fluxo W7M. They tried to show it again, having reworked it at the major against Weibo. They got 7-1 on the map. So It's one of those maps that they probably reworked, and probably one of those maps that they were not likely to play should they not have the choice of the side. For FaZe Clan, it feels like, you know, one of those maps where it's FaZe Clan, so whatever map you're going to pick, they're going to be good at it. However, it's not one map that they play a lot. They abused it during SI, clearly. I mean, they were one of the early adopters, played it 4 times at the tournament, won every single time, except for that crazy 11-9 loss.
The Joom effect.
On the back of Joom having 2 1v3s. So, to be honest, it should have been a 4-win streak. When they came back to Brazil, they played it against Liquid. They lost it. That was at kickoff as well. So, it's a map that, you know, just like all of their maps, is quite strong on the side of FaZe. Maybe, just maybe, not strong, not as strong as some others. So I guess as good as of a middle ground you're going to find for FaZe for loss.
Still, as we've said with FaZe and teams on this level of competition, you should never let them play into the checklist. You should never cede territory in space for free. You should at least punish them, get aggressive, get in their face. Controlled chaos is the way maybe to try to deal with a team like FaZe. Also proven that they can actually adapt in and around that sort of play style, but putting things into action when you have a team that is always 10 out of 10, that always has eyes seemingly on everything that you're doing, you have to basically remove that bit from your head where you're over-respecting your opponent. And I know from your perspective as a former competitive player, Leo, there's some times where you go into a game, you see familiar faces, players that you looked up to, an organization name on the other side that just gets in your head. You just need to kick that all out and just play, hey, there's a certain operator ahead of me. I don't care who's playing it.
Yeah, you stop playing against the names and you start playing against the operator, and that was one of the first lessons I learned when I was joining Lost Stream all the way back. I think I wouldn't be too worried on the side of Lost. It's a bunch of very experienced players. Maybe Nuxga, maybe Dark are players that have less experience, but overall, I think they believe they can do it. And if there is one upset potential that I can trust today, maybe it's that one. Maybe it's just the day of upset.
Honestly, so far, it absolutely has been in more ways than one, which means I'm looking forward to repeating it, like you say. Though, the casters are ready and they are screaming to get into this match. Flute Demo, take it away.
Are you screaming? Give me a scream. Go on, Demo. Go on, Demo. Demo says...
Leave me alone.
Oh, okay. I cannot follow that up. There is nothing I can say on the back of an earnest leave me alone. That otherwise comes out, hey, we're back in Fortress, buddy. We're back. Woo. In a FaZe versus Loss showdown. Now, we've just had a Fortress for those who missed it. And it was a strong result, a surprising result in some ways, and how one-sided it would be. But we'll see if this goes anywhere else. Let's see if FaZe can sort of step up on what we expect. There's been jumps around in the sort of league table. Obviously, you're kind of looking at the spread of things, how games have got themselves out. And, you know, we talk about the separation, the sort of cut in the middle. Team Liquid Alienware have fallen further and further down the board. But if Loss get themselves, 2 points from this, at least they'll jump over Team Liquid. Liquid will fall their way down on towards 6th place. And, what a way that they'll have gone on this weekend. At the same time, FaZe, if they can get themselves the 3 points, if they can get themselves clear to the top, will be the undisputed #1 team for now. There will be a points difference, which we didn't have when we came into this weekend, right? We had the problem where everybody was sort of sitting on the same amount of points, and it was all down to round difference and other boring things like that.
See now how they want to go about things. Obviously for FaZe, we're just gonna keep it going as what we're obviously used to. FaZe always being that dominant side that we see inside of SAL. However, I mentioned before, I've been really impressed with Loss. Was really impressed with them at kickoff. Obviously then got to the major for the first time. And now they've been able to really kind of formulate themselves as to a team who can compete for those top 4 positions. So I think for us here, they are also in for a really good shot at winning this game. I think they can go toe-to-toe with a team like FaZe.
The King's able to find Dash on that first take. They lose. His army, they keep a barricade. Handy obviously has the cross here with the shield. They're just going to try and force out this position. Pressure up the right stairs as well. Go for the swing round, but otherwise it's sort of bit by bit. And you can see that they've, you know, doubled up either side, right? 2 shields. One's pushing up the stairs. One's pushing down the stairs. To meet in the middle for a bit of a pain sandwich. And either side of it is a hunk of metal. They're cautious on the advance. Oh, I say that as Perez swings out, gets rid of souls. There's the sense gone. As they were deploying their gadget, you could hear the sort of RAU rolling out. At this point now, what are they going to have with the cover? The smoke to get themselves close in. Vidiking almost suffers next on the follow-through. They've got a bit of a watch here, but they haven't been able to get a clear break. You can see KDS has to go on the big rotate. It has to offer something on the back, because otherwise there's no secondary pressure demo.
See if Andy could try and get in with that shield and try and feed out some information for his side. And oh, there's Cyber with the blitz. Little peek, able to take down the smoke. A good pick, but Perez, oh, that is really good from him. Takes the initiative, feeling the pressure inside a horse, eliminates the player on the door, and now Perez just has to look one way, doesn't have to worry about being flanked.
At this point, they have themselves with the gun over the shoulder. They're just going to try and slink and slow their move in on towards that default plant spot. The coverage is there on the audio. Should bet out some motion, so a bit of a pre-fire. A bit of a bait and a gamble, but 15 seconds. How much do you have left in towards that setup? There's another swing round, but Daffo gets the other shield in the meantime. And Cyber is able to find one more for his pistol trouble, but with 6 seconds and no kit at this point. You can see they've just gone for a split. They're playing on contact. One on the far left, one on the far right. No time to make it happen. Lost get the first round.
Yeah, time. Big issue there. I mean, the really important kill was Perez being able to pick off the player outside a horse. That was the crucial one. If that kill goes in favor of FaZe, they have horse control, and then everything else just kind of capitulates for the defense. But the fact that he's got that kill, he can still be a nuisance inside a horse. Any backstab potential is gone now, and it just leaves the shields having to just push forward, and that's the only way they can go is just forward. So yeah, important stuff. And look, Perez has obviously been the standout performer for this side. I mean, he was fantastic yesterday, and I'm expecting him just to keep moving with that momentum.
Has become this sort of energy, right, from the side of FaZe where they're looking in towards, you know, how do they get their responses? The first defense going away from them, it's not the end of the world. We can sort of talk about how the history of everything, of this map, how it was played earlier today, and where they were able to sort of get themselves set up and the, in a way, progress that NIP made. It becomes a balancing act of, well, they're FaZe. We even joked about it earlier. They have FaZe cruise control. FaZe has an element where they don't really get shaken. KDF, impossible to shake. The man, he's just tired about his timeouts. That's all he really cares about. But there's the sort of split where them losing that opening round, it's not going to be the end of their world.
It's as though they're the kind of Olympic swimmers, and they don't have to come back up for air. They could just hold their breath and just keep on swimming. It's so impressive to see from FaZe. So it's all about for loss, stopping that from happening. Don't give FaZe a chance to get it into this game at all. However, I'm pretty sure FaZe have been, like, absolutely stomped once in the past, like, 5 years. I'm not even kidding. It's absolutely ludicrous. This team very rarely gets beaten by a heavy, heavy margin. So if Lost want to do that, they're going to have to play some pretty perfect siege. Now for FaZe, going to be switching over to their Dorms attack now. They've got the Ying this time around, so they've got a little bit more, I would say, punching power compared to what they had last time. So I am expecting to see a decent amount of util dump followed up with some kills.
Well, talking of util dump, it starts as they might mean it to continue, but there's nobodies that are found on the back of it at this point. They're trying to find the cross angle, the shield, knocking on the door of the breach, but otherwise they can't quite get themselves stepped in. They can't quite find the angle. There's the first. And it falls into the favor of the defenders, but it's the crossfire out as they pull the player from behind. Billiards at this point in the blinds. rolling over the top. They're just seeing if they can make the momentum. The plan is attempted. They're finally able to finish off that player, but the C4 from underneath is able to get that security. A 3 versus 3. Gets pulled back. They've done some damage to the player below, but they have not been able to get them locked in. The 3 versus 2 on towards the site itself. And now, what can the 2 remaining players? There's a lot of time here, Demo, and they know one is desperately trying to break the way up the stairs.
Yeah, boss. Really in a bad position now. They have been able, though, to kill Handy. That's going to be Diffuser called on the ground, but Vita King is there, and he can now go for the plant. See Dark below. He's going to know exactly where they're moving around. He can hear through the verts. See that they shift the plant position, but he is going to be tracked by that Demo, which is the 1v1. Things you don't want to see. Souls just have to toy with him. Just take his time and expect that pistol to hit him. And it will. FaZe, good response. 1-1. They square it up.
I mean, it's everything we wanted. It's everything we talked about, right? It's the FaZe MO. Keep it calm. Keep it cool. Keep it FaZe. They're able to sort of get themselves in those trade games. They kept themselves pressure on towards the site. They obviously lost that first body. Fine. But then the way they sort of stepped in, they kept the plan moving. They kept the idea on towards the plant. That's that sort of FaZe speciality, right? We talk about it often. Who of this team is doing a specific role? Who of this team is doing a specific job? Who of this team's job is to go in and get kills and get everything locked in? Fine, there is some sort of, penciled in guidelines, but they're all so bloody brilliant that anyone can step back in to when something's been taken out. Anyone can sort of slip in towards a replacement position and, well, from this,
10 seconds to go.
they found themselves, I guess, around back, but lost at this point. What are they hoping for? They're down on towards a tricky and awkward site. They want to keep it rolling. They're not going to double down on dorms and games just yet. They do know they'll have to go back there at some point. Unless they play Hammam. They could do that demo.
No, that's not going to happen. But yeah, look, into the mid floor, or I say mid floor, bottom floor, apologies. Obviously, it's the kind of full rotation from loss. If they win, lose, or draw, they're going to keep up the rotation no matter what. Cyber should be on for an easy entry, and it will be the case. That door was just barricaded right beside him, and for some reason, Daffo thought, I'll just stand beside it, I guess. And yeah, very easy kill for Cyber. Really good information. Now look at that. Sees a lot of enemies he can ping out for his side. And this is really good early pressure here from FaZe. And I mean, if you are players of loss, you feel a little bit worried and don't really want to linger here whenever you know you're being spotted out by the Solid Snake. But Nuxka, he's going to have a bit of a go here. He's going to try and go for the peak on the Cyber. That's got the Vector, of course, really good in this close-range environment, but equally so is the F2.
5 versus 3 as they swing onto Nox. Get rid of him as well, Cyber. I mean, Cyber wasn't the big hitter yesterday, but
yeah.
It's sort of the change-up. And he takes a bit of damage, but it leaves just Dash alone anyway, and... Oh, this is another round that might get dismantled. Oh, no. What do you do?
Yeah, this isn't what you want.
Oh, even KDS found that one funny.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, for FaZe, this is where they can really start just kicking into that overdrive. So for Lost, it's very important that they kind of stop that from happening, and they need to try and stop that momentum now. And try and get this next defense on the board. See what the bans bring us. Yeah, I mean, makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You got the Solid Snake, which caused a lot of issues in that last round. I'm not surprised that they've banned that away from Cyber. But also, banning away the Thorn, I mean, that's going to be great for the shields, which is obviously something that FaZe have not shied away from. They'll play the Blitz, they'll play the Blackbeard. So yeah, removing those traps. Going to be good. And then you look at Perez, now has to pick up the Ela, whereas he was actually playing the form last time we were up here. So, nice little ban from FaZe. But Lost have obviously brought in the other way of dealing with the shields, those Grismot mines.
this point, obviously. That's two, I'm going to say solid rounds in a row, right? The first was, in some ways, a test of an approach. They went with 2 shields. They, you know, you've just sort of mentioned the, I guess the Griswold Mines, the response towards potentially that happening again, the fear that something like that could happen again. But FaZe, they're a team of adaptation. The single shield, fine, but then they'll sort of play on the back of it, get the Deimos potentially underneath, try and cause some damage. They were able to get themselves in and get, and I'm going to say early-ish first body around the sort of turn of the clock, but this is the site that they lost, so what are they going to adapt? Where else can they try and make things happen?
Reloading ammo.
See, now Loss want to go around this defense. Of course, successful here the last time. So you would expect that the same is going to happen here again. This FaZe going to change up. Still got that shield. Not 2 this time, just the 1. Perez, an early engagement. Notice that Perez has got 2 Grismots in his pocket. That is going to be specifically to counter the shields on the side of FaZe. He can throw it at the Blackbeard if Blackbeard wants to have a go at him. And he downstairs as well. Tis the season at the end of the day, isn't it?
It is. Cheers. Well, we'll see if they decide to get in. As I said, the Deimos try and cause some pressure from underneath, getting the pings out. But otherwise, not really able to get a decent reception onto the fight there. Time is slowly ticking away. FaZe happy to mop up utility, mop up some of the clear on the other side of the map itself. It's a bit of a big map. It's a bit of a clunky clear at points. You've sort of, especially if you're throwing people underneath, you've got a lot of work to be done. Now on towards meeting, the alternate take, because the approach down from the other side didn't quite work itself. And as he said, being able to pull those Griswold Mines into pocket and have them as a deploy later, they can be malleable with this defense. Fine, you've obviously got, you know, pre-placed on the side of the Goyo canisters, the mute jammers, but as Dash is proving, once you get those keepers out into a position, if he wants to deploy the 3, they can rebuild the defense. They can set themselves up for new angles alongside the Grismots. They're alongside the smoke. It just allows them to say, oh, they're coming from this side? Fine. Doesn't change anything.
Doesn't feel as though FaZe have really got the same bite as what they've had previously. I mean, 30 seconds, they've only just got their first pick on the board. Still a lot of players that they have to go through. Still 2 smoke grenades as well from the smoke. Andy, an active ping, look at the challenge onto that bedroom door. He's just baiting out, counting his bullets. But there's the Griswold Mine. There's the effect of the trap operator of Ella. Has that impact for those quick little plays. Look at this. So KDS has went for a bit of a wander in through bathroom. He's found 1, but that smoke grenade, though, is key. KDS for free. It's going to have to be an ace, but no. Not close to it. Loss. That's good. They've stopped that momentum from FaZe 2-2. This is what they need to keep themselves in this game.
Problem is, it's on the same site, right? They've only been able to make it land on command office bathroom. They need to see if they can try and extend that towards another site. They need at least 3, if not probably 4. But at that point, I mean, they'd have to just entirely steal the momentum back in towards their favor. They'll obviously stay on this second story, move on towards dorms and games. And this was a very, very clean approach from the side of FaZe. They just sort of, you know, took it piece by piece, played on towards it. But at this point, what's the adaptation? What's the change? They're going to, you know, see if they can get the mute involved, slow down the intel, slow down the game of what could be got. Rather than trying to actively steal intel and play underneath with the Valkyrie like they did before, there's potentially going to be more of a focus inside the site itself. Let's not go for that slight difference. I mean, they played a Deimos and tried to get underneath before. Let's not give them that engagement. Let's pull the Valkyrie out of there. Let's sort of swap that element in for something that instead stretches the map laterally.
5 seconds of insertion.
You made a very good point. Us have to try and win another bomb site. Can't go there anymore. And look, I think the last time we were over here for our Dorn's defense, it was pretty simple, I think, for FaZe. Just to use the Ying, use a lot of the util, still have the shields to back it up. and make a very easy avenue into the bomb site. And we're able also to get the diffuser down the last time. No shield, though. That is a difference here for FaZe. Cyber on that entry by himself again, seeing if he can pick up the first pick. Gonna wait and see if he can gain some information. Again, this is what you'll see from Deimos. You want to make sure you know who you're fighting against, get the spot, and then have that track if you can. However, it is a mute, and I would say that Dark will probably be close by to a mute jammer, so he won't be able to get Deimos tracked if that's the case.
Track is going to come through on the back end. Is obviously playing on towards the mute. They'll see if they can put some of this pressure across. As I said, the stretch laterally. And the attention towards Cyber on this opening engagement. Now, KDS is on the back, but it's actually handy. Finds the first, gets rid of Daffo, and gets himself a second. But Dark and Dash get one apiece. And oh, Perez suddenly finds one as well. Suddenly looked like it was all FaZe, and Handy looks up, and everybody on his team is pretty much dead. Vidaking's there a bit confused, but still has one more Candela. What do they do here? Obviously, they'll see if they can try and get the plant cemented. There's a lot of damage done towards these remaining players, but a very important engagement is lost out, and that's fine. The 3 versus 1, they just have to close down together. Perez doesn't need anybody else, and loss. They pull themselves into the lead, Demo.
They do indeed, and it's off the back of Perez. I mean, he's the man to go after. If you are FaZe, that's the player you want to take down. Perez is there to cause another big round in his favor. My oh my. I mean, for right now, for Loss, this is really, really good. This is where I said this is a team that you have to respect now. I think this team just over the past number of months has really gained a lot of traction for themselves. And hey, they're making things difficult for FaZe, and we know that FaZe are always going to be that side that you want to take down in your league. I mean, Leo done a great point about it on the pre-desk. This is the team that you want to beat. This, you know, for some of these players, you would have seen Cyber. You would have started off watching Cyber playing in this side, and now you're up against them.
And this, we find ourselves sort of, you know, back towards a bit of an awkward site. Remember how this one played out? FaZe, they sort of rested pretty solid control. Strongest round that either team has had so far. It was back before almost the element of the game changed, right? In the second half of the first half, we've had multi-kill after multi-kill over those two. We've had a different bit of dynamic that's come through from the side of Loss. It becomes that element now of, okay, well, where else can they sort of stretch that play? They've still got the mirror, but the castle, the addition, the extension here alongside the Keybers. Again, see if you can keep FaZe at bay a little bit. See if you can keep them out of the building in some regards. To be fair, we've seen mirror windows taken over by attackers earlier on when we saw this game just before. Probably not going to see the same here.
Special charge.
FaZe looking at the lineup. It's going to be a little bit slower paced than what maybe we were used to previously. Whenever you see a little bit more hard breach coming in, but kind of give off that vibe. So certainly for FaZe, want to take things as slow as possible. Oh, Cyber almost with that entry. He's going to get pressed now by a few people. And his best is holding his own. So at least now, if you're Lost, you can see exactly where FaZe are going to be coming from. It's going to be a horizontal take rather than the vertical take of what we're used to. Now you can start figuring out, okay, who needs to play where to stop that from happening.
Yeah, it becomes that sort of element there, right, of how do you control more of this map? It's a big map. Talked about it before, where you've got big rotates on towards the stairs. You can give yourself options, and FaZe are a team that likes to give themselves multiple options, but it's hard to entirely dedicate. It's hard to do it quickly as well. Think about what they've got and what they've got open and where they've put pressure, and there's a minute 20 left in the round itself, and they're still trying to get some of that vertical ideal. Ash has obviously taken a lot of damage, but nobody else has been caught as of yet. However, we're probably hurtling in towards that first engagement. Actually, say it, and there it is. Nox gets on towards Cyber. Souls gets Staffo right back. They have the cross. They have some attention, but Handy slips round, gets one. Caught out on the camera. Almost expect somebody else to try and pull the swing back in, but nobody's immediately met it.
Well, Handy almost got the player running back to site, and don't forget Dash was already low HP from his engagement against Cyber earlier. One bullet, all it takes to eliminate him. But for FaZe, with 30 seconds remaining, no denial apart from the 1C4. Don't have to worry about goes or smokes to stall you out. They could just try and flood in. There's the 1C4, but it gets shot. It doesn't blow. So KDS is going to live. A quick swing from Nuxa. Two of them line up. Oh my, a triple kill. It's in, though, to the 1v3 for Vitaking. A 1v2 now. Dash, though, on such low HP, as I mentioned earlier. If he can isolate the kills, and he does so. Dash has to try and tuck his way in. The shotgun comes in, he baits it. Vitaking. A 1v3 out of nowhere.
How many times? How many times can he do it? How many times can he set things up and knock him down? How many times do we scream his name? Well, there's one more for the tally, and let's go see if they've got the full score on the side of our desk.
My God, what an end to the round. 3-3 at the half here on Fortress Leo, and it's FaZe keeping things up, right? If you're looking at it, today has been the day of upsets, but let's not forget one key factor. Lost chose to start defense on Fortress, and we're tied at the half.
Yeah, and it's been helping them so far. I feel like, in general, I feel like FaZe are trying to be in control. They're doing all the right things, and at the very last moment, there are some huge, super important kills that are flipping the switch and bringing Lost back into it. That last round was almost that. But if we look at other examples, you look at round 2, for example, where, you have Cyber ready to go and get aggressive and get the right opening kill. He did so with, with Solid Snake quite early. He did it with Blitz as well here in that round 2, where he gets the initial pick, clears enough space for the rest of FaZe Clan to bait the execute. That gathers enough intel and enough movement for them to punish Los. They're really trying to pull their weight, but I feel like Los is fighting back the right way, right? They are not giving their bodies, in a dumb way. They're trying to fight when it matters. And FaZe Clan are always exceptional when it comes to closing those rounds, so that round will actually go on their side. But, other examples, Cyber here, like I was saying, using Solid Snake to get a good opening kill, and then, later down the road, really making sure that they maintain that advantage. That's the FaZe that we know that is so good at maintaining the advantage. However, even when everything seems to go the right way, we have that last example in round 6 where everything goes crazy. Nuxga gets a triple kill, and even then, they have players able to win the 1v3. Like, it just takes so much to take down FaZe, and now they're on the strong side. And so, Milosh, if it is my opinion, I would say that FaZe Clan, they've salvaged everything they needed. They've got 3 rounds in attack. Now is the moment where they fully just go on and get the win.
Mon ami, only time will tell. Let's see and set it back to our casters. Look, demo, enjoy.
Thank you very much. More than happy to. I guess as the bands come through, 3 apiece a half. FaZe. You've got to try and hold on, lock it out in the sort of latter half of this. Obviously, it's a map, though, in terms of recent play. Lost have not had the biggest bit of success on. Technically, they were better on their attack, but, it's a recent 0-2 record with only 1 defense round of 9-1. So, not much better, but it's not much harder to be worse. In the meantime, FaZe, unfortunately for the side of Lost, their balance flips pretty heavily. Though they've only had a 37% attack win 5 times we have them playing it over the past 6 months. They have a 64% defensive win rate.
Yeah, certainly the favored side for FaZe. And I think even that FaZe have been able to get 3 rounds is also not really normal for them. Typically, it's like 2 or 1 even sometimes that we see FaZe get. So certainly, I think for FaZe being able to get 3 attacks is very important for them. See how this first round goes, and it'll probably paint a better picture for us. See how it goes. Talking about the bands. Solid Snake, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Monty as well. interesting to go for the Monty rather than either the Blitz or the Blackbeard, which I would argue probably have a little bit more going for them in Fortress. Just because I think you can hunt roamers a lot cleaner. I wouldn't say there's any particular tricky positions where Monty's really good at clearing people out. You think about catwalks on labs, on clubhouse, for example. Monty's really good for clearing positions like that. But you don't really have that on this map of Fortress. So I do like the Blitz coming in here from that, because I think obviously we've seen the damage that FaZe can do with it. You just spot out where somebody is, you 3-2-1, you push him, you pinch him, you should hopefully get the kill. So I would say that's what they're after. They're going to go for that sweep. They have the Blitz coming in from the old tower. We'll see what damage he can do.
I love there's just the silence and just hot footing it. Just going for a run. Just a jog around the map. Don't need any other sounds. Get your exercising. Get your steps in. We sit and we wait. I guess if anything, I'm making a joke of it, but it does show the vastness of this map, right? How many times on a siege map do you have just a pocket of silence for 20 seconds that deep in towards it? And we'll finally obviously get some explosions. The hard breach on towards the meeting room. They're going to put the pressure on towards the mirror window as well. Force KDS slightly further back and play over the top of the shield like their own active mirror here. But it's a bit of a drive and a divide to go through. But look at the rotate that's coming around underneath. Cyber, he's going on a bit of an adventure. He's going to see if he can try and get a catch up through the hatch itself. The C4 is ripped and ready, but won't quite do anything more. He's expecting somebody to try and meet him, but they haven't taken the bait. However, Demo, they haven't really taken much.
No. Oh dear.
Oops. It's at the bait.
Not in favor of Lost. Cyber, he's on a sliver of HP, but he's still alive. That's the main thing to keep in mind. And oh, there goes the foreign gadget. It's going to just slow down Nux. So that's the power of the Razor Bloom. You get that effect, and it's just a lineup for King. Even takes down Cyber too. Handy with a cleanup. Oh yeah, shaking a head there from Cyber. He's not impressed.
Means, unfortunately for his opponents, he's going to step it up even more on the next round. That is FaZe getting themselves that first defense. I mean, it's the opening defense. It's command center. It's the site that obviously command officer is the site that Los were able to double down as well. Like it's a known solid hold. Not the end of the world, but they just want to try and, as best as they can, keep themselves within sort of touch distance right now, right? They need to make sure that they have responses. If they win this, then, well, they've always got the hope of winning this one again. They've always got the hope of sort of saying, look, your secondary we can do. Tertiary, probably even better at.
FaZe are really going to go after the shields, aren't they? Got the Ella and also the Thorn. So if I'm Nutska right now, I'm getting a little bit worried. I'm like Ralph Wiggum in the back of the bus. Not a pleasant time. You doubted my Simpsons knowledge yesterday, by the way.
Listen, I didn't doubt it. I just...
But you made like some obscure reference from like the 80s whenever you used to sit down and watch it, you know?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop the broadcast. I wasn't alive in the 80s, okay? 90s, yeah. I wasn't alive in the 80s. Obscure, I feel like everyone in chat knows. Aurora Borealis. Here. Can I see it? No. Anyway, enough about Simpsons references. You've set me off now. Let's see if they can try and get a reference to any player that's playing behind the meeting desk, but they're not going to stick around. You can see Perez just drives his way across. FaZe don't want to give them the engagement. He said they're worried about shield with the lineup that they're bringing. And there is one that they'll have to face, but I mean, the longer that they can sort of play a bit of caution here, the more it's going to work in some ways, the favor of Loss, who can get that shield across this divide. Again, the pop of the Goyo, but it's Perez that finds Handy. Can't even get out of there, Demo.
No, struggling. Now for FaZe, it's not a great start. For Loss, they've got that opening pick. They've already got really good control over towards Office and can start working their way in towards Horse. And oh, Cyber almost gets picked off by the shotgun there from Daffo. He's able to get back into the bomb site, but has lost half of his HP for it. Also a guy in the breach needs to be careful of, but Cyber don't care. Dash goes down. Minute remaining. Question is, how are they going to stall out this round? They've still got the smokes. Notice that there wasn't any Goyo canisters on Cyber's door, so that might be an issue if Lost decide to flip and start trying to take in towards the bunk side of things. Just based on where the shield is, could be the meet and take, and they're going to get the Thermite rotated around and open up that triple wall. Now I'm seeing that Blackbeard charge towards that bunk's door, and like I said, no Goyo canister. They have to use that remaining smoke to try and stall it out.
4 versus 4, less than 30 seconds left, and as he said, the one remaining smoke. They've got the breach on, they've still got the shield, they've still got elements to play with, as well as 2 frag grenades, and 2 smokes, and 2 candelas, and a flash. Boy, howdy. We're allowed so many things for our utility push in the final 10 seconds. It plays in towards their favor, and that helps. There's 1, there's 2 somehow! Oh, the life might have been saved there. Souls is going for the swing outside, but now they know where he is. He's so safe on that plant on the opposite end, and they're just going to surround and hound him, put the pressure on. And he survived it fine, but it's a post plant, and he doesn't survive it very long. Perfect response. The game is still on.
Oh, right. Where do we go now? Because that is a round that really does put the pressure on FaZe again, because it's shown that Lost can attack. See if Lost can keep it going.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And equally, very similar to what Lost went for, where they just went for a full rotation, no matter if they win or lose the bomb site. FaZe are going to follow suit, and they're going to go for this bottom floor. This was not a great site for Lost. They lost it both times they were here. I don't think it's a particularly strong site, so I do fear that FaZe may have similar issues with it. I just think once you get your foothold into the bomb site, it's very difficult to retake a lot of the time. I think that's one of the main worries that I think any defender has if, you know, an attacker gets his way in towards kitchen. Like, retaking that bomb site is very, very tough. We'll see the approach that FaZe are going to go for.
Well, they get gifted. Cyber is pining for the fight. Outside the building at this point. I will say it's generally been a really nicely balanced game from everybody. There's all the names are sort of stepping up. Lots of making sure that they, you know, match all the blows with them. And in a way, it adds even more pressure, right? We can talk about how FaZe, they have opportunity to take it towards the top. Fine. Because of how games have gone today. At the same time, the fact that we've had obviously Loud jump up, that there's been that sort of push for NIP to send Fluxo slightly further down. Those, if they can get themselves 3 points, or even sort of 2, they'll jump up pretty decently. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the best way of starting. There goes the Deimos. To a Solace that's out there for an adventure. Now with some of that close down and some of the play on the verticality, they know that they're going to have to drive out those players above.
One steady. Want to try and give away another pick. However, they have been able to get 2 picks back. There, Perez again. Always the danger man for this Lost side. Has now made those defenders scurry from that top floor hold and through the hatches and back into the safety of the bomb site. But this is where Lost want them to be. They've got full upstairs control now. They can bring in that ram, do a bit of vertical work if they choose. They've still got that blitz. It's not great here from FaZe. I wonder if Handy maybe is thinking about, do I dare flank? Do I go for it? Be the worst of ideas, but there's always a risk with it. Minute to go. FaZe need to try and hold out. If the Goyos could maybe assist them in that, but again, it just feels that it's going to be really easy for Lost to formulate an attack here and focus on getting a plant down.
as the round starts to roll on. They just get themselves a bit more. I mean, they've done late executes. Last round was sort of late as well. They're here, knocking on the door of the hospital room. They're going to see if they can try and swing close. There's a bit of fire that pops them out, but Nox is able to do all the damage towards Handy. Was lost a bit, blinded in and amongst this. Army crawls to safety, but his teammates are dying around him. Leaves just Souls and Handy, but now both of them. Oh, that's 4 for Perez. And as the shield slips their way in, they got time to play with. And Dash is going to take that last kill. Loss. They're in the lead.
Wow. I mean, for FaZe, they're not in great shape right now. It's not looking good. But again, I think Perez, you have to highlight him. He was fantastic yesterday. And this is the kind of performance that can just carry your team to victory. If he keeps this pace up, I mean, you kind of seen what H said and said, I'll match you. If not better you, the kind of pace that he's on. And quite rightly so, I think the timeout from FaZe, you've let Lost get 2 rounds in a row, means you've lost that lead. Yeah, a lot to talk about here for FaZe.
I think it's sort of topsy-turvy day. I know we joke. Well, you didn't joke. We said the facts of the days that it was at the start of the broadcast. We talked about it being Father's Day. We talked about it being, you know, the summer solstice, the longest day. It's also the topsy-turvy day. How many times have we had these results sort of play out? I didn't know that there was a goth version of the Thorn Cat Girl skin. That's something I've just learned in the top left.
Okay.
When did that happen?
I don't know.
Sorry, I've been segued by my own point by being like, we did that? That's in the game? Anyway, it's a topsy-turvy day. Even the cat girl's gone goth. Loss in the lead against FaZe. There's all the statements that get made about how strong this region is, how strong this region could be. And you think about the results that we've had today. You think about, obviously, you know, Loud stepping up, as we said before, the game, the back and forth that we had, and IP being so solid. But now if Lost show up, then you look towards that top 6 and you're like, I don't know who can sort of pull away the top 4 positions here. And then you look towards, you know, 7th, Fluxo W7M currently. 8th, Black Dragons. It's just always a competition here. And the fact that Imperial Esports are able to pull their first point shows that there's always the possibility of somebody trying to make a bit of magic happen against Team region. It's just the region. Built different.
The region's just too strong, and sometimes you do sit there and think, well, how did NA end up with 2 finalists, eh? What went wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe they just didn't send the right teams out of the 8 that they can happily send. Who knows? That could have been the problem. Oh.
Like Pokemon, you got to get the right type matchup.
Get into your box and see, what's good against NA.
Other games are available?
Yes, very good. You've been media trained. Well done.
I have.
Let's see. Oh, you go.
Okay, well, I was going to say, this is the only side, obviously, that has been a consistent win for both teams on defense so far.
I think it's kind of expected, though. Like, this is the kind of #1 site that everyone goes to. So I think there is that kind of element to it where it will just be comfortable for a lot of the sides. And also, we don't really see as much split pressure as well. Like, I feel as though the only split pressure that teams will really get is from Horse. It's either you kind of sweep from Old Tower into games, into meeting, or you try and kind of flood your way through top Eagle Stairs, in through the construction tower. Obviously, that's a little bit more difficult because you get bottlenecked a lot easier, but you never really see the split take. I just think with the way the kind of map is laid out, with a lot of the the kind of ways in is a little bit sketchy. I mean, obviously, if you want to try and backstab in through the construction tower, you have to drop typically onto an open wall with feet holes, which is obviously pretty difficult to get your way in through that side of the map. That's why you don't really see the split take. I do say that, though. Dash is looking for a bit of a backstab, though, up the eagle stairs.
There goes one. Daffer takes a bit of damage. They can't quite get the doors in. More explosions, and the explosions are on the side of FaZe. Cyber. Well, he was tired of waiting around. Steps out, gets a couple of kills, and peels his way back. Perez obviously had a great game so far. 12-6 with a propped up 4K not too long ago. See if he can try and get one better the following round here, but, well, with the time left, we're not going to see it. Instead, we'll see our first flawless of the game.
That's pretty good. Pretty good from FaZe. Good response after that timeout. Able to square it back up again. 5 rounds apiece. But as you mentioned, that is the preferred bomb site. It's the other two. That's where FaZe have had the issues. We'll have to see if they can respond. I think I lost that round. Again, that's what I mean by the split take. See how easy it was for those players pushing up Eagle to get bottlenecked? That's the main kind of issues that you have for Fortress, is going for those split takes on that site. So, FaZe, over to this bomb site. Last time we were here, it was a round where, I mean, Lost were able to get the diffuser down, which is the only attack where that diffuser was being placed by Loss. See if things are going to be similar. Is it going to be a little bit more plant orientated here from Loss? And you've got that shield, you've got that Ying.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, similarities are starting to rear their head. However, Dokkaebi appears. We didn't have this the last time we were here.
Do me a favor. Don't talk to me. Oh, for sure.
Sorry, I was just listening to that little bit of dialogue there. I didn't think about that one. Just do me a favor. Don't talk to me. It's the kind of thing that you say when I try and do intro banter with you.
That was me half an hour ago.
That was great. Ubisoft is listening to us and they're making us the drive of the quotes for operators. Who knows what we next? Can we work a Simpsons reference in, or is that going to be a copyright hell?
We already did work the Simpsons reference in today. They've been listening.
Which operator is going to watch the Simpsons the most? Dokkaebi probably does watch the Simpsons, I think. Anyway, 5-5. 5-5 here, and at this point, there's still obviously the play with the shield itself. You've got Resi with the Grismots. You've obviously got the Thorn, who's just such a step back in towards all of it. Now, as the Candelas are popping, they're trying to hunt on the back of it. There's a trade out, and he gets one, but is taken almost immediately back. At least was able to get one before he pulled away, and it's the Ying as well. How many Candelas was Daffo really able to effectively loose at this point? KDS is trying to get out of there, and that's the important thing. He knows he's going to have a fight either side, and instead it's the Blackbeard. Toe-to-toe! Blackbeard too close! Needs a friend, needs some support. Cannot just take this engagement this cleanly. Over the top, and it's a bait, but it's a lot of time, and the smoke can't quite save his life. But Vidiking takes someone else as he does save his life. I was wrong. Shows up and gets caught out. It's saving Private KDS right now, but they can't quite get it. A 3 versus 2. The play on towards map point. What a scrappy way to get here.
What's down to Cyber, down to Vidiking. He's the 2 top performers right now for FaZe. Cyber makes it a 2-on-2. Down goes Dash, down goes the Dokkaebi. Still 1 smoke remaining for Vidiking. That shield is alive, but if it's a really well-placed smoke grenade, it could just finish off the shield in many circumstances if you can shield break him and stop him from pushing through. Shotgun at distance. Takes down the Deimos, and yeah, the Blackbeard now, the 1v2. Where's he gonna go as long as they don't give him the individual 1v1 engagements? That is a great timed swing from the 2 remaining players. That is a fantastic 2v3. I mean, they hate each other earlier. I mean, Viking TK'd Cyber, we've seen the shake of the head, and they've made up again.
You can't, brothers fight. What are you gonna do? They call a timeout. This apparently, I mean, when else can you use it, right? Just need one to get yourself a point from this. Just need one to try and stop FaZe. They have the chance of talking just as much as you do, but what you want to be able to do is just find one. Make this journey worth it. Strange as it is to say, the fight all the way, if it still ends in regulation, you get nothing other than a slightly nicer round difference. But how often has that been the tell? Well, actually, in this region, I think it's been the tell for Lost to not be in the top 6. So for them, they'll at least still have something. It was either them or Loud that was one round and a round difference out. Probably not a happy memory. I'll see if they can try and not relive it. Rather take a point, at least, for the trouble. Waiting room and cafe. FaZe on towards their tertiary, on towards a site that has not been won by the defense throughout this map so far.
Well, I'd mentioned how FaZe, they were able to win the 2 bathroom sites, but it was the other 2. That's where they struggled. They've been able to fix their bunks. They've made that work. Now they go back here. And this was probably, out of all of the defenses that they had, this was the one where FaZe just didn't look as though they were really in it to begin with. Lost were able to kind of take what they wanted. Perez started off with a really strong double kill. It got them the upstairs control. And then they just bled the round out until they won. So for FaZe, it wasn't great the last time they were here. What are they going to change? You're still dealing with the shields. Got the Blackbeard again. Daffo is there with that ram, so you would assume probably the exact same take from Lost. They're going to want to try and gain upstairs control. Oh.
Not how they wanted to start. No. There goes your Deimos. There goes your watch. And there goes Cyber. A quieter day yesterday. A louder one today. I'm going to say when they needed him the most because they pulled it out. But to be honest, if he was slightly worse today, then, well, we might already be. With a guaranteed loss point, we might already be at the end of a game. Now, how do they operate without that Deimos, without that bit of push pressure? Obviously, 2 grenades that will not be popped. See if they can try and pull something else towards it. There's the roll of the Kiba barricades, the pressure on towards the Blackbeard. The grenades will force a bit of motion now. They're going for the swing and the pressure on towards the Eagle stairs. And they can just peel back. They can pull away. Cyber doesn't need the next engagement, but, well, he's also Cyber. So he's decided he can take it because, to be fair, he's got his one for this round. And he use the gadgetry, get himself a bit more wiggle room, get himself a bit more width, and think about where the site is, Demo, and how hard they're fighting for the top.
Well, there's Blackbeard, very low HP. Viking also has 3 of the Razor Blooms still in his pocket, deliberately to be used on the shield. And Blackbeard very easily get picked off by one of them. Viking deals with dash, and now it's a 2v4, and this is not great here for Lost. It looks as though FaZe are gonna shut the door on them and lock them out. Minute remaining, unless Perez especially can work some magic. We know how good he is, what he's been able to do for this side. It just does not look likely. The shield tying up a drop, but again, that's not recommended at all. Going towards the other hatch now, but I just feel as though it's going to be a SAL out.
At this phase, looking at 3 points, looking at top of the board, looking at confidence restored, and looking at an exhale more than anything, but with the shield and Perez, they're just trying to find a route in. 20 seconds, though. And a C4 is the full stop. Handily hand that one over. And we have FaZe getting themselves some confidence, getting 3 points, and getting themselves top of the board.
Well, took FaZe a while to get there. I mean, again, for Lost, you have to give them praise. They've looked really good so far in this stage. Really close against FaZe, but they're the top dogs for the reason. They're the ones everyone wants to be. once FaZe just flick that switch and they get into that cruise control that we like to talk about, they're straight down that highway.
And we are on the highway. What do we see ahead? Oh, it's a sign that says, pull over here for a wonderful post-game desk.
I was wondering what would be written on that side. Thank you very much, Emmy. And yes, what a matchup we had. FaZe having to fight all the way to the end, but just like our casters were saying, at the end of the day, they collect all the points from this matchup, Leo.
Yeah, and they can be proud to have, come back from what was arguably at the start quite a strong loss showing. And I think really a really good test today of all of the big teams of SAL, all struggling against middle of the table teams, but also goes to show that the competition is there, and if all of these teams, they're not ready on that day to beat that team, if they so much as slightly underestimate or just go on the wrong map, they will fall in a BO1. And so FaZe is that team that is just so special that even if they're back against the wall, even if it looks like it's kind of dire, they can turn things around. They have the mental to do it, and they did it to it perfectly fine starting round 10.
When you got Cyber and Vita King on the roster, there's always something they'll bring. We'll talk about them afterwards, though. JP, our third analyst here. Let's bring him up. Welcome back, JP, to your segment of the show, Everyday Live at the end of every matchup. Good to have you in here to have a quick little chat. And I want to talk to you first about the choice of Fortress and kind of the starting side. Are you guys on the first half on the attack? How do you feel that was? Were you expecting the map, and what were your plan against Loss?
Fortress is one of the maps that we are working to make a stronger map for us, because it was a map that since the kickoff we lost a little bit of the confidence we have. I mean, it wasn't a bad map for us, but during kickoff and during SI, it was one of our best maps, and we are working to make it back again. So we test the map today. I don't think it was a strat problem that make us struggle, honestly. But yeah, it was a test, and it was good to see what we have to improve. Yeah.
Do you feel like you guys initially were one of these teams that, I feel you guys are really innovative and you were ahead of the meta when it came to that map. You really set it. You were one of the early adopters at SI. Do you think that a lot of teams have caught up to it, and so your job is trying to make sure that FaZe stays on top of the game and stays ahead of these teams?
I agree. In the SI, we were one of the teams that are creating the meta of the map. Yes. But right now the meta is established, so like the best teams, they know how to play each bump site, dominate each position, the takes. So the difference between the teams who know how to play the meta is like the ones who commit less mistakes. And Luz is a good team. Don't take them to granted, because they were at the major, and we weren't communicated properly today, and we entered to the game a little bit like not complete attent. So it happens, and we got punished. So yeah.
I think there was one key moment where everything turned for FaZe. It was the tactical timeout. I feel like this was such an important moment for you guys in that BO1. At that moment, you're like 4 rounds versus 5. The last few rounds, Blows have won them. And then something was said. I don't know what was said in that timeout, but the attack after, or the defense after is flawless. And then after that, you win 3 rounds straight in a row, you win the match. Can you tell us more about what was said in that timeout? Because I need that magic.
Yeah, honestly, it was just Rafa pulling a little strategic adjustment, but was not a big of deal. We just like wake up a little bit on the game.
It's crazy to think that just like one good tactical insight can just reignite the whole team to just lock in.
Rafa is like the greatest coach at the moment, so that means a beast.
Hey, you take a moment just to kind of reset and be out of the game, right? And just talk to one another in those moments. And it shows that even with teams that you'd see as the best in the world, there are times where things get difficult and you have to just take a second to breathe. Is that something that you'd give as a piece of advice to any up-and-coming team or anybody out there that's kind of trying to learn how they can add these things to their routine as coaching or playing?
100%. Like you have your mind in the right place, during the games is one of the best things that you can do. Like the game is a strategical game, but you have to be with your mind in the right position to play. Because if you get nervous, you forget like the strats, and you play a little bit earlier, a little bit later, you're lost. It's like when you're in the highest level of the game, these lightly details make the difference. So having your mind in the right place is like one of the best things you can do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much, JP, for joining us yet again for another interview. FaZe remain undefeated. Congrats on all 3 points. Have a good night, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
You forgot to say see you next week.
Well, I'm going to have a quick chat with our wonderful producer, Joao, at the end of it. Say, you know what? Can we just bring JP as a permanent analyst in there? We'll just have a 3-desk, and maybe we can do something as a thank you at the Invitational once it heads to Brazil. Though, Leo, close game. But this one was not to be an upset. It at least got a lot of showing out of loss. But that's about as far as you're able to push FaZe, at least so far, 4 days into the stage.
Yeah, but you've got to give props to Loss, from what happened at the major, which was very disappointing. I thought they had more in them, and their slow entrance into the stage, losing to Furia with a huge round differential, barely able to beat Loud, and then finally I think this week really was like a huge show to all of the teams that are at the middle of the table. Liquid now feeling threatened by it. Fluxo W7M feeling threatened by it. Same story for Black Dragons, INTZ. Like, Los are clearly showing that if you don't pay attention, it wasn't a miracle they qualified to the major, and it would not be a miracle if they would make it to EWC. If Liquid or Fluxo W7M also stumble a bit, just like they did missing Salt Lake City, Los will be there trying to steal their spot. So you could see that level today, and if it wasn't for that small tactical adjustment from Rafadel and from that tag timeout that changed everything, the dynamic here was in Los's way. Like, you can see it, the round before was a 5-4 on their side. They had won 2 rounds in a row. There was something in them. And then even then, like, look at these rounds. They're so close. It was a 3v2. There was a way for them to close it if it wasn't for some really good move from the 2 anchors on site. And so overall, great showing from Los. FaZe remains the only team that is undefeated, and props to Perez because he said it in the interview yesterday. Anytime I play FaZe, I will deliver, and he delivered today, double digits, best player and best stats of the game despite losing. So overall, what a great showing from him.
Absolutely. It takes a team effort to get yourself across the line, and today it was just that little bit difference. But like JP said, Leo, at this level of competition, at the highest tier of Siege, every little tiny mistake or tiny change strategy or tiny adaptation can change the outcome completely. We've seen it today is kind of the ultimate example of all of this, where you toss a coin a lot of these rounds, a little position, a little peek before, a smaller angle, and things would have flipped on their head. It's a big reason of why we love this game and why it keeps us on our toes even after how many years, Leo, of competition? How many years of watching professional Siege? You still discover new things and see new stories coming up. But I will tell you, there has been a constant through all of those years, and that is FaZe, and that is Cyber and Vita King, our MVP for this matchup.
Yeah, Vita King, who was also the MVP of their last match, who's the backbone of this team, not only being one of the best support in the world, but also one of the best, if not the best IGL in the world, in a stacked region, stacked countries such as Brazil. When Igor had to set up and find who was going to lead Team Brazil at ENC, they settled on Vita King. That's just how good that player is. There was no discussion. They built the team around this player. And when you're on a 2-times world-winning roster, when you do that, you IGL these guys to 2 world championships, and then in the end, you're still the one in the regional games delivering the most amount of kills and incredible cost and being so consistent with it at the same time as you're IGLing, by the way. I mean, it's just these kinds of players that, yeah, exactly. It's the kind of players that, you meet only a couple times in your life.
He is a 1 in a billion. No two ways around it. Though, my friends, that means we have hit the 4-match mark. There's one more left to go. and of course, be INTZ versus Black Dragons. We'll talk about all of that and more after the break.
Well, my friends, it's true that the Brazilian teams didn't exactly land the best results at the last major. But hey, there's an explanation for that.
Então você pega uma Luz que tinha bastante estreante, da Case, da AFO, eles não tinham jogado, era um time totalmente novo. A Fúria também, apesar de terem jogadores ali mais experientes, é um grupo totalmente novo, o Boxeira estava estreando e tudo mais, então tipo... E aí você pega a própria NiP, que é uma base já mais formada e tal, mas foi o primeiro Major do Baceto como IGL, então eu acho que isso acabou trazendo um peso um pouco maior, isso óbvio somado com a melhora das outras regiões. E sobre não haver muitas mudanças pós-janela, é porque foi um campeonato muito curto, é o que a gente passou para a própria torcida da Liquid de 2 semanas, sabe? 2 semanas não pode definir um futuro de um time, então já tem que remover um jogador e tudo mais.
And when results like these happen, changes usually follow. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Because out of all 10 SAL teams, only Black Dragons decided to shake things up. So, whether we plan it or not, this video has basically turned into a full-blown Black Dragons roster move special. To put things into perspective, since 2024 and counting the current lineup, no fewer than 17 players have worn the BD jersey. Doing some quick math, that's roughly one roster change every 2 months. Yeah, that's a lot.
Acredito que as mudanças foram necessárias. Acho que a gente viu que a gente atingiu um teto ali como equipe, mesmo que muito cedo, né? E acho que mudança, quando é necessária, você tem que fazer. Você não pode ficar demorando tanto assim, porque a própria Team Secret fez mais de 20 mudanças na equipe até ganhar o EWC. Não é que a gente gosta, mas às vezes é necessário.
As for this latest round of moves, Miracle and Lenda are out, while Guto and Romeu are in. And Gustavo Vieira is no stranger to the Dragons. He previously played for the team between 24 and 25, and even represented the organization at the Montreal Major. After that, he took a little trip through Tier 2, absolutely farming the competition with Stellai Gaming, and now he's back. Hopefully to help push Black Dragons toward their first ever Esports World Cup appearance.
A volta do Guto pra BD é muito da hora, sim, porque eu acho que desde o MBR eu queria jogar com ele, queria trabalhar com ele. Ele optou por vir pra BD. Pô, tô bem animado, assim, cara. Eu queria trabalhar com ele desde aquela época lá e ele é um moleque muito bom. Acho que vai ser, mano, uma grande adição aí.
The other new addition is practically a Tier 1 rookie. After spending time with Elevate Academy, Romeu got his biggest shot on the main Elevate roster during Reload, where he played alongside the veterans, Ian and Psycho. Oh, and fun fact, you could say Romeo already knows one of his new teammates pretty well. That's because the two of them shared the stage in last year's Tier 2 Grand Final, just on opposite sides of the server.
Cara, o Romeuzão também é um moleque muito bom, é um cara muito esquilado assim. Teve experiência também, né, de jogar com jogadores muito grandes, como o Psycho, que também ensinou muitas coisas pra ele. O próprio Nusga também, que ajudou ele na Elevate Academy. Então, mas é um moleque novo, tem que pegar cada vez mais experiência, mais ensinamentos, mas isso é só com o tempo.
Alright. That's interesting. It just hit me that we're talking to the most experienced player on Black Dragons right now. And also the guy who's been with the organization the longest. So, before we wrap things up, I want to know exactly what role our man Hari has been playing in this new look Black Dragons roster.
Cara, minha função dentro de jogo é in-game leader e sup 1. Abusa mesmo dos bonecões ali, né, como a gente chama, bonecos que são mais roubados assim nas comps. Então, pô, jogar bastante de shield, jogar com uma Ing de 12, jogar com Glass. E como IGL, você sendo sup 1 fica muito mais fácil de você guiar o time. Como você tem uma visão mais de trás, você consegue coordenar muito bem, conseguir as triangulações ali durante o round e tal.
Well then, all eyes on the Black Dragons team. Who knows? Maybe this fresh blood is exactly what the team needs to make some noise during the first stage of SAL. Best of luck to the boys, and thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye!
A perfect segue to set you up for our final matchup of the evening. Black Dragons taking on INTZ. Leo, let's talk about our lineups. But first, kind of how they are shaping up, how they've been performing so far in the stage. What's your verdict?
I think, just referencing to do the video a little bit, I think that Black Dragons obviously making the only changes they wanted for it to pay off instantly, right? Mm-hmm. And if we look at this head-to-head, it's a little bit ugly. Realistically, when the average EPS of your team is below 85 or equal to 85, below 90 already, it's something's not going well. And the fact that both of these teams have such low statistics, both of them like minus 30 to minus 40 KD after only 3 play days, they've been absolutely demolished. Same thing in entries, it's really, really poor statistics for both of these teams. And if you look at their journey so far, INTZ losing to Team Liquid on the first play day, losing to Furia on the second, losing to Lord on the third. They've never won more than 4 rounds in one match. For Black Dragons, they had this huge upset against Fluxo W7M. But the last 2 play days, 1-14. They got 7-0'd and got 7-1 the play day after. So both of these teams right now, Miloš, they are looking at redemption, and they're already looking at avoiding relegations all the way at the end of stage 2. Because realistically, with the points that they've been dropping so far, they're less aiming for playoff and more aiming to try and retain a spot in Tier 1.
It's crazy to think about where with the older roster of Black Dragons, you were seeing them at the Invitational, you were seeing them starting bit by bit to poke out here and there, but it's in a rough spot. However, that does mean it's an opportunity today for either one of these two teams to collect 3 points. Going to overtime is not going to be good. Let's just be very honest, flat out about it here. You want to collect the 3 points, and INTZ with SDK at the front four. They're looking for those 3. Can they do it is the question for looking at their performance just yesterday. They tried their best against Loud, but Loud closed it out when they went to Clubhouse. Fundamentals were definitely on that Loud side.
Yeah, I think, INTZ, they faced some big teams. They struggled against Liquid. They struggled against Furia. Loud, they made it a little bit closer. And despite Loud playing really well, I felt like INTZ was starting to show us a little glimpse of potential. And I will never get tired of speaking on the guy on the screen. If I have to compare him once again, I feel like it's the same story with Noah on Team Secret. It's a player that is currently carrying hard the rest of his team, the only player positive. But by so far, the second best player on that roster, by the way, is Angels with minus 10 in KD and 81 EPS. So if you just wanted to check the delta, let me just do the math real quick. 19 to get to 100, 19 plus 17, you're arriving at what, 46? There is a 46 EPS delta between Legacy and the second best rated player on that team. That's almost half of a pro player. I know I'm getting confusing. But let me just tell you just how crazy that is. He's 1.5 times better than the second best on his team. Okay? That's insane.
That is absolutely insane. Legacy stats on their own, if he was on any other team, would be considered really, really damn good. Like, this person is pulling their weight. You can put him on any squad. This roster, these numbers look great. On his team at INTZ, it is on another level. Yes.
There is one caveat to his play style. Yes, he does really well, but his entries are horrendous. He's 1-7 right now. So
can't have them all, my friend.
There's one thing that he needs to fix going into this matchup. However, if I'm looking at INTZ, that guy needs to continue carrying, and I need some step up on the side of STK, for example, who's supposed to be a fragger as well, just like Angels, and right now I'm not seeing them do so well.
Well. From Legacy, we'll go to Black Dragons and what they can offer today. Take a look again. Black Dragons, yesterday, they got absolutely rolled over by Los. It was not clean. It was not good at all. Perez was just having a field day. It was border. It was just questionable from start to finish. How do you reset from one day to another?
You can and you should. Because realistically, you just lost 14-1 against NIP and against Loss. So in this situation, let's just remind everyone. So you've got Black Dragons, right? They upset Fluxo W7M. They get 2 points from that. Then you have to take into account they still haven't played FaZe. They still haven't played Liquid. They still haven't played Furia. So their next upcoming games are going to be really tough. They have 6 play days left. Realistically, this is exactly the kind of games where they absolutely need all 3 points. The game against INTZ and the game against Imperial, those two are absolutely critical if they want to leverage the upset they cause against Fluxo W7M and make sure they reach playoff.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Leo, let's bring up our map veto and see what map will be on in this final matchup of the evening. INTZ yesterday again, they were on Clubhouse. We will not see it today as you'll see it banned immediately. Fortress left at the end, but Leo, we're breaking records today. We're getting our first chalet of the stage.
Let's go! Actual good news. And if there was one map that INTZ showed some potential on at kickoff, it was that game. It was that game against Chalet, on Chalet, and against a team that eventually made it to the major, and they brought it all the way to overtime, losing 6-8. So I think it's actually a good sign for these guys to go on that one. On the side of Black Dragons, they only showed it once, and that was at kickoff before they made the 2 roster changes. Absolutely battered 7-1 on Chalet. So reset button for the side of INTZ, same thing for Black Dragons, and all to do and die for.
Absolutely, man. I would love to be in the French Alps right now with snow all around instead of where I am. So let's send it back to our reporters live from Chalet. It's Vulcan Demo.
Thank you very much, studio team. It's us here live on the scene. We've got the reports on the weather right now. Demo, how is it?
It's very warm.
Oh. Okay. I thought... Hang on, let's just take a moment. I thought we were on Chalet. Chalet's snowy.
Video game.
Oh, yeah. Right, this isn't real. I always forget about that. Have you ever been skiing? Have you ever...
Nope.
Would you ever want to go?
No. No interest in it.
Kindly, I don't think it'd be very good.
Oh, thanks.
Listen, if you were like, I would love to try it, I wouldn't have said that. If you were like, I would love to give it a go, I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah.
Not my cup of tea.
Not your cup of tea. There's a lot of risk in it.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. A lot of people just fall and, whatever else happens after that.
Sometimes they get back up again. Anyway, we'll see.
Sometimes.
We'll see which of these two teams will fall even further, or which of these two teams might be able to get themselves a little bit back up on the board. Here we go. As we get ourselves in towards what is our final game. Now, the fun thing is, by this time yesterday, we had pretty much wrapped the entire day. That's how much more sort of competition there's been today. Obviously, we had the first OT. We've been able to have all these long, back games. We've had back and forth games. But if any of them were going to potentially be a bit close, it was kind of probably the opening game. And this one, you could say.
Yeah. I was actually very impressed with INTZ yesterday. Even though they didn't get the win or didn't get any points from the matchup, I still think they kept it pretty competitive against Loud. It was a 7-4 at the end of the day. So I think it was good signs from INTZ. Then you kind of look at Black Dragons and how they've kind of went. They had that opening OT win up against Fluxo W7M, where in the grand scheme of things, looking at how Fluxo W7M have been playing, yeah, it is a good win. Because, again, Fluxo W7M are down and around in those lower positions. But then for Black Dragons, they've had a pretty bad time. They got 7-0 by NIP. They got 7-1 by loss yesterday. Black Dragons have not been on a good run of form after that first day.
No. I think it's sort of that rocky sort of moment, right? Where obviously the fact that it was the end of the last pair of play days, the start of this one, if they get this one, they can at least sort of have that as a set thing they get rid of. But as a bit of damage starts to come around, they're going to see if they can try and peel away just a little. At this point, it's Chalet. It can be aggressive. They'll lean in, take a bite, leave, pull themselves back round. Sure, you might be sort of angling towards that final minute, but they've opened up their phantom pressure. They've done the shepherding. They've forced the players back in towards the site itself. The clash is going to make things a bit awkward. Obviously, the later and longer it goes on, the more powerful a clash can get, but it means that, say, you get the breach on towards the stock and the sort of prep back line of the site. You can get yourself dug in. But my worry, Demo, is that they haven't been able to get those players out from above.
And there's been no entry kill either. Like, we're still here in a 5v5 with 40 seconds remaining. We now start to see that util dump upstairs, but it doesn't look as though it's really phased the INTZ players at all. I mean, they're happy enough just to sit here and wait. There's the first pick. It's going to go in favor of Black Dragons. Angels now looking to see if he can try and walk down blue stairs and have a few engagements. And INTZ, though, they respond with some kills, and it's actually going to be in favor of Black Dragons. So after that scuffle, it's a 3v2, but never mind, it's the 2v2 now as SDK pulls on with a shotgun. A 1v2 now for Angels, makes it a 1v1. 7 seconds remaining. Do you go for the plant? No, you don't. You push for the kill, and you've lost that engagement. Angels with a big old 1v2 clutch.
The day it doesn't end yet. It is once again big clutches, once again big sort of end around moments, once again things in a way happening a little bit late in towards the round itself. I said it before, it's topsy-turvy day, but to be honest, either of these two teams could put a bit of damage in. INTZ, more than their opponents, probably want the points and the fact that they've not had any so far, but at the same time, Black Dragons, if they want to try and keep up the pace with the top 6, they need those points. They need to try and keep up with loss, especially because, you know, the team between them and 6 is Fluxo W7M. You fully expect them to get more points. If Black Dragons cannot get a full 3 from this, even though it's still early on in the doors, and, you know, we haven't hit that halfway point, you do worry.
I mean, like I said, I think INTZ were pretty impressive yesterday. I do think that even though we kind of look at them as a bottom-of-the-table team alongside Imperial, even to an extent do we toss Black Dragons in there? Probably. Again, we say this is the most competitive region, and I still think there is some really good quality in these teams, even near the bottom end. So, yeah, I think this certainly can be a really good game. It just depends if both teams are going to want to go for it. I mean, obviously for Black Dragons, it's just trying to get yourself out of that bit of a rut, because a 7-0 into a 7-1, it's difficult mentally to bounce back from that, because you think, what could we have, you know, sure, you have a 7-0, it's a blip, you put it down to, oh, well, it's just one of those days we had an off day. But then for it to happen again as a 7-1, you then start kind of thinking, okay, what is the problem here? Because now that's a consistent thing.
Now, they were quite late on taking the fight above, but here, well, they're going to see if they can try and take the fight outside, seemingly. Angels wasn't quite happy with being the end of the round last time, wants to be the start of this one, but Rare, in the meantime, cuts their way in. Cross games. They've obviously got the pinch on towards the player on blue stairs. They've forced them to at least no pressure is coming either side. At this point, where's he going to go? Is he going to see if he can try and hold on the first smoke canister? SDK just drops it to ensure that he's not entirely caught out. Legacy does get caught out in the meantime. That's one of the defenders gone. Much earlier in terms of that sort of opening confrontation, but something's got to give on towards that position of the smoke, and well, it's not going to be that way around because Angels is able to once again make a mark on a round. He's going to see if he can just try and keep applying this pressure, but nobody's there to find it on the balcony.
Good start. I think right now for INTZ, the fact that they've been able to only waste 2 minutes, but also keep man count equal. You still have that clash who we know is going to be the problem. I mean, realistically, if you're Black Dragons, do you dare risk trying to just walk into the bomb site? I mean, and the retake can come in from above. There are 2 vertical angles that can look onto you whenever you try and go for this plant. There's a player inside a kitchen who will now spot at that Blackbeard. So now if you're INTZ, you should be scrambling to start getting in a position to stop this plant from going down. You can see that Black Dragons are just going to try and full send it in. It's up to you to counter that.
And what else can you do? 30 seconds. They're still putting pressure outside the windows. It's SAL SDK slams off of the window. And as the shield falls as well as does everybody else, seemingly they couldn't find a second to breathe. 15 seconds and you've got, I was going to say verticality, but Arthur refuses. INTZ, 2 in a row. They're heating up.
And this is where we know that Black Dragons, they are a side where, you know, they'll start to drop. You know, we've seen them go down pretty heavy in a lot of circumstances. Obviously, as we mentioned, they got 7-1. They can be a bit of a risk where the game will just slip away and just go out of their fingers. So, yeah, very, very important right now that Black Dragons can try and stop this momentum from going against them. Because if Ents go 3-0 up, then you start thinking, okay, they've been able to pull off the full site rotation. You have to then do it all over again. It's a worry.
That's two. That's two locked in. That's two of a distance, but distance has been the MO seemingly of today. Where everything has found itself going and not stopped going. At this point, obviously, we've had already an interesting split of the opening 2 rounds. We've had one where that felt obviously much more in control. The way they sort of filtered and fed back. They made early statements of violence. They leant outside the building. They put the pressure externally, but then from that point, it was otherwise filtered away. Worth sort of saying, obviously, Chalet in terms of the defense is where you want to try and get the biggest distance. A 4-2 half isn't the most uncommon, so this is going to be that sort of make or break moment, I think, for Black Dragons.
Oh dear. Not great for Black Dragons. Look at what you've lost. The Capitao, an operator that everyone would love to have for any site execute. Not a great start here for Black Dragons, but right now for Ents, just on cloud 9. They're just in that flow state. No reply as well. And the thing is, I think for Chalet is I tend to favor it more for the attackers. Especially whenever it comes to this top floor. I mean, this top floor, if you just place somebody in big window, place another guy towards the piano window, open up the breach, ain't a whole lot you can do as a defender to stop the plant going down. You know, just all those crossfires that you can have with Chalet, it's really annoying to deal with from a defensive perspective, and STK has got himself into a bit of a pickle. One player inside a dining, and the Blackbeard on his stairs. How's he going to get out of this when he just has to try and play his life? Oh, doesn't just play his life, he gets a kill with it. Oh no. Swag need to be hitting those, and Rare obviously terrified to go for the pick. The nade, though, should confirm the kill. Romeo's actually beat him to it, but hey, STK, he's done his job, he's wasted time, and he got himself a kill.
There's almost this element, as you said, right? Does it play better for attackers? Does it play better for defenders? I think with teams like this, when a lot of it is building confidence, you have to have the intricacies of an attacking team. And I think for an attacking team that's confident, it's great. But I think it can be shut down a bit when you're not that sort of lead-in team, right? When you've got them... If you think about how intricate an attack has to be sometimes on Chalet, the multiple different windows you've got to watch, the catches, the push and pressure on players internally, it's great if you're all about it, but these aren't really two teams that have operated on that. Either way, we'll see if it's something that sort of tells itself as a story as Arthur and Angels. Just keep doubling down between the pair of them, 8 and 2. Surely a timeout will be coming after this. The clash is outside. Yeah, and a knife kill to end it. Gotta be a timeout.
Yeah, not great. Great. In France, it's all singing and dancing, isn't it? In their camp. All doom and gloom for Black Dragons. There'll be some form of timeout coming in. The bans are as well. See what we have. Oh, we lost somebody.
Hopefully they're found. Let's do a search party. Time to pause. Time to think. Time to reflect. I mean, at this point, Black Dragons, obviously, I think, you know, there's always pressure when you're a team that's, in some regards, the sort of favourite in the matchup, but you don't have to look far towards the kickoff to see that obviously it was a best of 3. These two teams met in however long ago. And it was one where Black Dragons, they weren't quite able to get themselves locked in. They weren't quite able to get that sort of solid ground on towards it. And obviously it was sort of highlighted there's been very little change between rosters and lineups and such in this region. So it's sort of the element of growth. And that was what? As I have a quick look back over towards the kickoff. 2 7s and 2 7s into the favor of INTZ with a Labs going out of their grips. They have to make sure that it doesn't get run away because INTZ has proven in this exact showdown that they can build a momentum.
Yeah, it's a really good matchup here for INTZ as well. So we'll see if they can keep it moving. We will just be going down a little bit. Not gonna lie, their jersey, honestly, you could have fooled me for it being like a Brazil jersey.
I mean,
very similar.
They could wear that to the match and people would know who they're supporting. You put it that way.
Honestly, it's not far off it.
Saves you money, right?
Still 2-1, isn't it? Yeah.
Show your love of esports and of Brazil at the same time.
Oh, not, and yet, still waiting.
Still waiting. The all-time head-to-head, 12 into the favor of Black Dragons. I don't think that's the biggest surprise, obviously, because Black Dragons are a team that has obviously been able to put the sort of difference in before, but as I said before, recent history, INTZ, they've been able to sort of be that breakaway factor.
I think for Black Dragons, they're a team which I would say has stints. Is that the best way to put it? Where sometimes they look on top of it, getting there, and then other times they just fall away with the rest of the pack. It's a weird one.
It's an org that's existed for a long time with different rosters as well, obviously.
Must be what? Is it a 2018 org?
I think so.
Right there. Not as though you can go anywhere.
Please hold.
Ah, it's a 2016 org.
A 2016 org?
Yep.
Wow.
Very long time ago. And I've just checked. I'm looking at the 2017, like the teams, in 2017.
Yeah.
And there's Twister just kicking about in 2017 as an analyst.
Hey, he's always been around.
How old was he then? Wait, if he's
9 years younger. Look, sometimes you don't look into the age of players in the early 2 years of Rainbow Six Siege competitive.
Is he like 16 or have he joined the team?
Okay, listen.
Crazy.
Sometimes you don't look into the age of players.
Crazy.
That was maybe. I'm not gonna say, but Milos is saying that they were allowed to play under 18. Okay, I believed they.
Yeah, but it's
him
as
in
an analyst.
2017 it was added.
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
okay.
but I'm talking about he's Twister's analyst. Twister don't play.
Twister. What do you mean?
Well, currently Twister could play. If honestly, I wouldn't call this for Team Secret.
Woo!
But honestly, and have you? By the way, just a little off pointer. Have you seen the Team Secret lineup that they have for the Super Week? Have you seen who they play?
No.
Twisted Minds into a VP into a G2.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Ow.
It's a tough one.
Wow. I still remember my favorite was when Ubisoft. Well, not Ubisoft. I guess technically when the R6 account wished a happy birthday towards Fox, which made people realize that he'd not lied about his age, but he wasn't exactly 18 when he needed to play.
Don't get involved in this. I'm not said anything.
Listen, it's in the past. We can joke about it now. Everybody's old enough. Anyway, still time with memory lane stories as we wait for this lobby to be remade. Rare has become a chair. And Legacy finds that hilarious. Others sort of standing up aggressively. I think Raps is struggling with hay fever as much as I am right now. You couldn't tell.
How's that going?
Not great. Not great, my friend. It's also... You don't have hay fever. You don't have any weaknesses, do you?
Ranked is my weakness.
Ranked is your weakness, right? Okay. Decision grass.
Oh, by the way, 8 losing streak last night. Let's go.
Oh no. Not going well for you, mate.
No.
I haven't actually touched ranked this.
Not my fault.
Yet. Okay, whose fault is it? You want to put them on blast?
Nope.
Okay.
It's the case I won't be playing ranked tonight then, will I? I want to play with.
That's true. That's true. If you put the stack on blast.
Mm-hmm. We're in. Yes.
We're in. We're off to the races. Find ourselves back in. Leo's offered to carry you in ranked.
I'm going to check his tracker right there. What's his?
I'm still waiting. I still can't go anywhere.
I need his tracker, but because I need to see for sure. Is it still? Is it Alpha.Fanatic still? What is it?
He's not setting himself up for this. He's not responding. He wants to check your Liquipedia.
By all means. You'll see that I MVP in a show match that one time.
I played one round of a show match once. When I was casting it. We red carded Bikini Bodhi. I stepped in for a single round. And there's a photo that was taken, and it's of Julio.
I found his account. I found his tracker.
Pointing and telling me how to play. Right. All right. He's still sassing. Sorry, this is great broadcast content. Leo is in the production chat, arguing with Demo. I'm filling you in. Are you happy with his ranked or not?
He's got no rank. He was champ last season. He was bronze 4 before that. Copper 2 the season before. Oof.
Wow. With that bombshell, we find ourselves back in. Now, I am actually going to pose the question. I don't think they took their time out, but it was so long ago that I struggle to remember. There's at least the takeover. STK has found out. Black Dragons get the opening kill. It's actually something that's generally got in their favor, but then this happens. Angels goes outside. Arthur goes outside. They look towards what the map can offer. And I know you said that it works for attacking teams. It also just works for aggressive teams.
Device frozen.
And as the use the Tubarao mainly for the gun, more than anything. He's going to see if he can try and have a DMR showdown, but Gouda does not want to take that smoke.
This is where Black Dragons maybe not having the greatest of confidence in themselves. To try and go for it, and there you go. Believe in yourself, and great things will come. Black Dragons. I'm gonna say have the lead, but that has been very quickly equaled up now. Perhaps able to find Romeo, and it is going to be that 3-on-3. So this pulse downstairs does have the C4, don't forget, so potential. If you find somebody walking in towards lobby, you can maybe try and go for the C4. I mean, could happen here. I mean, look where Guto is. He's outside the lobby door, going for the drone. I know for Black Dragons, it just feels as though, Emmy, that they don't really know what they want to do.
It becomes that problem, right? And it almost ties into the point I said before, where if you aren't confident in your approach, you cannot make the most out of Chalet. A weird statement to make, because you can say that about everything. But as you said, this is an attacker-favored map. And I say, if you can rise to its challenge. It's like, are you worthy? Can you pull the sword from the stone? Hesitation and sort of caution and care shows that maybe they aren't the next King of England. Black Dragons. Guto does get one. If it does the slip up the stairs, but with 30 seconds, the 3 versus 2 close down, you still have Arthur on the board, who's already had so much definition throughout this. Gets a little bit zapped. Feels his way down. He's about to find the fight underneath and gets the pre-fire on towards the barbed wire. Now you look, another 2 versus 2, but it's almost set up in 2 different engagements. Legacy doubles it off. They're inside the smoke, trying to find a place to plant or some sanctity or safety, but otherwise, nobody's home.
Yeah, Ints. 4 in a row for them, even with that big, long delay. Still being able just to pick off where they left off. And now we see a timeout here from Black Dragons as well. Hope it's going to get them back into the game because they desperately need that right now. It just felt as though Black Dragons they didn't really know what they wanted to go for. They need to get in there and try and figure things out because this is the worry with Black Dragons. We've seen this before, where they take these massive, hefty, consecutive round losses and they just can never get themselves back into the game. You look at the matchup against Fluxo W7M yesterday. They went 5-1 down and they just couldn't get out of that.
Now the timeout's called, answers the question as the 3, and as you said, as soon as you can't get out of it, as soon as you can't break the mold, what happens other than watching an entire game slip away from you? 4 in a row now for INTZ. Some would argue they've already done enough, but Black Dragons need to do something.
Well, here we go into our kitchen site now. Last time, obviously, for Black Dragons, they didn't really fancy the idea of going above and playing the more traditional way of how we see that bomb site be played out. They were more focused on, okay, what happens if we just try and go pretty direct? We try and go for a horizontal take, and well, that didn't really work out for them either. Black Dragons, what they're going to have in store. I've noticed as well, look at the bans, an ace ban. That will just hinder the limitations. Getting some of those walls opened up. And of course, for this bomb site, you've got 2 sets of walls. One up and one down. You've only just got the Habana as your only form of hard breach. So it is a little bit risky on the side of Black Dragons, because if they lose that Habana, they've got nothing left.
Grenades find their roll over the top. They're going to see if they can try and apply this pressure towards the Solarium stairs, see if they can force the players out of a corner. At this point, again, you know, it's always been that game of reach outside the building. The pressure external, keep them in this problem position and get that early pick, that early kill, but they can't quite get this one this time around. Whether it's more caution played after the timeout, whether it's just Black Dragons getting themselves a slightly cleaner thread. Either way, at this point, they've been able to, I guess, hold it on, and they're almost gifted. Ahead of, I think that was Angels slipping away. The castle outline is kind of obvious, and there it is, put to bed. But as I said before, the entry statistic, it doesn't really matter. It hasn't really been the big dictation, because the story tends to be, okay, well, they've lent out. They've got themselves the trade back. They haven't taken that for the answer of how they want the round to start. Here instead. Slip down, hold on. They've got, I think it's fair to say, the best eyes they've had onto a site so far, even though there's still obviously 9 players standing. I can't recall how many times we've had Black Dragons actually in the building holding to a bit of territory.
Yes, pretty slow here from Black Dragons, but I do like the way that they've established that solar control, and they can really start to work off that. Remember, the whole big thing about kind of going in the kitchen is you've got that hatch. And if you've got a player upstairs in solar, they can't play the hatch, and you can just flood in through the bomb site. Really well played from Black Dragons to make that happen, and yeah, you see, I think that take, it's really difficult to get into that position. You know, getting in towards Solar, getting in towards Trophy is a bit of a slog. But once you get into those positions, you then deny access to that hatch. And then all of a sudden, getting into Kitchen and getting a plant down becomes pretty easy. So, yeah, I like that change up from Black Dragons. That's a lot better from them. But we need to see more. We need more of that siege.
We've got one. The timeout has netted success. The same way, actually, we've had it pretty successful throughout the day from other teams, but they need to see if they can try and capitalize upon it at this point. You know, you look towards the performance of these players, you look towards who's been able to sort of make a mark, and otherwise, there's only really a couple of names that have been popping off. It's not that INTZ has entirely been on the top of the boards, but it's Arthur, it's Angels, and at the very start, STK was making some big plays. You just need a bit more of that from Black Dragons. You just need a little bit more of, I think, that tenacity. Try and thread themselves around this. The Monty pickup, the play with the Capitao and the ROU laser wall might be something that can try and, I'm not going to say go for something sneakier here on the approach, but getting inside the building seems to be a big benefit, and kind of want to see more of it.
Oh, Arthur. Big old spawn peak on the Romeo. The sense goes down, so the utility of being able to have those walls up to block lines of sight, that's not going to make an impact. Now for Black Dragons, they have to try and battle back from a man deficit, which can be very difficult. I mean, look, I don't think it's, you know, the biggest of hits of operators, looking at, you know, what else they could have lost. I mean, losing the Monty would have been, I think, a lot worse. And certainly with that shield, they still can make things happen. But we'll see what take Black Dragons want to go for. I mean, it's Scream Solar take right now. You've got Graham over towards Solar. You can start getting Rare in towards Trophy, walking up the staircase. Just has to be careful, though, as there is a roamer downstairs. Of course, being that Solus. Inside of Dining. But he's not alone. He's also backed up by Angels inside of the kitchen. Swag, able to find out Legacy. Oh, he was just sat on the cliff holding big window, wasn't he? I think he was.
It's
able
a classic.
to find a pick.
A classic of the genre. Now wanting to hop their way in on towards Trophy. The shield makes some bit of motion, and they're not quite able to stop it out there as Angels is going to peel away. Doesn't want to get entirely caught out, but remember where they are and how many of their sort of run-outs, their repositions will be taken, will be sort of capitalized upon. And there it is. Angels just could not get a read out the building. 4 versus 3. And this is what I mean by that internal game, right? Don't just sit on the depth. Play yourself in close. The pressure on towards it directly, and now the final 3 slip their way back towards the site itself. But with the Monty still on the board, with the fact that they can play with this final minute, they have more than enough to get a bit of a groundswell here. They're worried about using the C4. They'll play the catch, and it won't quite get anybody. Somehow they've survived on the stairs either side of it. What will Rare do next as they just drive this shield up past the fire, past the flames, and right up toe-to-toe with Arthur. Just going to see if they can dig their heels in, dig themselves inch by inch. The Monty just needs to take into the room itself, can call all of this towards the players around, and there's the swing. You talk about players that need to step up. Mr. Outlaw gets himself another, and Rare's just going to get the plant secured as everybody else's attention is taken.
Oh, just about missed it, but of course that shield in the back. Rare, able to stave off those shots, and yeah, for SDK and Rats. As we'll wrap it up right now, because Black Dragon's in the perfect position. They lost that opening engagement very early on, but they did not skip a beat after that. All 4 players, essentially a flawless minus the opening pick. It was a perfect round of siege. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They're back in it.
Well, do you know who else is back in it? Our 2 wonderful desk people.
Yes, we are the 2 desks, my friend. And we are risers. You know what? If you were my chair, I would have a great day every day. Though, Leo, I'm going to have to lean on you for this one because INTZ, although they lost the last 2 rounds, they have the 4-round advantage in the first half. They're looking clean, dictating the pace of the game. How is that happening here on Chalet? How is it slipping away from BD?
Yeah, they were looking clean. I will say that there's a huge change of momentum. Let's just focus on the first 4 rounds. Like, how did they get here? I think it's a story of INTZ getting aggressive at the right time. It starts with that clutch from Angels 1v2, giving them, a certain amount of confidence and momentum. They can build up on from that. STK, one player that I mentioned, needed to step up here on the room, being a nuisance, being super annoying. On the Solis, and then the confirmation from the rest of the teammates after that. You'll see that here in round 3 exactly as he's being chased by 2 other players. He's supposed to get stuck in a crossfire. What do we see just a little bit later? The rest of the team of Black Dragons completely frozen, losing easy gunfights from Master Window, from Solarium Window. And it felt like a consistent story. And even that last round where you could see Angels or STK rather, was getting back into it. No, I think that was Arthur, actually. That was getting back aggressive on that window. They were trying to keep up the pace. They were trying to be aggressive. Ever since there was this rehost of the map, I think there was a switch in momentum. Outlook came in, completely reset. Triple kill in round 5, triple kill in round 6. That's exactly how you start the engine back for Black Dragons. And I think this is exactly what they needed to recover from being stunned. Because Miloš, if I think about it, they had been 7-0, they had been 7-1, they were down 0-4. It seemed that mentally they were gone. And Outlaw is just now starting that engine again.
They needed that moment to recover. Would it have been a timeout or a forced one, a technical timeout in this case. Still, Black Dragons were able to recover the last 2 rounds. What do they do here when it comes to the bans? Well, we're going to see BD go in for the Monty and the Blitz ban. Obviously, nothing too complicated, but something that will help them slow down the pace of the game on their defensive side. We'll see if BD can bring it back and have that spark of hope materialize into a game victory, because otherwise, I tell you, Leo, I have been baited at the start of this stage. The bait and switch will send it back, though, to Fluke and Demo.
I'm the bait, you're the switch.
Okay. I'll take that one.
He's everywhere with the bait and switch. Like a cool little...
Better than calling one of us an onion earlier.
Yeah, that's true. Miloš is, he's trying some things out. We are back in with the 4-2 on the split of it all. We'll see if they can obviously try and a little bit more of this. The pressure we've had back and forth games. Chalet itself it's one that often builds and cooks, right? As a game goes on, it starts with a bit of a sizzle, but regardless of who's on either side, you'll see if you can try and, I guess, get that rise in pressure from both teams. Get that rise in pressure on towards your attack as well. I'm curious if we'll get more of sort of Angels and Arthur, especially leaning in towards the approach.
Again, always a big tell. See how teams want to go about their first defense, and the Black Dragons obviously having a pretty tough time in that first half. Important that they can start things off right here, and again, try and get themselves closer to that 4 rounds that already went against them. But right now for the attackers, it's steady opening, just again getting windows open, trying to shut down those crosses that you would have. Get the angle set up to pinch people if possible. It's from Arthur, he's already in, hunting downstairs inside of stock. Go for a track now. Who's it gonna be? Nobody. His swag's already been picked off before the Deimos could have hit its mark. At least they found who they wanted. They wanted to eliminate that player top fire, and that does give them the opening pick.
Forced further and further away by the surrounding pressure and the explosion of a phone will take the damage. It means that, well, they can't suffer that any later on. It's fair enough, right? It's all you can really do. Is Rare's able to find Legacy on the swing round, but it's back and forth. Romeo gets the end of wraps, and Gudo shows up and saves the day. Angel caught out in a bit of a whirlwind. Now, the smoke is down on the Blue Stars. how impossible is the recollection becomes that game. There's the tracks coming out. Another bit of a call. They obviously can't call him to get the confirmed kill, but oh! They sure as hell can take the head off of that, man. The impact round the corner, and there's at least the second pop off. This is technically going to be a 1 versus 1 in but a moment. They know that the smoke is down. Well, now they do. They can see the pings coming out, and well, that'll be the finish. 40 seconds. Deimos versus a hell of a DMR, but it's the DMR that wins out. Like Dragons, they're still ticking along.
Yeah. 3 in a row. They've shifted momentum rightly over to their side. The top floor done and dusted. I mean, even with the opening pick as well, not able to convert it. Black Dragons able to battle back once again from losing that first engagement. We've got a game in our hands here, I think.
You could say that of every game. Every game we've had a game on our hands. The gaming's never end.
It's been a good night. It's been a good night of Siege here, I think, in Brazil, and obviously for a matchup like this, this is where teams know that they are in hot water. Yeah, they're down there at the bottom.
Yep.
They just need any points that they can get. They don't care how they get them as long as they can get them. And this is where it can decide, of course, relegation. Don't forget, that's always something that's going to be looming over the teams which aren't partnered. Same can be said for all of the regions, of course. Just to remind everyone, of the teams that cannot be relegated are partner teams. We've got Furia, we've got Fluxo W7M, FaZe Clan, Team Liquid Alienware, and Loud. So those teams cannot be eliminated. Everyone else, good luck.
Free real estate. Now, can INTZ just keep that little bit of an extra space, that extra step away, right? You want to make sure that, fine, they can get within 1 round, but that's all that matters. That's all that they can get. If they can get a response as their follow through, if they can sort of lean into the game that they held in the opening 4 rounds, and if they can break what has been a great timeout so far, Romeo's going to hold on towards this sort of power swing position, obviously. Try and get some of the destruction in, play with the impact DMPs, or get the Twitch drone, get either gadgetry removed, but with the doubling up of the Wamai and the ADS, well, even with that, they're still not going to see what can happen next. Especially STK that gets the opener onto, who has been the sort of tour de force of Black Dragons. Mr. Outlaw has been removed. That frees the board up for them a little bit more.
Yeah, Black Dragons in a similar position where they lost that opening pick. See if they can try and hold on. And there you go. That's the power of Chalet and those exterior windows. You can set up those crossfires and pinch out those defenders with ease. Now with half the round still to play. Black Dragons certainly on the back foot, and really they're looking for somebody to try and make a play. It was going to let his phone blow up so he doesn't have to worry about that for the rest of the game. Angels. If he can again get another call, well, it's the only person he can call, as the other 2 players have let their phones blow up. Is Romeo going to be the same? He is going to be the same. So Dokumi now can't use the gadget. However, has good for essentially 120 HP done.
Yep. I mean, you know, it just makes sense, right? Unless you're really playing a back of sight holder, if you're going to be active on a map like Chalet where you always are active, get rid of the phone. Oh! Get rid of the player above. There's one freebie, but can they see if they can try and move back? It's the 4 versus 2. But now the 2 versus 3. They've been able to get themselves crossed out. Unfortunately, that is all that they can keep crossed for now. And there's Angels. 5 to 3. They keep themselves that extra step ahead. They buy themselves that little bit of extra pocket money to spend in the level of success. They are 1 round away from claiming points.
Yeah, just once they get that opening pick, they just played that round at their pace. Yeah, they let Black Dragon just sweat it out. They checked everything. They didn't get caught out or surprised. They didn't allow the Black Dragons players to get back into that round. They closed it out the way they should. So, yeah. It's good to see, again, the kind of back and forth kind of momentum here. And maybe there's an opportunity now where INTZ could just go on a bit of a run.
This Black Dragons, they're still not a million miles away, though. They get the benefit of their defense. They get the benefit of being able to play in towards it. They've been slightly shaken from what has been an excellent timeout, or post sort of rounds timeout as well, but the matter will be just stepping that back up, stepping in to ensure that, yeah, you can have one. Same as, it does obviously raise the problem later on of, you know, when we go back to defend that again, bar gaming, what do we change? What do we bring back? It was a 4-2 before things started to really shape up on the site itself. Adaptations can definitely be done. Here, though. So you still got the Dockerby on board, still got that sort of persistent problem. The 2 shield bans mean that they're limited in some way. I'm wondering if the Blackbeard will get got after as well. And just sort of keep the trend up. But that opening engagement hasn't actually been the biggest dictator of how the game has gone and how the rounds have gone so far.
Yeah. A great stat to look at sometimes. But it is up for discussion. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's a nailed-on fact. It just has a pretty good track record of if you get the first pick, you're probably going to win the round, but, you know, always the case. And slow and steady. That is, I must say, for a chalet in Brazil, it's probably the slowest chalet in Brazil I've ever seen. You expect chalet to be bang, 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 you know, guns, 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 and, well, there's a bit of guns, guns, guns there from a great little peek out of the 90 window.
It's been cautious. I think, you know, it opened not so cautious. We saw some peaks and sort of had a very slow middle where everything became a bit of a slow burn, and then since then it's picked up a little bit here. Now a 4 versus 2, INTZ into, they can't quite get themselves rolling through on towards it. Swag finds one more. The Lonely Angels left sort of suffering on the other side of it. Brought out now. Do you go for the timeout at this point? It's traded rounds. You're still in the advantage. You can still pull back, but you're going off, obviously, to master bedroom to office. You're going to a site that you lost before. If you can win this, you guarantee a point. If you lose this, everything's tied up this close to the end. And then are you taking your timeout?
Do you think there's... I think maybe if you get to that 5-5 mark, I think it's still somewhat okay. I wouldn't worry just yet. Certainly for Black Dragons, still behind around if they get the next one. And yeah, I mean, even I think a timeout would be pretty good for Black Dragons, even if it's called on 5-5. I think that's what sometimes people forget. The timeout, it gives both teams a chance to speak for a minute. You know? And that actually might help Black Dragons kind of formulate thinking, okay, what can we do for potentially final 2 rounds if we get to that 5-5 mark?
Bomb located by attackers.
Here. A single round separates Black Dragons from tying everything up. The single round allows them to, I guess, just put the pressure back into INTZ. We've not had short games at all today. As I said before, by this point, yesterday, we'd already finished, you know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago. Every single team in this region is showing how much fight they have. Yesterday was a lot of even matchups as well. It was 2 teams at the top of the board, 2 teams at the bottom of the board, 2 teams at like, everybody was sort of equal footing. And this, today, it's just been brawl after brawl after brawl. It seems like nobody really looks towards where they are on the board and takes that into their consideration. They look at the team ahead of them, as you should, and go, I can beat them. Fair enough. Some of them really have shown up and shown off what they can do here. Black Dragons want to make sure that they're still part of that topic of conversation. Gonna try and see if they can slip their way up the side of Solarium on the side of Trophy. There's obviously a chance at holding on towards some of this ground. There were my discs. Black Dragons are just gonna get themselves a little bit more of a stretch, but you look towards the take here, right? You've got a shield that is running in from the side of the fuse. And as they try and cut their way across the glass as well for some coverage, they've obviously got the Capital to try and get some force in. They haven't otherwise been able to get themselves immediately. Are they just going to try and plant? It's an Echo drone. Hits the stun. They try to get the follow through on the back end of it instead. Can't quite net the kill. They peel back. You can see the proposed position. Is he going to risk the swing out? He knows he's being watched by somebody. It's the glass that locks it in. And that is a post plant.
Oh, SDK. Gonna get down though, so I think the value of that operator, especially whenever there's smokes being popped in the site, isn't gonna be there. Dragons are making this retake work right now, as it's gonna be a 2 versus 4. R3 gets picked off in the fuse, and Angels now has a very difficult job. There's a player pestering him outside. He can't watch two things at once. Romeo is gonna try and stick the plant, and as soon as he looks away, he gets taken out. Black Dragons with a fantastic retake. They squared up 5 rounds apiece. They're making the comeback work for them.
I mean, the run out was played perfectly there, obviously, but also just the retake, right? They peeled themselves back. They knew all the pressure. It was on the glass. It was on the hold. It was on the smokes, and the kick came in. But in that time, they rotated somebody underneath. They put the pressure on from there. They made sure that, fine, you can go for that execute, but we're there to hit you right back when we need to.
Defenders, protect your bombs from...
And that now ties things up. Once upon a time, it was a 4-0 game. That is so far away. You look at the past, 7 rounds? It's a 6-1 in the favor of Black Dragons. Or 5-1 even. I can count. It's been a long day. My hay fever is messing me up.
Yeah, you're struggling.
I'm sure. Pull the plug. I'm done. I'm not. We still got a little bit more. My fellow hay fever sufferers, know you have representation out here. It's a 5-1 run. That's the point. This was the site, though, that obviously INTZ were able to win. I talked about this as a topic of conversation of, you know, if they're going to have the chance to swing in this round, I'm wondering if it's going to be more on the extension elsewhere. It was the 4 versus 2 before.
I mean, I think one thing is as well to note for Black Dragons is just how dangerous that momentum can also work in their favor, as much as what they've kind of been ran over. Again, I've said this before, Black Dragons, they still have that quality. You know, I've said before they're a bit of a hot and cold team sometimes, but they still have that quality. You know, they still are a very capable side, who we've obviously seen at SI, for example. You know, they do know what they're doing. Right now, it's not been great for them at the start of the stage, but like we mentioned, this is a matchup that, certainly for Black Dragons, they should have a lot of belief that they can go and win it. Oh, no. I mean, that window being opened up, you just think, oh, I'll run by it. No, giving away a freebie. Opening pick, again goes over the ints.
That's it. Now he's, you know, been fantastic since the sort of restart, but he wasn't in the opening 3 rounds. A little bit worse for wear in terms of everything, but still 10-4. That's the player they've shut out of the equation. Black Dragons, they've got to operate without their best man. See if they can try and sneak their way round on towards it. They've got the cross here. Oh, no, they don't. Angels. Great shot from Romeo, who hasn't given up this position. Remember how early they gave up this position last time? With the ADSs, with the WMI discs. This time they've said, no, we can hold on. Let them come. Let's see what happens.
Oh, no. SDK. Got caught out. Rare was right beside him, and oh, no. I can see Arthur's also being down. The Blackbeard not on a great position right now. Can they pick him up? Though, look where Swag is. Just stuck in the fireplace. Oh, bottles it, though. Doesn't get any kills. What? Gotta be kidding me, Swag. Arthur is still bleeding out. Are they going to be able to get him up? There's been a call being made that there is somebody flanking. It is Rare. He's inside a bedroom. Rap should be ready for this, and he is. Somehow they've pulled this from a very slippy round where they could have easily have lost it, now back into their favor. Black Dragons have been hit with a left-right hook.
3 versus 2, and you still look at the pocket utility they've got. The main one is the fact that they've got the Blackbeard to drive on. Picks up the kit. Might be low health, but he's going to fight his way out the room. Gonna gets one. The timer goes into the red time. It's a spray from the top rope. Romeo! It doesn't matter what you have if you can't get in the sight and plant. Black Dragons! I said it was 5-1 before. Now it is 6-1. Just from the previous rounds. INTZ, it is in a long time since they have held decent control on towards this. And they need just one, and there is that timeout.
A little bit too late. I mean, I think they should have called it the 5-5 mark. This is where it gets very dangerous, because now you have to make it count. I mean, Black Dragons in the lead for the first time in this game. Very important here that this timeout works. I mean, for Black Dragons being able to come back from that 2v3. I mean, obviously, I think for Ints, it probably started off really bad. I mean, we've seen it where essentially it was 2v4 because Arthur was just bleeding out on the floor. And, I mean, we'll have to go back to Swag as well. How Swag didn't kill anyone from where he was. Both of them not looking at him. Oh, dear. Here we go. Round 12.
Will we get another overtime? Will we get another sort of glimpse through? Will we get another... just both teams giving everything they can? And will we get another bit of split points? Something that is always a bit of a make or break. Down to INTZ, down to them just trying to drive in. They've had so many close moments before, time and time again. And, you know, it's just been sort of impossible to gauge who's going to be able to wrest control of a round, because when you have so many entry kills not go the way, it's only like 4 times over the rounds throughout this game, it is confirmed how it goes. It just shows how the pace is undictatable. And that's partially Chalet, right? That's how Chalet likes to exist. It's this sort of amalgamy of, well, let's see if we can try and swing on this. Let's move on the back of this. We've lost somebody, but we're still doing our swinging and moving. Oh, look, we've taken the site and killed everybody else. It's put a best foot forward, and sometimes the foot gets blown off, but it's still the right maneuver.
Black Dragons, he will remain in position. All they have to do is just don't mess up. They're in the lead. You have the defense. It's up to the attackers to make the move. Right now, it's going to be a bit of a solar take, because Raps is over here with that Grim. And sending the bees and a bit of information and assist the rest of his team. And this is the thing with Chalet. It's the kind of collapse that you have on that top floor. You've got the piano window you can utilize. You've got bathroom window as well. If you can use that in conjunction with players coming in through solar, then you can have a really good pinch. Swag, opening pick. Goes his way with a C4. A Glass and a Blackbeard are going to show themselves on the office balcony. And, oh, look at that Legacy. Straight up for blue. Romy was not expecting that. Here comes that collapse in towards that top floor. That shield leading the way. Legacy able to find another one. And in a matter of seconds, it's now a 2 versus 3 Black Dragons on the back foot.
And they try and just get that one little bit of extra. The Blackbeard's making friends, and a grenade is trying to be the end of it as the spray through. More damage done, but nobody is caught out. It's a triple, but not quite enough. We are going, once again, to OT. They find just that little bit of extra energy, but now 2 more times. Clock's reset. Get ourselves still a continuation. Black Dragons staying on their defense.
Yeah, I think that's good for Black Dragons. You know, carry that kind of defensive energy, because this was being their better half. It's 4-2 splits across the board. So for Black Dragons, you can have another opportunity now off a defense, and you can try and push it back where you're in the lead 7-6. I don't think that the favored side is going to be with INTZ here. And I mean, even look, if you have the side switch again, which we'll see in round 14, if we go to round 15, Black Dragons get the defense again. So the overtime, I don't think is going to favor INTZ here. Black Dragons are going to get at least 2 defenses, or at least 1. And then if they win that, then they get the second one. Where are they going to go? Top floor is what they're after. I mean, they were successful here the last time. I mean, both times they were successful here. It has been a tough one to crack open. Black Dragons have a good grasp here on this top floor defense. Seems to be a very similar lineup again from what we've seen in the last round too. I'm seeing the Glass, I'm seeing the Blackbeard, I'm seeing the Deimos. What was that skin? Why is it making noises?
Shoot it! Get rid of it!
Why is it making noises?
Yeah, have you seen the little things that run out when it reloads?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, I've got the A skin, and there's literal man just jumping around on my gun.
Yeah. Yeah. They're just, you know, having a good time.
Well, Force Ghost just hops out of the gun.
Yeah. I mean, I love the Valkyrie one where there's a little bit of magic turns into a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see why I enjoy it.
Doesn't Twitch have one too? Twitch has like a special one?
Yeah, little butterflies come out. There's also one with skulls, isn't there?
No.
Or like dragons? I can't remember.
Is there a dragon one? I thought the only ones was like... It's the Valkyrie, the Ace, and the Twitch. No, they're like the special ones.
No, because I think there's ones from Event Pack. So that's the Rainbow's Magic one. They're like... If you can believe the pink one. Anyway. Bressy coming in from Deimos underneath. We'll talk about this later. Bressy coming in from Deimos underneath. Seeing if they can force out the player. Swag almost brought it down to the brink, but survives. Oh, and that's a player that they're trying to hope they can get the angle onto, but he's laying in wait and prone and hoping he can survive. That's going to change that story, isn't it?
How?
Oh, he's actually able to get out of it somehow. In the meantime, they lose their ace. All focused on, and they can't quite get it.
Yeah. Really messy. I mean, Swag should be dead, and the fact that he's still alive and he also got a kill is just downright disrespectful for these attackers right now, and they still have to deal with him. But look at the time. He's wasted 2 minutes off the clock. He's just a why sat in box. He's not doing much. Oh, dear. Black Dragons in a very good position now to hold on to this round as long as they don't let anything slip. I mean, Arthur now is going to have to try and go pretty aggressive with the Blackbeard. He is able to find one. Rare, though. Very quick response. Finds Angels, and Swag finds a double. How does he find a double? Arthur's gone. Rare's there with a backup with a C4 and Legacy. All by himself. And Rare deals with him. Black Dragons. I mean, the energy right now is massive from them.
I mean, that's just now the situation that we find ourselves in, where Black Dragons have entirely taken control of this game. And you sort of look now towards the opening half, right? It was 4 defenses in a row for INTZ. It's been a very heavy defense-sided sort of game in that scale of things, and that has been 4 2-halves. And now one more as that tally, but it does feel like Black Dragons just woke up. It does feel like ever since the timeout, I mean, they've been phenomenal since that timeout. They've just really revitalized. You wonder what was sort of said, because whatever it is, it needs to be said to every team that's struggling. And now, they are but 1 round away from securing themselves 2 points and almost sending INTZ to a destiny at the bottom of the board.
Well, Black Dragons back in the lead. This is the second time where they've had an opportunity to finish this game. Will they not squander that chance? Don't let INTZ push you all the way to 15. All the way to 15, Des. Going, Des.
We're going all the way. Put it on a drone skin. Put it on a operator card. Put it on an operator. Make it an animated gun skin.
Make it an operator.
Make it an operator. Tim, Ace of Pyrite.
Hey, we can't use Ace. No, we can't use that. Oh, he's already got an Ace.
Club of Pyrite. Or is that might be too close to Sledge?
Pyrite. That sounds like a faction. That sounds like a new faction you've made.
Yeah. New operator coming to Rainbow Six is spoiler alert. It's Tim.
And his ability is he blinds everyone he looks at him.
Wow. Wow.
A good one, though.
Or Tim.
It's quite a good ability.
It's a very good ability. It's just Clash again. No, not Clash. My god,
Ying and Blitz.
Ying and Blitz. Candela is the word that I thought began that I wanted to say. I am so cooked. As is that Goyo canister that gets popped open. We're moving utilities steadily on.
Yep. Just a little bit of safety, I think, just for SDK to pull off. Doesn't have to worry about as he rotates somebody sprinting after him. It's going to be a solar take from Black Dragons. They have got control of Trophy, Kitchen, and Dining. This is where they can rotate Rare up and take that steady approach with the Monty. I mean, on the surface of things, this should be a pretty easy plant. I mean, other than the Goyo, there's no real denial, and that's even considering, is there any Goyos on the bedroom door? That's the question. He's going to try and look now. I mean, I don't see any. Well, it could be quite a bit of a freebie here. Black Dragons obviously need to get everyone in position before they go for that. Rare is going to fire out a smoke, maybe to bait a C4. He's trying to gather information. He knows there's a guy inside a closet. Surely you can hear that. I feel as though Angel's maybe in a bit of a sticky position. Yeah, he is. The floor now is being opened up from below him. He's going to be flamed off. He can't escape, and Rare now pushing with him. Oh no, that is a great collapse from Black Dragons.
There's two. Arthur's able to at least stem the blood, but it's traded back and forth. They have this advantage. I said it a while ago on the round deficit. As long as they can keep themselves punching slightly harder, slightly quicker, and they can make sure it's still worth something. But as a plant is being secure in the close corner, and the coverage is put to bed. Arthur, who was so big, so monumental in the opener, cannot find the success in the end. Black Dragons, well-earned 2 points, well-earned fight to the finish. And they keep themselves fighting. INTZ, unfortunately, they only take one for this. They definitely fought for it.
Yeah, credit the Black Dragons. They needed a win somewhere after a bad end to the last week. Bad start to this week. You need to try and find a bit of a positivity kind of moment for your 4 play days. I think that's a good one to have. You get a win, you get yourself back on track, and you can push forward now into the next week.
And where do we push forward? Towards one last desk and one last trip. Please take it away, Leo and Milosh.
Thank you very much, Emmy and Demo, my beautiful, wonderful friends. What an evening we have had. What a day. Honestly, this is summer solstice, right? It is technically the longest day of the entire year. Well, I tell you, the longest day of the entire year is indeed SAL today. And it was, I have to say, for the end result of it, quite exciting. It definitely shakes up the entire scoreboard halfway through this stage. Now, let's talk about that later on, but now the focus is on Black Dragons taking this to overtime, Leo, and then the full win with 2 points.
Yeah, what a way to fight back for Black Dragons. I felt like as we started touching up on it at the halftime, right? It started with INTZ with a strong showing, ready to go aggressive, having multiple players step up instead of relying on Legacy. Everyone was doing a good job at trying to punish overall the entry points into the building for Black Dragons, and then later on making sure they were freezing and really fighting at every single step, layering their defense. And also, let's be real, clutching these situations like we see in round 4 here, which was a 2v2. It's the important rounds. But then the reverse happened. Black Dragons comes in. Outlaw sends them to hell with a first triple kill. Another round comes in, and he has another triple kill. And despite here, the opening kill that should have been, something to use on, eventually they just got that one kill in that round. And I think that after that, really the engine started by Black Dragons. The comeback started. They were sent to start the defense side, and that 1v1, I think, especially is key here. Instrumental from Romeo, who was one of the quietest, I think, pickups really for Black Dragons. Guto having made such waves. We didn't speak much of Romeo, but that clutch alone was super important to keep Black Dragons in the fight. Had not he clutched here, it was 6-2, by the way, at that moment. It would have been a match point for INTZ. So that one clutch was super important. And then on the back of that, the reactions, you know, that retake that was super well executed on the side of Black Dragons, that realistically should have been a win for INTZ. Again, it's a 4v4, diffuser planted, they have the control that they needed. So the nerves on the side of Black Dragons, really well managed, really steady, which was something that Miloš, we clearly did not see in the games prior. So it's a really good way for them to bounce back. I will say this though, for teams like Cloud, for teams like Los, this is a good news. It's INTZ and Black Dragons shooting each other. And in the end, 3 points spread around the two of them, which is always good news for anyone that's in the playoffs race.
And that's what we call, at least in sports, this would be considered a negative tie. In football, how you usually use it. And here, of course, we don't have ties anymore, thank God. But it is still somewhere where you go into overtime and it hurts both of you in the macro scheme of things. Black Dragons might have won. It's very important that they won, but they'll only collect 2 points, one for INTZ, and that's going to mess things up here at the bottom of the board of SAL. Reminder that BD got wrecked by loss yesterday. INTZ lost aloud. And so getting that momentum back into it after a tight game, I mean, the first half and how that was going, there's a lot of questions around Black Dragons, what was going to happen. We came at the halfway time, and we talked about it together here, Leo. And BD were able to bring this one back all the way in overtime.
It's a bit sad for INTZ because the one game where Legacy does not pop off, and when everyone else is carrying the weights, the one game that they do that, they still cannot win. It's a bit sad for them because I felt like all of the guys that I mentioned before, STK, Arthur, they all stepped up. Angels as well, who's supposed to be a fragger. You know, everyone tried to really pull their weight here, and it feels really unlucky for these guys because realistically there aren't many other targets that will be on their level in SAL.
Absolutely. And what does this show you is that in moments where a team needs to show up, the skill is there. It's just taking a while to really show itself, and it takes certain pressure to show itself, but diamonds are made under a lot of pressure, my friend Leo. And in moments like this, you're hoping that it continues blooming into the future. Romeo is our MVP for this matchup. Absolutely. He's done great today. Like you said, he was more quiet prior to it because Guto just stole the limelight from day one on the team in that game against Fluxo W7M. But Romeo found his day, and what an important one to secure the 2 points for Black Dragons. That'll be the second overtime win that Black Dragons collect in the stage. 4 points, not too shabby given the opponents that they've had so far, more at the top of the standings. Speaking of which, FaZe Clan at 12, Furia at 11, not too surprising there. NIP at 9 points. We still have one team that is completely undefeated, that's FaZe. Furia won, but they won in overtime, so that's why they get 11 points and not the full 12. Loud at 7, Liquid Alienware 6, 5 for loss, 4 for Fluxo W7M. Black Dragons, again, very important, still within very easy punching distance of 5th and 6th. INTZ and Imperial, they collect a point, but they're still at the bottom. Leo, big surprises for you today on the day that ended up being full of upsets.
Yeah, it was a crazy day in many ways. I think you looking at it, you know, there is the fact that Imperial almost beat Furia and it went all the way to the 15th round. There is the fact that Team Liquid lost to Loud that has impressed everyone. And apparently in interviews, people were like, yeah, of course they're going to beat Liquid on Night Heaven Labs. Well, sorry, guys. We didn't scream these guys, so we're not aware. Loss making it super close to FaZe as well. Let's not forget that if, you know, one round of difference and it would have been overtime between the two of them. And then overall, the fact that INTZ Imperial finally starting to show a little bit of teeth, trying to show that they can also grab some points. And you know what that tells me? That in NAL, in SAL, there isn't a single team that hasn't won a point. But in EML, Team Secret, previous SI runner-ups are still looking for their first point. The pressure on them is insane. And that will be Miloš for tomorrow during EML, where I will also be, because I think I will be let out of my cage for the minute.
Only for the EML days, and a reminder for everybody out there, this week is the EML Super Week.
Super Week.
3 days in a row, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, full of EML action. If you want to watch a Tier 2 region, there it is. You got all the action that you need. SAL continues next Saturday, where I'm hoping that you'll be back, Leo, just here with me. We'll be having chats. We'll be having half times. We'll see how that goes. Maybe they'll find the key. Maybe they won't give you one. It depends on how Anne is feeling on the day. I know. Sorry, but I don't make the rules and I don't write the contracts for anybody. These are the matches for next week. There's some that really stand out for you, my friend.
Now, I'm just looking at right now the big game for the middle of the table between Fluxo W7M and Loss. This will be a good test because Loss, they've been testing everyone. They've been really impressive ever since kickoff. Fluxo W7M, they're in a huge slump. They absolutely need points. And as a reminder, this was the matchup that eliminated Fluxo W7M from the major run after having beaten FaZe. It will be the first rematch since these two have faced, and that will be for me the head of the day.
Absolutely. So for me, I think it's a bit different. I really want to see this Furia Loud matchup. I think Furia absolutely are a super powerful team, and
yeah, but Loud is doing well.
Exactly, and so that's the real test of, okay, was this a fluke that Loud beat Team Liquid? Were they just super prepared? Like, what is it? There's a lot you can prepare against Furia as well. So if your preparation is that good against a team like Team Liquid Alienware, maybe you can reproduce it. And I don't think Loud really need to win that game to prove something. I think they need to push Furia to the edge and maybe play around them, show us that they can adapt, show us that they can think ahead when it comes to map bans or operator bans. That's what we're looking at here to break into the top 6, and I think Loud have that in spades, but the real test is on game day, right, Leo? Anyways, thank you very much, Leo, for a wonderful day. We unfortunately don't have an interview for Black Dragons because nobody can join us. But that is our evening done and dusted. For all of you watching at home, I want to thank you so very much for joining us this weekend. I hope you got your drops because they're really cool, and I'm getting super close to 500 packs, Leo.
And so starting from now on, you will spell the entire French and English vocabulary so that the broadcast can last as long as possible so you can get your 500 packs. And I'm gonna head off. Goodbye, guys. Have a good night.
See you next week.